The Tianqi continent was very prosperous. It was similar to the Penglai continent, possessing many ninth-tier renhuangs. It was considered the main continent in the surrounding region. These past few days, the Tianqi continent seemed exceptionally lively. Many people on the continent suspected that Great Yan ancient royal family would pass by here on their way to the wedding in the Donghua heavens. For most people, they had never seen the cultivators from these giant-level forces of the legend before. Moreover, the lineup for the wedding procession this time would certainly be very powerful. Many people were waiting in anticipation. If the Great Yan ancient royal family passed through the Tianqi continent, they would pass through Crimson City in the center. Hence, countless cultivators rushed over to Crimson City, intending to catch a glimpse of the cultivators from the giant-level force. Of course, many people had no interest in joining in the fun. Some scoffed at the idea. However, many top forces in Crimson City were standing ready, preparing to show themselves when the other party passed through the city. If they had the chance to come in contact with such powers, it would definitely be beneficial for them. On this day, on the outskirts of the Tianqi continent, the cries of dragons suddenly could be heard. This caused countless people to tremble. They frantically looked up far into the distance. Purple, golden divine light shot across the sky. Powerful, gigantic divine dragons streamed across the sky. At the very front were 9 dragons, all of them upper-level demon emperors. They were pulling a luxurious chariot. On the divine dragons stood cultivators, all of them renhuangs. They were adorned in dragon armor and appeared extremely majestic. They gave off a solemn vibe. There were similarly dragons to the left, right as well as behind the chariot. The lineup was terrifying. They roared as they passed by in the sky above. Everywhere they went, the cries of dragons filled the skies, seemingly reminding the people below that they were passing by. Many demonic beasts down below bowed down. The cultivators were also trembling in awe. Many of them even wanted to bow their heads. They had never seen such a terrifying procession. An upper-level renhuang was a top cultivator in the eyes of these ordinary folk. However, right now, in the heavens above, 9 purple gold dragons were pulling a chariot across the sky. The procession of the Great Yan ancient royal family sped across high in the sky. In an instant, they had vanished far off into the distance, disappearing from view. They were extremely fast. Yet, the awe-inspiring scene remained in the minds of the crowd for a very long time. This majestic scene was especially unforgettable for the young cultivators. So this was a superpower. A mere wedding procession was already so terrifying. The Great Yan ancient royal family had arrived in the Tianqi continent. After some time, the people of Crimson City, far off in the distance, eventually received this news. Some people sent word of this to Crimson City. After that, the news spread rapidly, sweeping across the city. In the central district, many people were standing ready. In a tavern, many people were looking in the direction Great Yan ancient royal family was approaching from. They were busy discussing this. These people were the top forces and families of Crimson City. They were already waiting here, prepared to welcome the arrival of the cultivators of the Great Yan ancient royal family. They were truly sincere. It was not just one force. Other top forces were also waiting in different locations far away, hoping that they would encounter Great Yan ancient royal family. Even if they could not, showing their faces was enough. Everyone here was waiting quietly. Not long after, brilliant divine light shot over from the sky in the distance. The cries of dragons could faintly be heard. Everyone knew that the cultivators of the Great Yan ancient royal family had arrived. However, they should still be some distance away. From the dragon cries, they were headed in this direction towards the central district of Crimson City. As expected, after some time, they saw 9 dragons pulling a chariot. The scene was majestic. The 9 divine dragons were tens of thousands of feet long and were terrifying, blocking out part of the sky. Many of them had not seen such an astonishing scene before. Only the giant-level forces could control powerful dragons to draw their chariots. If the dragons changed form, they were also top demon emperors. No matter where they were, they would be top cultivators. The members of Jiang clan of Crimson City welcomed the Great Yan ancient royal family into Crimson City. A voice called out energetically. The 9 divine dragons let out low roars. Their huge eyes glanced ahead as they released great pressure. Even the members of the top forces felt this absolute pressure. This wedding procession could sweep away many of the top forces here. The demon emperor in the middle was a 9th-tier existence. Aside from that, an overbearing elder who stood before the dragon was similarly a 9th-tier Renhuang. The members of Crimson City speculated that among this procession, there might be more than 3 9th-tier existences. To them, this was a power which they could not stand against. Moreover, aside from 9th-tier existences, they also had many 8th-tier upper-level Renhuangs. Among the 9 leading divine dragons, 1 was a 9th-tier demon emperor, 3 were 8th-tier, and 5 were 7th-tier. They were absolutely menacing. There were also many upper-level Renhuangs at the back. This lineup could take over a continent. The leading elder swept a glance at the other party. He nodded his head slightly and said, "No need to stand on ceremony. We are merely passing through. Please go about your own business." Although they slowed down slightly, they still kept moving forward without stopping. At the same time, a few of the leaders of the top forces of the Xianxia continent came over and saluted with their fists. Then, one of them asked, "Would all of you like to take a break in Crimson City before continuing on your journey?" "There is no need," the elder replied. The other party did not say any more. They frantically made way for the wedding procession, standing on both sides as they sent the procession off. At that moment, the elder frowned slightly. He sensed someone's will sweeping over their procession. It swept over everyone here without any subtlety. It was extremely presumptuous behavior. "Who is it?" the elder cried out as he glanced down below. He had a cold and indifferent look in his eyes. He spotted a tavern as he followed the direction of the will. There was a group sitting there drinking quietly. Just as he shouted this, the group of people lowered their wine cups and looked up at them. At that moment, the elder felt that something was off. There were actually a few 9th-tier Renhuangs among the group. Why had so many 9th-tier Renhuangs gathered in the Xianxia continent? One of the members of the group took off his straw hat, revealing a head of silver hair. He had a handsome appearance and was a charming lad. He also appeared somewhat enchanting. People could tell at a glance that this person was extraordinary. "Yi Lionian," the elder cried out as his expression changed. Back during the Donghua banquet, the elder was not present. However, that did not prevent him from recognizing Yi Futian. The core figures of the great Yan ancient royal family had all seen Yi Futian's portrait. Rather, the elder should not be calling him Yi Lionian. Instead, he was Yi Futian, the cultivator from the original realm. "Be careful," the elder immediately warned. "Everyone, be on your guard." Since Yi Futian dared to appear here, he had clearly come prepared. Many years had passed. They nearly forgot about this person and were no longer searching for his whereabouts. They never imagined that just as they were about to forget about him completely, Yi Futian appeared. "Who is Yi Lionian?" asked many people around the area. They had never heard of him. After all, they were not cultivators from the major continents. 7 years ago, Yi Lionian was an incredible figure during the Donghua banquet. He is wanted by the domain chief's manor. After disappearing for 7 years, I never imagined that he would appear here today, said many people who had heard of him. Their hearts were stirred. Yi Futian, who had disappeared for 7 years, had appeared here. This meant that his group had been monitoring the movements of the great Yan ancient royal family. Why had they come here this time? Buzz. Silhouettes dashed into the sky. In an instant, Yi Futian's group shot up into the sky and appeared high above the clouds. They immediately blocked off the other party's path. Their figures spread out. Yi Futian's group also consisted of very powerful figures. They were Goddess Donglai, Alchemy Emperor, and the head of the Lung family, Sky Sword Lung Quangxing. A few cultivators had followed Goddess Donglai from Eastern Deity Island and had once followed Supreme Deity Donglai. Yi Futian, Chen Yi, as well as a number of the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower, were also among their group. Aside from Yi Futian, Chen Yi, and Zifeng, they were all upper-level Renhuangs. Such a lineup was very formidable. The cultivators from the top forces of Crimson City were astonished. They were struggling internally. Yi Futian actually appeared here and was prepared to intercept the wedding procession of the great Yan ancient royal family. Should they aid the great Yan ancient royal family? This was a rare opportunity that was hard to come by. However, if they took part, they would be killed if they were even the slightest bit careless. Millet Emperor and Li Chongqing were also still out there. "Kill them," Yi Futian said. As he said this, the various cultivators charged forwards. The aura of the leading elder of the great Yan ancient royal family filled the sky. A pure-blooded dragon protected his body. The divine dragon beneath him let out a loud roar and immediately charged towards Yi Futian as it prepared to subdue Yi Futian first. If they could bring back Yi Futian, it would also be considered a great contribution. Goddess Donglai and Alchemy Emperor appeared in front of Yi Futian. They immediately charged towards their opponent and the dragon. There weren't many people on Yi Futian's side, but they were all elite figures. They also came prepared. Back during the Donghua banquet, the great Yan ancient royal family and Lingxiao Palace joined forces to destroy Wangshan Watchtower, killing or injuring most of their members. After Wangshan Watchtower disbanded, using this opportunity, the great Yan ancient royal family and Lingxiao Palace began to grow closer, even reaching the point of having an alliance marriage. If great Yan ancient royal family directly used a teleportation matrix to head over to the Donghua heavens, Yi Futian's group could not do anything to them. However, great Yan ancient royal family wanted to welcome this marriage with fanfare. They traveled across thousands of continents grandly for all the world to know. When Yi Futian's group heard this news, they decided to come over to take a look. Coincidentally, they found out that great Yan ancient royal family would pass through the Tianqi continent. How could they let such an opportunity slip past them? The Tianqi continent was situated in between the Yenyun continent and the Donghua heavens. It was far away from both continents. Even if Emperor Yan and Ling Yunzi caught wind of their exploits, it was impossible for both of them to rush over in a short amount of time. This gave Yi Futian's group enough time to do many things. They wanted to get this done and over as soon as possible. The various cultivators charged straight towards the members of the great Yan ancient royal family. A large battle instantly ensued. Terrifying attacks of the Great Path swept across the land. It was as though the world was about to end. The commotion was terrifying. The sky, which was initially clear for tens of thousands of miles, became overcast as destructive storms swept up. The crowd below saw a brilliant divine sword light cleave a line through the sky. Frightening thunderclouds covered the sky as they saw divine fire descend, setting this part of the sky ablaze. They also saw gigantic divine dragons slash out with their menacing dragon claws, ripping apart the space. The cries of dragons roared, causing the eardrums of many people to ring. The cultivators below frenziedly escaped. Some people coughed up fresh blood from the residue waves. Light of the Great Path also landed on the ground, causing the buildings below to collapse and be destroyed. Cracks appeared on the ground as well. Only Renhuangs could manage to remain in the space below and truly witness this huge battle. Their gazes were all on one person. He had white robes and white hair. His appearance was handsome beyond comparison, and he appeared very elegant. This person was Yi Futian, who had shook the Donghua banquet back then. Rumor has it that he was undefeated during the Donghua banquet. He had no equal among those at the same level of cultivation. When he entered the secret zone, he activated the ruin in the secret zone and also killed Yan Dongyang, Ling He, and a few 8th-tier cultivators. His records in battle were too glorious. On top of these impressive records, there were also rumors from when Yi Futian stood before the divine mirror of heavenly wheels in Donghua Academy. Even though Yi Futian was wanted after the storm of incidents, there were many stories about Yi Futian. As time went on, people had gradually forgotten about him. Now that he had appeared again, these people instantly recalled his doings back then. They wanted to see how incredible this person was and whether the rumors were true or not. Some people considered these rumors to be exaggerated due to the commotion back then. He might have done many astonishing things, but they must certainly have been blown out of proportion. It was natural for such things to happen. Such was the way of the world. However, merely based on his appearance and temperament, he was indeed extraordinary. Yi Futian's figure floated in the air in the center of the battlefield. He floated towards the chariot drawn by the 9 divine dragons. Frightening divine light circled his entire body. An astonishing storm whipped up around him. In the skies above, a yin-yang diagram appeared. The terrifying yin-yang diagram kept expanding as it rotated in the sky. Frightening divine halos descended like lightning. Poof! The light that descended from the yin-yang diagram landed on the figure of a 7th-tier Renhuang. The Renhuang was instantly pierced through by the divine light. His body actually disintegrated after that, turning to dust which scattered to the winds. Around the chariot, Renhuangs charged up into the sky one after another. Yet, the divine light of the yin-yang diagram seemed endless, raining down constantly like a divine tribulation of the Great Path. Puffing sounds could be heard non-stop. Renhuangs beneath the 8th tier were immediately vaporized. They could not withstand the killing blows of the yin-yang diagram. The people down below also saw a 7th-tier divine dragon try to swallow Yifutian. However, divine halos rained down from the yin-yang diagram. The gigantic figure of the divine dragon was actually pierced through immediately. It then disintegrated bit by bit and turned to dust. A miserable roar came from the sky. As Yifutian stood there, he seemed undefeatable. So powerful. Many people felt their hearts stir when they saw this majestic scene. One could only truly know a person's ability by witnessing it for themselves. Listening to rumors was misleading. Having personally witnessed Yifutian standing there, they actually believed that he was invincible. At that moment, an even more terrifying dragon roar filled the skies. The crowd looked over in that direction. An 8th-tier dragon emperor charged up into the skies, his 10,000-foot-long figure swaying as he did so. A frightening storm was swept up. Before the gigantic creature, Yifutian appeared minuscule. Even the claws of the dragon emperor were far larger than Yifutian's body. The dragon emperor's claws were like the sharpest blades in the world. They were hideous and terrifying. Many people felt their hearts beating heavily as they witnessed this scene. It was as though Yifutian would be directly consumed by the dragon right then. The divine light that rained down from the yin-yang diagram landed on the dragon's gigantic figure. It pierced through his scales and caused his body to be covered with blood. However, it could not immediately kill off the dragon. The defensive power of an 8th-tier demon emperor was far greater than that of a human cultivator. His dragon scales were like ritual implement armor and were extremely sturdy. The fact that the massacring light that showered down from the yin-yang diagram could rip apart his defenses was already very astonishing. Yet, it still could not instantly kill an 8th-tier dragon emperor. Yifutian still stood firmly in his spot as he saw the gigantic creature approaching him. He had a look of confidence in his eyes. A long spear appeared in his outreached hand. The battle intent that emanated from the long spear filled the sky, resulting in his entire person also being encapsulated in terrifying battle intent. Rumble. A beam of divine light immediately shot up into the heavens, consumed his figure. A shadow of the peacock appeared behind Yifutian's figure. He appeared extremely divine. At this moment, Yifutian's will rose to extremely frightening levels. His enchantingly handsome temperament became even more prominent. The shadow of the peacock spread its wings. Divine light radiated from its feathers and swept outwards. It was dazzling beyond comparison. The dragon emperor sensed an aura that made him shiver. He let out an intense dragon roar. There was a faint hint of terror in his voice, as though he was sensing the aura of a demon god. Buzz! The crowd saw Yifutian's figure move. Beams of divine light descended, and Yifutian stood in the middle, moving along with the divine lights. The dragon emperor opened his gaping mouth and swallowed Yifutian before the crowd could make out what was happening. The next moment, the crowd witnessed a dazzling scene. Terrifying divine light pierced through the flesh of the gigantic dragon from the inside. His figure was extremely dazzling. The crowd could see the beams of light penetrating outwards from his body. All of this happened in an instant. Roar! The huge figure of the dragon emperor trembled violently as it let out an astonishing roar. With a rumbling sound, a brilliant silhouette appeared from the dragon's figure, emerging from within him. The 8th-tier dragon emperor trembled violently as it roared. His body exploded frenziedly. It seemed to be in incredible pain. Blood rained down. The gigantic figure of the Dragon Emperor exploded and was ripped apart. It fell to the ground below and appeared extremely pathetic. Divine light circled the white-haired Renhuang. He appeared immaculate and still looked otherworldly. Although he penetrated through the figure of the Dragon Emperor, he seemed not to be stained by any filth. The divine light had blocked off everything. So powerful! The cultivators who were observing the battle felt their hearts tremble violently. An 8th-tier Dragon Emperor was killed in a single blow. That spear strike appeared simplistic, but it was astounding. It was terrifying, piercing straight through the figure of the 8th-tier Dragon Emperor. They also heard rumors that Yifutian possessed the will of the Emperor. If he activated it, his combat ability would be even more powerful. However, right now, even though he had not done so, it was still enough to kill a Dragon Emperor in a single blow. One could imagine how frightening Yifutian was. From the looks of it, the rumors regarding Yifutian were not only true, and they could even be said to have failed to capture the true might of Yifutian. Only by witnessing it firsthand could they know how powerful he actually was. The other demon emperors roared furiously at Yifutian. Their roars shook the skies. Yifutian swept a glance at them. He tilted his long spear as he stood alone high in the sky. The shadow of the peacock spread its wings. Divine light immediately shot out from the ocelli on its divine wings. The light was like terrifying lightning. The divine phenomenon appeared in the sky above. The divine lights that shot out were like peacocks that charged towards the demon emperors. Rumble. The powerful 7th-tier dragons were immediately torn to shreds. Blood splattered everywhere as divine light penetrated straight through them and caused their bodies to disintegrate. They let out painful roars that seemed to be full of dissatisfaction. Yifutian stepped forward in the sky like a god of judgment. Everywhere he passed, the dragon shrieked. Yanzhu, the prince of the great Yan ancient royal family, was sitting in the chariot. Right then, he got up and walked out of the chariot. He stood before it and looked towards the silhouette ahead. Was this the Yifutian who killed his younger brother Yan Dongyang? Now, Yifutian had intercepted their procession on their way to the wedding to kill him. Your Highness, please step back. This man is dangerous. A man in black robes said as he walked up beside Yanzhu. He advised Yanzhu to step back and retreat. Yifutian was even more powerful than he was back then. During the Donghua banquet, Yifutian was a 4th-tier Renhuang. Now he was already at the 5th tier. His great path had also stabilized, meaning that he had reached his current plane about 3 or 4 years ago. Aside from Yifutian's cultivation level, he seemed to have had fateful encounters. A faint demonic qi that filled the air seemed to emanate from his body. It was highly likely that this was connected to the fateful encounter that he obtained from the Demon God Temple in Domain Chief's Manor's secret zone back then. Far away, Yifutian swept a glance in his direction. Yifutian's pupils emanated a charming and enchanting look. They were deep and cold. Yanzhu felt a chill down his spine. Yifutian looked at them with a cold, merciless look. It was as though he was looking at dead people. Yanzhu was the prince of the great Yan ancient royal family, and the cultivators here were all elites. Their lineup was powerful. On the other hand, Yifutian only had so many people on his side. They dared to intercept the procession, ignoring their numbers. It sounded laughable, yet right now the great Yan ancient royal family cultivators actually felt threatened. Yifutian was walking towards them. Everywhere he passed by, blood rained down from the sky. The dragons roared sorrowfully, and the Renhuangs were turned to dust. No one could stop him. Even an 8th-tier dragon emperor was killed by him instantly. No one below the 9th tier could stop him. Far outside the battlefield, the top forces of the Tianqi continent, who had come to welcome great Yan ancient royal family, were conflicted. Should they interfere in this battle? They also looked towards Yifutian. They naturally knew who this person was. As expected, this legendary youth was as terrifyingly powerful as the rumors claimed. 8th-tier Renhuangs were killed like ants by him. He slaughtered his way forward towards the chariot. If he continued doing so, Yanzhu might truly be in danger. If they took action now, their help would definitely be timely, and they would certainly gain favor with great Yen ancient royal family. Yet, was it worth doing so? How great would the risk be? It was hard to gauge. Hence, they were all indecisive. They seemed to be waiting for other forces to act. No one wanted to go first. Once the arrow left the bow, it could not be called back. Once they helped great Yen ancient royal family, they might be gambling the fate of their clans. They were also worried that should Yi Futian's group succeed in killing Yen Zhu and the rest of the cultivators in the procession, would the great Yen ancient royal family be angry at them for not lending aid? Although this matter was initially unrelated to them, they were present here after all. They had also intentionally come to welcome the great Yen ancient royal family. If they merely watched from the sidelines when the great battle ensued and resulted in the Renhuangs from the great Yen ancient royal family being eliminated, Emperor Yen might put the blame on them and purge them all if he was feeling cruel. When that happened, they had no chance to reason with him. In the world of cultivation, one could not do anything if the other party did not reason with you. This caused many of them to regret coming here. Why did they need to join the fun? By coincidence, they encountered a huge battle here. They were stuck between a rock and a hard place. They could neither attack nor stand by idly. On the other side, Yen Zhu did not retreat. As a prince of the great Yen ancient royal family, when faced with Yi Futian's group trying to kill him, how could he retreat? Even if he did so, what difference would that make? If the Yen kingdom lost this battle, the result would not change. Go face him, Yen Zhu said. The black-robed man nodded. He was an elder of the Yen kingdom who had been guarding Yen Zhu since he was young. He had been a 9th-tier Renhuang for many years. He could be considered Yen Zhu's guardian and his personal bodyguard. This time, he followed beside Yen Zhu as he made his way over to the Donghua heavens for the wedding. Now they were being attacked. He stepped forward and crossed the sky, heading over towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian seemed to notice him, looking up in his direction. He saw the black-robed man walking over. A very dangerous aura emanated from the other party. Dark currents circled him, and a terrifying black dragon also appeared. In the elder's hand, he wielded a long black spear which emanated menacing destructive currents. Sensing this aura, a terrifying divine light shone from Yi Futian's body. He appeared insufferably arrogant. This black-robed elder was very dangerous. Even Yi Futian did not dare underestimate him. A 9th-tier existence was already at the peak of the Renhuang plane. The dark currents contained a dense power of destruction and corrosion. "Everyone, stand down!" the black-robed elder shouted. Immediately, the cultivators around Yi Futian stepped away from the battlefield. The destructive black aura covered the sky and circled the area where Yi Futian stood. The aura formed a black dragon that immediately charged towards him, intending to consume him. Buzz! The light of the demon god radiated from Yi Futian's figure, the heart of the demon god beating in his body. Beams of multicolored light radiated from his figure. The divine shadow of the peacock appeared. It was tens of thousands of feet tall and was astonishing to behold. This is... The cultivators felt their hearts beating vigorously. The 10,000-foot tall shadow of the peacock spread its wings. Brilliant light shot out from its dazzling divine feathers, blasting towards the body of the dragon. It caused the black dragon to turn to dust instantly. The frightening current of corrosion and destruction did not manage to reach Yi Futian's figure at all before being destroyed by the divine light. Countless people looked towards the battlefield. The divine light of the peacock lit up the space and caused the hearts of many people to beat heavily. The dragon emperor let out long roars. In a human voice, a dragon emperor said, "It is the aura of the demon god. He has obtained an item of the demon god." The cultivators felt their hearts tremble intensely. Yi Futian had obtained an item of the demon god? As expected, he had obtained it from the secret zone of Domain Chief's manor. The light of the demon god circled him, and he appeared insufferably arrogant. Yi Futian wielded his long spear. Divine light circled Svim. He pointed his long spear forward at the 9th-tier cultivator. Beams of divine light flowed over the long spear and shot out towards his opponent. Buzz! Yi Futian's body shifted. He struck out with his spear. The heavens and earth shook. In an instant, The crowd saw many silhouettes of Yi Futian appear at the same time. Under the divine light of the peacock, there seemed to be more than just one Yi Futian and one spear. Was this the ability bestowed by the demon god? The crowd felt their hearts quavered. The expression of the black-robed man similarly changed. He sensed that each spear was real. Before Yi Futian had reached him, the black-robed man seemed to see an unparalleled peacock demon god charging towards him. The divine light of the peacock shone on his body, making him feel as though he was no match for the demon god. An intense roar sounded, seemingly causing the heavens and earth to quake. The terrifying black dragon appeared, bellowing at the sky. The black-robed man had nowhere to run. He stabbed his long black spear forward. A frightening black dragon appeared before his spear and collided with the gigantic shadow of the peacock. The instant the two divine lights collided, frightening light blinded the people around them. Many people could not keep their eyes open. A terrifying wave of destruction spread out with both of them as the center, radiating outwards for thousands of miles. At that moment, all the buildings for thousands of miles in Crimson City were reduced to flat ground. Countless cultivators coughed up fresh blood. The cultivators observing the battle up close had it worse. They never imagined that a battle high in the sky would produce such terrifying shockwaves that swept across thousands of miles. Renhuangs could barely hold on. Only middle-level Renhuangs could see what had happened. They saw the shadow of the peacock demon god rip apart the black dragon. Beams of the divine light of the peacock became long spears that directly pierced forward. Yi Futian and the black-robed elder switched places. The two of them stood silently in the sky. It was as though time had stopped. The terrifying aftershocks changed the heavens and the earth, but the battlefield itself was exceptionally quiet. However, the next moment, the figure of the black-robed elder immediately turned to dust, which scattered to the winds. A single spear strike killed a 9th-tier cultivator. 7 years ago, Yi Futian could kill 8th-tier Renhuangs. Now, he could already kill 9th-tier Renhuangs at the peak. A mighty 5th-tier Renhuang had appeared. In the world of cultivation, there were no clear distinctions for mighty figures. People of different levels of cultivation had different definitions about who could be considered mighty figures. However, in the Divine Prefecture, it was widely considered that Renhuangs above the 7th tier were mighty existences. 8th tier and 9th tier Renhuangs were naturally considered mighty figures. Yi Futian was currently a 5th tier Renhuang, yet he killed a 9th tier Renhuang with just a single spear strike. Then, could Yi Futian be considered a mighty figure? For many people, a 5th tier mighty figure was an inconceivable notion. Right now, Yi Futian just stood there. The shadow of the peacock demon god stood behind him. Enchanting divine light enveloped his figure as though he was a descendant of the demon god. He gazed ahead, and his gaze pierced the space, landing on the silhouette in the chariot far off in the distance. He was looking at the prince of Great Yan ancient royal family, Yan Zhu. Great Yan ancient royal family and Ling Shao Palace wanted to have an alliance marriage. They even caused such a commotion over it in the Donghua domain. If that were what they wanted, Yi Futian would grant them their wish. This alliance marriage would indeed shake the Donghua domain. However, it would do so in a different manner. Yan Zhu noticed Yi Futian's gaze. Yan Zhu had been looking over the battlefield all this while. He had witnessed everything. Since he was born, the black-robed elder, who had followed him for many years and had taken care of him, had been killed by Yi Futian with a single spear strike. Yan Zhu was overwhelmed with emotions. Was there hate? Of course. However, the relationship between the Yan kingdom and Yi Futian had no chance of reconciliation. Even though he was not familiar with Yi Futian and bore him no ill will, Yan Zhu had to acknowledge everything the Yan kingdom did. Yan Zhu was a prince of the Great Yan ancient royal family and represented the Yan kingdom in the marriage with Ling Shao Palace. Who else could he blame? It could only be said that the Great Yan ancient royal family did not deal with things cleanly. They had offended Yi Futian, and yet they did not clean up after themselves, allowing the other party to retaliate. Now, who could still stand against Yi Futian? A 9th-tier cultivator was killed with a single strike of the spear. After a few years, Yi Futian was much more frightening than he was when he became famous overnight during the Donghua banquet. Today would be a catastrophe for Yanzhou and Great Yan ancient royal family. Far off in another direction, the members of the top forces of the Tianqi continent had somewhat stunned expressions. Their hearts were filled with astonishment. They were initially hesitating over whether they should attack. From the looks of it now, they had thought too much. Even if they lent their aid to the Great Yan ancient royal family, could they stop Yifutian? They might perish on the spot. The Great Yan ancient royal family cultivators, who were still battling in different locations, finally felt an intense sense of danger and terror. They certainly had not imagined that this group of people would actually pose a threat to their lives. The wedding procession of the Great Yan ancient royal family was intercepted along the way to the wedding. Yifutian wielded his spear and stepped forward, walking towards Yanzhou. Dragons roared, and several renhuangs sent out attacks towards Yifutian. However, the dazzling peacock demon god spread its wings and released unparalleled divine light. Everywhere the light touched, the attacks of the great path disintegrated. Yifutian advanced. His long spear was like a dragon as it pierced out across the space. Just now, countless images of the spear appeared with a single pierce and charged out in different directions. Bang, bang, bang. Silhouettes immediately turned to dust and exploded. The space shook violently. Everywhere the spear passed, no one was left alive. Be it Renhuang or Demon Emperor, all perished before the spear. Even a 9th-tier cultivator was killed with a single strike, let alone others beneath him. They couldn't be able to withstand a strike from the spear. No one blocked Yifutian's way as he crossed the space with a single step. He came to the space above the chariot and looked down at the second prince of Great Yan ancient royal family, Yanzhou. Yanzhou also looked up at Yifutian. He felt a sense of melancholy. As a prince of the Great Yan ancient royal family, he actually had no means of retaliating right now. It seemed as though the only path that laid before him was death. He watched as Yifutian raised the spear in his hand and then stabbed it out. Yanzhou released the terrifying pressure of the great path. Cries of dragons filled the skies. Right before he died, he unleashed his most powerful attack. However, it wasn't very sensible. Before the spear, his attack was as insignificant as paper. The long spear penetrated through it and stabbed through his head. Yifutian did not say anything meaningless, killing him instantly with a single strike. Yanzhou felt a pang of pain. His facial expression gradually twisted. The next moment, his figure turned to dust and disappeared into nothingness. He had perished. Behind him, there was still the army of the Great Yan ancient royal family. They had personally witnessed Yifutian stab a spear through Yanzhou's head. They watched as Yanzhou was pierced through in the air. They were giant-level forces from the Divine Prefecture who were heading over for a wedding in Lingxiao Palace. However, they had been intercepted along the way and had actually lost miserably. Prince Yanzhou was killed on the spot. The protagonist for the alliance marriage between the two forces had perished. At that moment, Yifutian raised his head and looked at them. He cast a glance at them, and countless beams of divine light shot out from the wings of the peacock. There were endless puffing sounds as the renhuangs could not withstand the might of the divine light at all. They offered no resistance as they were killed. They did not even have the chance to retaliate before perishing. "Run!" someone shouted. The various cultivators immediately retreated. They could not be concerned with what happened here. Those who remained would all die. Yet, when the divine light swept out, no one could escape. Silhouettes disappeared one after another, turning to dust. Yifutian turned around and headed over to other battlefields, immediately joining them. In the sky above, the sound of astonishing collisions could be heard. This large-scale battle did not last long. Very soon it ended. After 5 minutes, no one was left on the battlefield. Yifutian's group had left. None of them had perished and only a few were injured. Whereas for Great Yan ancient royal family, countless gazes peered across the battlefield. No one was left. The wedding entourage of the Great Yan ancient royal family had been annihilated. All of them had been killed. True figures at the peak could slaughter a city single-handedly. Today, the 5th-tier Renhuang Yifutian enlightened them on how one person could sweep away an entire army of renhuangs. In a grandiose manner, the great Yan ancient royal family traversed countless continents as they headed towards the Donghua heavens for the wedding. This shook the Donghua domain. However, it had ended in such a fashion. Even in their dreams, the great Yan ancient royal family probably had not imagined this. How would the other cultivators of the great Yan ancient royal family feel when they heard the news? This alliance marriage had ended prematurely. Times have changed, lamented the members of the top forces of the Tianqi continent, who were overwhelmed with emotion. It was as though everything had been a dream. Knowing that the other party would pass by, they had come from far and wide to welcome them. However, they witnessed Yi Futian's group annihilating the wedding procession that consisted of an army of renhuangs. Someone said in a low voice, "Indeed, he is merely a fifth-tier renhuang." Before this, I felt that the rumors were exaggerated. Now that I have seen it firsthand, not only are the rumors not exaggerated, but they also failed to truly capture Yi Futian's might. He is definitely another Ninghua. If he does not die, it will be hard to tell who will be the top figure in the Donghua domain in the future. The rising generation was to be reckoned with. If Yi Futian reached the peak of the Renhuang Plain, how powerful would his combat ability be? They could not imagine it. The assassination of the wedding party from the ancient royal family of Yans had caused great upheaval in the Donghua domain. The news of the pending marital alliance between the two major principalities had already spread throughout the domain, and Lingxiao Palace had made all the preparation. Everyone was looking forward to the grand occasion when these two forces would be joined together. However, no one could have predicted that after all these times, Yi Futian would surface again, and they would never have thought that soon as he appeared, he would slaughter the army of the ancient royal family of Yan, announcing his existence by taking the life of the crown prince, Yan Zhu. The alliance of marriage between the great kingdom of Yan and Lingxiao Palace was effectively destroyed. With the death of the person who was to be married, it was impossible to change to another set of people to complete the alliance. This was a blow that neither force could afford to let go of. They couldn't very well continue with someone else marrying the princess of Lingxiao Palace and have her become the laughingstock of the Donghua domain. Everyone understood that this was the end of the attempt to form an alliance via marriage. Both families were angry beyond words and had dispatched their people to Tianqi continent to investigate. Once they learned of Yi Futian's strength and his companions had accumulated, they sent a powerful team to search for them. At the same time, the domain chief's manor reissued the wanted order, stating that Yi Futian was ruthless beyond doubt and had slaughtered the cultivators of Donghua domain indiscriminately, and that he must be brought to justice. The domain chief's manor sent out the Donghua army to assist in the search. However, the Donghua domain was much too vast with countless continents. Even if the domain chief's manor wanted to find them, it would be a difficult task. Unless the area could be shut down and searched in person by the masters, continent by continent, it would be impossible. But this would be a long and arduous process. Nevertheless, this incident had sounded the alarm for these top principalities that Yi Futian and his companions were still running amok. Out there, it was not just Yi Futian and the others, but the Millet Emperor and Li Chongqing were still alive as well. If they went out to search, they could not predict what would happen. They must proceed with extreme caution. After all, Emperor Yan and Ling Yunzi by themselves could not guarantee a victory against the Millet Emperor and Li Chongqing, not when the Millet Emperor was also carrying the watchtower. Who knew if they were still in Donghua domain or not? On the other hand, Yi Futian and the others left Tianqi continent after killing Yan Zhu and his companions, returning with due speed. After all, no one knew whether the masters themselves would be coming, so leaving quickly after such a surprise attack was necessary. At this moment, a group of people was shuttling through the mists of the clouds, but Yi Futian's brows were slightly knit as he felt something faintly out of order. He said, "The elder who is with us, please show yourself so we may pay our respect." He had felt several times that someone was following them, which made him uneasy. Someone whose presence was difficult to detect must be a cultivator whose level was far above his, at least a 9th realm of Renhuang. "You guys are ballsy." A voice came just as Yi Futian saw a ray of light blooming. A figure appeared in front of Yi Futian and others. It was Li Chongqing. "Senior brother." Yifutian was stunned but then smiled. He didn't expect to see Li Chongqing here. "Junior brother Yi, you guys were a little impulsive this time," said Li Chongqing. And Yifutian understood. Their hunt this time was full of risks. Although they had observed that Emperor Yan did not accompany the ancient royal family to escort them personally, the probability still existed, no matter how small it was. Once such minute possibility became a reality, the situation would become extremely dangerous, with a genuine possibility of a catastrophe of the greatest degree. Hence Li Changsheng's comment that they were somewhat impulsive. "It seems that even if we didn't do it, the senior brother would have done it." Yifutian smiled at Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing's temperament had gone through some great changes after his breakthrough. Nowadays, there was no smile on his face, which made him look a little colder, and he exuded authority without needing to be emotional. What happened back then had influenced him profoundly. When junior brother Zongchan was killed, over half of Wangshan Watchtower's cultivators were butchered and injured. Now that the great kingdom of Yan and Lingxiao Palace wanted to ally, "I won't let them succeed so easily," said Li Chongqing. Even if Yifutian and the others did not take action, he would have killed them himself with no care for the consequence. Blood debts must be repaid with blood, and it was an alliance of marriage between these two major enemies. "Senior brother, do you have any news about the Millet Emperor?" Yifutian asked. Li Chongqing shook his head. "After I left Wangshan Watchtower, I left the Donghua domain behind as well. I was able to stabilize my realm while in the outside world, but I had no news of Master. Master was seriously wounded in that battle, so it must have taken him some time to recover." "No news is good news." Yifutian nodded. In light of Li Chongqing's breakthrough in cultivation, it was understandable for him to leave the Donghua domain. After all, the Donghua domain still posed a considerable threat. "Where were you guys all these years?" Li Chongqing asked. "Turtle Deity Island," said Yifutian. "Emperor Shi ordered his disciples to assist us, and after that, we have stayed on Turtle Deity Island to cultivate ever since then." Li Chongqing was deeply moved when he heard what Yifutian said. It turned out that Emperor Shi had been helping. In this case, Yifutian was safe indeed. "Let's go. I will follow you guys to Turtle Deity Island," Li Chongqing said as Yifutian nodded. The group immediately set off in the direction of Turtle Deity Island. With Li Chongqing leading the way, the time for them to get back was greatly reduced. On Eastern Deity Island, Emperor Shi and Thunder-Punishing Skylord seemed to have felt Li Chongqing's presence as they walked out to the courtyard to receive them. Looking into the distance, they saw Li Chongqing had returned with Yifutian and the others. "Greetings to Emperor Shi and Thunder-Punishing Skylord." Although Li Chongqing broke through the realm, he paid respect to both men as elders. Aside from the fact that he himself was of a later generation, he was grateful that Emperor Shi had helped them in their time of need. "You are a cultivator of this level now and need not be so formal," said Emperor Shi with a smile. But the fact was that even if Li Chongqing broke the realm, he was not yet at the same level as him. Emperor Shi possessed the perfect great path and had passed the first level of divine tribulation. "Chongsheng thanks you for taking care of my brothers," Li Chongsheng said as he bowed. Emperor Shi didn't say anything more but asked, "Is there any news from the Millet Emperor?" At Donghua banquet last time, the Millet Emperor carried the watchtower to the domain chief's manor to fight all three top masters. He had witnessed the battle and must admit that that kind of courage was commendable, especially considering it was his own disciples that he was fighting for. Emperor Shi respected the Millet Emperor tremendously for what he did. Not many cultivators would do that. The Millet Emperor had risked his life in that battle. Li Chongqing shook his head. Emperor Shi looked at him and said, "No matter, the Millet Emperor has the watchtower in his hands, and there won't be many who could overpower him in the divine prefecture. Perhaps he is somewhere nursing his injuries. He will appear sooner or later." Li Chongqing nodded. "What are your plans for the future?" Emperor Shi asked Li Chongqing again. But Li Chongqing looked at Yifutian and the others instead and asked, "Junior Yi, what do you think?" "I have been relying on the kindness and care of Emperor Shi these years and have been cultivating in retreat on Turtle Deity Island. Now I can deal with common Renhuang in the 9th realm. This interception to extinguish those from the great kingdom of Yen also indicated my own willingness to go out and explore the world, Yifutian said. They couldn't cultivate on Turtle Deity Island forever. Have you thought of where you wanted to go? Li Changxing asked. Yifutian shook his head. He hadn't thought much of anything for the time being. Go to the other domains. Li Changxing said. I have been out and about these past few years. The Divine Prefecture is so vast. Even Donghua Domain is but one out of the 18 domains. Not to mention, Donghua Domain is no longer a place for you to stay. So, go to other places for trials, and try to raise your cultivation to Upper Renhuang as soon as possible. Yifutian understood Li Changxing's meaning. Now that he had offended the 3 top forces in Donghua Domain, he couldn't achieve much here. If he caused any further disturbances, the domain chief's manor would get wind of it, and he would be on the run again. Now, leaving Donghua Domain seemed a wise choice. Brother, do you have an idea? Yifutian asked Li Changxing. Li Changxing nodded. I will take you with me. Afterward, while I investigate the whereabouts of the master, others can stay here in the Donghua Domain. But your case is a little special, junior brother. Everyone understood Li Changxing's concern. Yifutian's achievement was too outstanding, which made him really conspicuous. The 3 top forces had set on killing him, so he was the most unsuited out of everyone here to remain in Donghua Domain. Yes, Yifutian nodded. Emperor Shi and the thunder-punishing Skylord listened without saying anything, but both smiled. Li Changxing had high hopes for Yifutian, who was his junior brother, and wanted to train him to become stronger. After all, everyone understood that even if Yifutian had elevated his strength greatly, and Li Changxing had now stepped into another level, revenge was no easy matter. It was nearly impossible to achieve it. Li Changxing's breakthrough gave them a glimmer of hope, but it couldn't be done now, not even with the Millet Emperor adding to the mix. Therefore, Li Changxing hoped that Yifutian would be stronger. Li Changxing could see the hope in him, the hope to strike back at the great kingdom of Yen, Ling Shao Palace, even the domain chief's manor. In the year 10058 of the Divine Prefecture calendar, several shocking events had occurred in the Donghua Domain. In addition to Ning Hua's breakthrough, the marriage between the ancient royal family of Yen and Ling Shao Palace was also a much-anticipated event. However, everything that happened later caused an uproar like never before. When Yifutian reappeared, he and his group destroy an entire army of Renhuang, including crushing a Renhuang of the 9th realm with a single strike. The chaos that ensued was no less shocking than Ning Hua's breakthrough. However, all of this was confined within the bounds of the Donghua Domain. There were countless continents in each of the 18 Divine Prefecture domains, and countless major events were taking place every day. Take one domain, for example. Only events such as relating to Ning Hua or the destruction of the Yen Kingdom's wedding party could rouse any sensation. Other major events were happening in their own domain. Therefore, only the top forces in other domains might hear of them outside Donghua Domain when these events occurred. Other than that, the cultivators of other domains would not understand much about anything. The Divine Prefecture was such a vast area, with countless news every day and different focuses on different matters. Most of the energy and attention would only be limited to things happening in their own domain. Ordinary cultivators would have no idea about who was who with those top figures from other domains. For example, the Xianxia domain, which neighbored the Donghua Domain, was not so concerned with what was happening in the Donghua Domain, and the transmission of news was equally limited. Ning Hua was the vice chief of the Donghua Domain, and Yifutian made his name in Donghua Domain. The ancient royal family of Yen was a giant force in Donghua Domain as well. Whatever happened to them was easily of much interest in the domain. However, an ordinary cultivator in Xianxia Domain might be curious about who Ning Hua or Yifutian was. In this way, it was hard for the news to spread further because there weren't many who paid attention to it. In the Xianxia Domain, there was a very prestigious continent called the Four-Corner Continent. The name Four-Corner Continent sounded common enough, and its location remote. As it was at a corner of the Xianxia Domain, it was far off from even the main continent of the Xianxia Domain. It was sparsely populated, and the entire continent was not large in size. It was hardly comparable with the main continent of the domain. However, such a continent had a great reputation in the Xianxia domain. Countless cultivators came each year, including those from top principalities. All of this was because of a special place in the four-corner continent called Four-Corner Village. Although it was just a village, this village was held in high regard in the entire Xianxia domain and even in the Divine Prefecture. There was no reason other than Donghuang the Great had once entered this village to cultivate. It was said that he had come to this village to seek the way. At that time, he wasn't yet the great emperor, but Four-Corner Village had already enjoyed its reputation. Thus, some even called Four-Corner Village the Emperor's Village. The Four-Corner continent was not great in size and sparsely populated, but off and on, people could be seen traveling through its airspace. Those who came here, especially cultivators from the outside, almost all of them were headed toward Four-Corner Village. At this time, in the sky above the continent, there was a group of cultivators traveling by air, shuttling through the clouds and mist. The person leading the group was a white-haired young man, Yi Futian. Next to Yi Futian was Xia Qingyuan, with Chun Yi sitting behind him. Zifeng stood quietly in the back, as well as Beigong Ao and his daughter. As for the one who carried them, it was naturally the much hard-working Condor Sama. There were not many who came on this trip. Only a few of them, Xia Qingyuan, Zifeng, and Little Condor, need no further elaboration. Beigong Ao and his daughter had been following Yi Futian since they left home. For Chun Yi to follow Yi Futian was a surprise. But of course, Li Chongqing must have encouraged Chen Yi to travel with them. Li Chongqing felt that Chun Yi was an extraordinary character suitable for making the visit to the Four-Corner Village. "We should be there soon," the black-winged condor said in a human voice. "Four-Corner Continent is not that big. We ought to be close. Once we found the Four-Corner Mountain, we can find the Four-Corner Village," said Yi Futian. This was what Li Chongqing wanted. Once he had decided to come to the outside world for trials, Li Chongqing sent them directly to the Four-Corner Continent and told them to go to the Four-Corner Village. After Li Chongqing's breakthrough, he ended up in the Xianxia domain and heard some things. As for why Li Chongqing himself didn't escort them to the Four-Corner Village, it was because of the Four-Corner Continent's special status in Divine Prefecture. Donghuang the Great had ordered that those of the master level may not be allowed to step onto the Four-Corner Continent. In addition, there was another rule in Four-Corner Village. Private fights were strictly forbidden inside the village except between the villagers. Outsiders who dared to harm the others inside the village would be killed without exception. Some said it was because Donghuang the Great once cultivated in the Four-Corner Village. Others said it was because of the special nature of the Four-Corner Village. In any case, no one would dare to disobey the great emperor's command. Because of this sparsely populated, remote continent was full of mystery in the eyes of the world. Its lofty position even warranted the personal attention of the great emperor himself. Because of the Four-Corner Continent's special nature, buildings were not allowed here, so the entire continent was a series of endless mountains and plains. There were no cities and human traces were rarer still. Only in the void were there people who may be traveling through from time to time. "Little Condor, you can follow the others if you don't know the way," Yi Futian whispered. "Understood." Little Condor nodded slightly as he expanded his consciousness to sense that people from different directions were all moving toward one direction. He understood that, by keeping up with the others, those who came from the Xianxia domain would be more familiar with the direction than they were. Before long, a mountain appeared in front of them, and a special aura seemed to linger there. The entire mountain range seemed elusive, with celestial mists all around it. "There's a pressure of the great path. Go down," Yi Futian commanded. Those in the distance were swooping down as well, and the black-winged condor could feel the mysterious pressure of the great path in this area. It permeated between heaven and earth as if it was everywhere, forcing him to go lower. Yi Futian, after swooping down, came to the foot of the mountain. There was a winding mountain road in front of him, leading all the way to the top. The scenery on the mountain was breathtaking. There was a stone tablet halfway up the mountain engraved with a few words, "Four-Corner Village." After the stone tablet, there was a staircase. The staircase could only accommodate one person at a time as it was very narrow, with mountain walls on both sides. From top to bottom, there was a mysterious atmosphere permeating downward. It was no easy task to gain entry through this staircase. At the entrance to the four-corner village, only a passageway could be seen. The four-corner village was invisible from the outside. Only by traveling through that passageway could one enter the village. According to Xianxia, the order of the Great Path from these four corners was different from that of the outside world, and there was a divine relic inside. It was said that this passageway could not be crossed by those who did not possess great luck. Failure to pass through meant that it was impossible to enter the four-corner village. "I should probably wait for you guys down here," Beigong Ao said to Yifutian. Although he was already a Renhuang of the 8th realm, he knew his own ability. If it were really as Li Changxing described, it would be impossible for him to enter the four-corner village. "There's no harm in trying. The place won't hurt anyone," Yifutian continued. "Perhaps you have great luck." "Sure." Beigong Ao nodded. What Yifutian said seemed to be reasonable enough. Perhaps just following Yifutian was a kind of luck in itself. One in front of them, two groups of people had arrived. Standing in front of the tablet, there were not so many people from either side, but each one of them had an extraordinary temperament, outstanding in their own ways. It was easy to discern that they were unusual figures in a glance. They walked directly toward that narrow passageway, one after the other, moving upward. Suddenly a mysterious aura spread out from the passageway as celestial mist enveloping them all. "Let's go up too," said Yifutian as he walked up the mountain road. He looked up at the passageway and stepped onto the stone steps. Yifutian was in the front, with Xia Qingyuan and the others following behind. This passage did not bring them any pressure. Except for those mysterious currents flowing around them, there was nothing particular. Yifutian's steps were incredibly light when he thought it would be difficult. In fact, it couldn't be easier as they steadily moved forward. It was the same for Xia Qingyuan and the others. They went up easily. Even Beigong Ao and Beigong Shuang were following behind without difficulty. Above the passageway there was a stone village. The paths inside the village were very ancient, made of blue stones. The houses themselves also looked as if they had been through a lot. However, the village was spotless and tidy, with a good many ancient trees all around. At this time, many were walking along the road. Besides them, there were bright red maple trees in full bloom, which instantly colored the sky a crimson red. People in the village were not surprised by this, and occasionally, someone would look into the distance, sensing that someone else had entered the passageway. However, the red maple leaves kept blooming and became more radiant. Gradually, some stopped to look at the ancient trees and saw what had withered on the maple tree began blooming again. They were increasing in volume as well as beauty. "Another lucky newcomer is here." A hunched old man walked over with a smile. Wherever he passed, the red maple trees were in full bloom. Flowers covered the ground. It didn't take long for all the red maple trees in the entire village to come alive. The entire mountain was covered in red leaves to form a most beautiful sight. Many people walked out of their houses to look at the ancient trees inside the village. Their eyes betray the disturbance they felt inside. Soon, a bright red light bloomed over the village, coloring the sky a beautiful crimson red. The flowers bloomed everywhere, and red maple leaves cover the ground. "Who has entered the village to cause such an extraordinary sight?" An old man narrowed his eyes and murmured. "What a strong aura!" Someone commented again. It seemed that there would be honored guests arriving in the four-corner village. At this time, in front of a private study in the village, many sat here, listening to the preaching of an old man in front of them. The old man had an immortal aura about him. It was as if he was not from this world. He glanced at the sky and then looked into the distance. Suddenly, with his body as the center, a divine light lingered and rendered his visage with solemnity. This had not happened for many years. Many people were entering the village this time, but the sky was full of a red glow for the first time. He still vaguely remembered the last time when visions like this appeared and who was the person that came. Now, he was already a well-known figure in the world. This time, who would it be again? In front of the private school were teenagers. Their gazes were all fixed on the strange phenomenon. Their gazes were pure. In a low voice, someone said, "It is so beautiful. This is the first time I have seen such a thing. Sir, I heard that divine phenomena are miracles that only appear when a person of great destiny enters the village. Do you know who has arrived?" A youth asked. The teacher of the private school retracted his gaze as he looked at the group of youths. He smiled as he shook his head and said, "I do not know yet. After the person enters the village, won't we all know?" The youths all smiled. They knew that their teacher was joking with them. "Sir, may we go to the entrance of the village to take a look?" Someone suggested. I also want to go take a look." The youths were quite young. They were at the age where they were full of curiosity. One by one they got up. Strange light flowed over their bodies. In an instant, divine light flowed in the space. It was dazzling beyond comparison. The maple tree in the private school similarly radiated with its most beautiful red maple. "Sit down," the elder instructed sternly. The youths immediately whimpered and sat down obediently, their heads lowered. They seemed to be afraid of the elder. "Let's continue our lesson," the elder said nonchalantly, as though nothing had happened at all. It was as though he had not seen the phenomenon in the village. When the youths saw the teacher acting this way, they hung their heads in disappointment and sat there obediently. They quickly returned to their routine. Sounds could be heard coming from the private school. Outside of the private school, the villagers who heard the sound would look towards the private school. Brilliant golden light shone from there. It was as though countless runes were floating in the sky. Unlike in the private school, many villagers gathered together in the direction of the entrance. Right now, at the entrance of Four Corner Village, there were many figures. Aside from the villagers, there were also cultivators from the outside. It was very easy to differentiate between the two parties. Regardless of who they were, the villagers all wore very plain clothes. In the village, there was no extravagant clothing. As for the people from the outside, anyone who could enter Four Corner Village was no ordinary person. Hence, their clothes were very fancy, and they had extraordinary temperaments. Therefore, the difference between the two parties was very obvious. Anyone could tell them apart at a glance. Finally, a group of people entered the village from an entrance ahead. There were only two of them. One was a handsome youth, while the other was an elder who was following behind him quietly. Seeing such a pair, the villagers could roughly guess where they were from. The youth should be from a major force while the elder was his servant. For only one person to be accompanying the youth meant that the elder was no ordinary servant. He was definitely an incredible figure. Of course, the youth also had very powerful cultivation. With his temperament, he seemed unique as he stood there. The youth was not too surprised upon seeing such a crowd. His expression was calm as he swept a glance over them. He also gazed at the phenomenon in the sky. Seeing this, he seemed to have a faint smile. Clearly, he was not unfamiliar with Four Corner Village. At least before he came here, he already knew much about this place. "He has also come," the outsiders around said as they revealed strange expressions when they saw the youth. However, they returned to normal immediately. The competition was very fierce. The people who arrived were more and more outstanding. Now, even this person had appeared in Four Corner Village. No wonder divine phenomena and red maple filled the skies. "Who are you, and where are you from?" a villager asked. Some outsiders knew who this youth was, but the villagers did not. "My surname is Lu. I am from the upper 9 heavens," the youth said. The members of Four Corner Village revealed strange expressions when they heard him say this. His surname is Lu. He was from the upper 9 heavens. In the Xianxia domain, a cultivator who dared claimed that his surname was Lu in such a tone could only come from one clan. The other party was not only from the upper 9 heavens of the Xianxia domain. He was from the upper 3rd heaven. The villagers did not know much about the outside world. However, they were very familiar with the giant-level forces of the Xianxia domain. They were closely related to the villagers. "Would you be willing to be a guest at my place?" a villager came forward and asked. Many other villagers also extended their invitations. They seemed to hope that the youth would head over to their homes. However, the youth did not answer. Although many people invited him to do so, he still stood there quietly, seemingly waiting for something. At that moment, a person walked out of the crowd. This person similarly appeared very ordinary. He looked at the youth and said, "My surname is Fong. I have a son who is now attending the private school in the village. If we were to have a guest at home, it would certainly liven up the place." The youth looked at the other party. Their eyes met, and the youth replied with a smile, "Then, I am sorry for intruding. Please, this way." The other party invited as he gestured with his hand. Then, the few of them left together. There is someone else. After they left, the crowd saw another group of silhouettes emerge. This time, the leader was a woman. She was exceptionally beautiful and extremely enchanting. And Ruosu, someone else recognized this woman when she appeared. She was also an extraordinary figure. Just like before, many people invited her to their homes, but this woman also made the same decision. Many of the villagers began to disperse. However, many outsiders remained standing there. They looked at the figures as they left. Someone said, "The two of them have come. It is going to be exciting this time. This will make it interesting," a group of people said as they left. Red maple leaves were still in full bloom, as enchanting as fire. The members of Four Corner Village were discussing who these red maples had bloomed for. Was it for the extraordinary youth from Upper Third Heaven, or an Ruosu, who was a peerless beauty? Not long after they left, another group of people appeared from the glimmer of sky and stood at the entrance of the village. It was Yi Futian's group. Nearby, there were still a number of people around. They looked over in the direction of Yi Futian's group. They could not help but reveal strange looks. There were actually even more people arriving. This group seemed to have quite a number of members. Yi Futian similarly sized up this mountain village. He looked up. Red maple covered the sky. The laws that governed this entire world seemed to be different from the outside world. This is a small, independent world, Yi Futian thought to himself. From the outside world, one could not see Four Corner Village at all. Only by passing through the glimmer of sky could one reach this place. It was truly a mysterious land. Legend also has it that Donghuang the Great once cultivated in Four Corner Village. At that moment, someone walked over with their hands behind their back. He looked at Yi Futian's group and asked, "Who are you, and where are you from?" "I am Yi Futian from the Donghua domain," Yi Futian answered. The other party looked at him with a bizarre expression. Yi Futian was actually a person from beyond the domain. He seemed to have come here to obtain fateful encounters. However, how could such things be so easily obtained? He did not say anything and turned to leave. After the others heard what Yi Futian said, they also did not pay much attention to him and turned to leave. They thought that this group was here for the same reason as the two previous individuals, but it seems that they were thinking too much. Yi Futian could not make sense of the situation. He walked forwards quietly. The divine phenomenon caused the village sky to be covered with red maple leaves. It made this place feel as though it was beyond this world. It was very beautiful. In the streets, figures would appear from time to time and size him up curiously. However, they would then turn and leave. Yi Futian recalled what Li Chongxing told him. He had a basic impression of the Four Corner Village. He also knew that outsiders would enter Four Corner Village every now and then to seek the way. These outsiders were also not ordinary figures. The glimmer of sky was not ordinary either. Li Chongxing said that it was rumored that only those with great destinies could pass through the glimmer of sky and enter the Four Corner Village. However, Yi Futian did not have too strong a reaction to this. He even suspected that Li Chongxing might have been misinformed or that the rumors had been exaggerated. After all, his entire group was here. It was as simple as climbing a flight of stairs. They walked up the glimmer of sky without sensing any pressure. "Where are we headed next?" Xia Qingyuan asked gently beside him. Elder brother said that in order to enter the village, we need the villagers to accept us in. However, from the looks of it now, there does not seem to be anyone here to welcome us. Yi Futian replied in a low voice. The villagers were the masters of Four Corner Village. Here, outsiders needed to obey the rules. Even combat was absolutely forbidden in the village. Just now, when we entered the village, someone approached us. They must dislike us because we are from the Donghua domain. No one is willing to take us in, Chani mumbled. Yifutian looked at him and asked, "Are you familiar with the laws of the village?" "I have heard some things," Chani responded. Yifutian revealed a strange expression. This fellow truly did not reveal his secrets. He actually knew so much about the village. Even now, Yifutian felt that Chun-Yi was mysterious. However, Chun-Yi indeed treated him well. He was also too lazy to dig up Chun-Yi's secrets, allowing Chun-Yi to maintain his mysterious side. "Would you mind sharing what you know?" Yifutian said. Chun-Yi told Yifutian, "For Corner Village is a mysterious place. It is a world on its own. Rumors claim that it possesses a divine relic and that there are outstanding people here. There are many cultivators with exceptional talents here. They were born with bodies of Wei. Some outsiders claimed that the gods blessed Four Corner Village. Like the ancestors in ancient times, anyone who awakened their spirit roots was a natural cultivator. Once they left this place, they would become extraordinary figures in the outside world. Hence, many major figures came from the village. This caused Yifutian to reveal a strange look. Top forces possessed divine items that could aid cultivators in forging flawless divine wheels of the Great Path. However, from what Chun-Yi was saying, it was completely different for the village. This place was like the world before the collapse of the Great Path. It was a holy land blessed by the grace of the gods. Once one awakened to their talent, they would naturally be born with bodies of Wei and spirit roots. This might mean that they had similar cultivation with Yifutian and were also people born with flawless great paths. However, it is both a blessing and a curse, Chun-Yi continued explaining. Although the village is blessed, it is rare to come across someone who can truly awaken their talents. Many people also died early on in their cultivation journey. Many of them do not manage to live more than a few decades. Rumor has it that their bodies exploded while they were cultivating. Hence, Four Corner Village gradually came up with the rule that aside from an extremely select few, other people are not allowed to cultivate. The others will live ordinary lives. Therefore, there are many ordinary people in the village without cultivation. Yifutian nodded his head slightly. He also noticed this issue. Most of the villagers were extremely ordinary people. It was as though they were villagers in an extremely rural area. The name Four Corner Village was indeed appropriate for this place. It might be that the place was named Four Corner Village precisely due to this deeper meaning to its name. That meant that the prohibition established by Donghuang the Great intended to protect the villagers. If that is the cause, what way are we seeking in the village? Yifutian inquired. "This is also my first time here," said Chun-Yi with a smile as he shrugged his shoulders. Yifutian did not know whether he did not want to reveal this, or he truly did not know. At that moment, on the stone streets ahead, there was a young girl with a ponytail. She hopped over towards them. Yifutian looked ahead and saw that the young girl was around her early teens. She was not considered an absolute beauty, but her face was pleasing to look at. She wore very simple clothes that were surprisingly clean. Her eyes were especially intelligent. She walked up to Yifutian and stopped not far from him. Her clear eyes sized up Yifutian's group. She seemed curious about them. As she looked at Yifutian, she glanced over at Xianxia, who was standing to the side. Her gaze leapt between the two of them. She then mumbled, "They are so good-looking." Yifutian and Xianxia's appearances did not need to be mentioned. No villager could compare with them. However, there were many outstanding figures among the outsiders. For instance, the two parties who arrived before Yifutian's group also stood out from the crowd. "Little sister, do you need anything?" Xianxia asked gently. This little girl was very pleasing to look at. She was lively and full of vigor. "No one wants to take all of you in?" the young maiden asked in a low voice. Children said what they like, but her words stunned Yifutian's group. They then shook their heads and smiled bitterly. They appeared pathetic. Yifutian replied as he nodded his head. That seems to be the case. The villagers appeared to be exceptionally honest, completely different from the people in the outside world. Then all of you can come to my place, the young maiden said with a smile. Yifutian nodded his head as he looked at the sincere smile of the other party and said, All right, will your family members allow us in? My grandfather will certainly agree, the young girl said innocently with a smile. Then, what about your parents? Yifutian continued asking. The sparkle in the young maiden's eyes seemed to dim a little when she heard Yifutian say this. However, she immediately returned to normal and answered, I don't have parents. Yifutian was stunned. As he peered into the innocent eyes of the little girl, he fell silent for a while. Let's go then, said the young maiden. She did not seem to mind. She led the way ahead and said, My name is Ma Ling. The villagers call me Ling. Ling, Yifutian muttered to himself. Yup, the little girl responded. She turned around and smiled at Yifutian and the others as she said, I cannot remember my parents. From what my grandfather told me, not long after I was born, they cultivated in secret without telling master. Something happened after that, and now only grandfather and I are left. Master? Yifutian asked. Ling answered as she nodded her head. Master is master. Everyone in the village listens to him. If master says someone can cultivate, that person can cultivate. If he says they can't, they can't. Master once told my parents that they couldn't cultivate, but they did not listen. That is why grandfather told me to listen to what the master says and not cultivate. When Yifutian heard her say this, he immediately understood. That meant that Ling was one of the villagers who could not cultivate, just like Chun-Yi mentioned before. It appeared that things were just as Chun-Yi described them to be. It was both a blessing and a curse. For Corner Village was blessed by the grace of the gods. Yet, it was also cursed that only a select few could cultivate. As for the master who Ling referred to, he was most likely an extraordinary figure. Yifutian followed Ling to where she lived, which was a simple small courtyard. Out in the yard, an old man sat quietly on a chair, who seemed to be quite leisurely and at ease. Grandpa! Ling called out while she was still a way off. The old man looked in their direction, assessing Yifutian and those who were following behind Ling. Yifutian saw the old man but did not detect any aura from him, only that he appeared ancient. We have guests. He slowly stood up from his seat, crouching slightly. He did not appear to be particularly mobile. Those eyes looked a little muddy as he looked in Yifutian's direction. Please sit, grandfather. Yifutian stepped forward and said. There were many ordinary folks in the village, so this old man must be one as well. The old man looked around 80, but Yifutian himself was not much younger in reality. Strictly speaking, it was not appropriate for him to address the man as grandfather, but this was his way of showing respect. If it were based strictly on actual age, perhaps, it would be more appropriate to call him older brother. But in the world of cultivation, age was the most unimportant factor, and no one cared much about it. I'm fine. Seeing Yifutian being courteous, the old man waved his hand. Please come in and sit down. Thank you, elder, replied Yifutian. Just call me Old Ma, the old man said with a smile, leading Yifutian and the others inside the house. Yifutian would temporarily settle down here. The place where Yifutian settled down seemed quiet, which only juxtaposed the liveliness of the two parties that arrived before him. In addition, more people were entering the Four Corner Village after them every day. Gradually, the Four Corner Village became quite high-spirited. After Yifutian got acquainted with Old Ma and Little Ling, he decided to walk around the village to orient himself with its layout. Old Ma asked Little Ling to give Yifutian a tour of the village. As they walked on the bluestone streets inside Four Corner Village, he could see that even though the village was more lively than usual, it was still far from the prosperity most major cities had to offer. However, although the Four Corner Village did not have majestic landscapes, its general disposition was one of exquisite elegance. A clear river sat along the cobblestone streets, while small boats would occasionally sail on the river. Sometimes an acquaintance or two would stop and greet Little Ling, which was always met with an enthusiastic response from her. When they walked onto a bridge, a chubby middle-aged man came from the opposite direction and said, "Little Ling, Uncle Zhong." Little Ling responded. With a smile on his face, the man glanced at Yifutian and the others next to Little Ling and asked, "Guests? Well, this is Uncle Yi." Little Ling nodded. "From where?" the man inquired further. "From very far away." Uncle Yi said it was the Donghua domain. Little Ling didn't actually know where that was. She didn't have a clear idea about many things. The chubby man gave an assessing look at Yifutian and the others and continued, "Look good, but maybe not so useful. Did old Ma pick? Grandpa asked me to go and see. That's how I met Uncle Yi and the others," replied Little Ling. "Old Ma is way too careless," the chubby man said with some disbelief. "Each house has only one quota, and you guys gave it away so easily." He shook his head as he walked on by. When he passed Yifutian, he was still mumbling, "After all, they just don't know what's good for them. Too bad now that Fong family has got their boy and the cooperation of the Lu family. They will probably have the best chance. Although you don't understand, there was a chance to choose someone known in our Xianxia domain. No need to waste it on these people." He was not afraid to anger Yifutian and the others. In this four-corner village, outsiders were absolutely forbidden to do anything violent. No one had dared to break this rule in all these years. It was an order from Donghuang the Great himself. Furthermore, he believed that even if someone dared to violate the rule and did something in this village, the violators would not be able to get out of the village alive, even without Donghuang the Great lifting his little finger. "Uncle Yi, don't mind him." After the chubby man left, Little Ling raised her head. Her clear eyes filled with innocence. "I won't." Yifutian smiled and put a hand on Little Ling's shoulder, saying, "Let's continue our walk." "Good." Little Ling nodded with a smile as she forged forward. This village was not that big, nor was it small. Yifutian and the others walked for quite a while before they came to a grand mansion. Someone shouted, "Ling!" Little Ling turned around and saw that the person calling her was a teenager dressed neatly, which, in this village, was considered a luxury. He had a smile on his face and possessed an extraordinary temperament. There was even a faint wisp of aura coming out of him, indicating that he was a cultivator. What's more surprising was that at such a tender age, his cultivation was considerable. Yifutian understood that those in the four-corner village were either unable to cultivate, or if they could, they would be someone with extraordinary talent. This young man was clearly someone gifted in cultivation. "Brother Fong Siwen," Little Ling called out. Her voice was a little tentative. She seemed a little self-conscious in front of the boy. The boy was named Fong Siwen, and his eyes showed some contempt. He glanced at Yifutian and the others and said, "Little Ling, come over here for a second." Little Ling bowed her head as she walked next to his side, and she heard Fong Siwen say to her, "There are so many people who have entered the village recently, and you guys are too careless in picking them up. Was this your grandfather's idea?" Little Ling still hung her head as Fong Siwen pulled her around and walked inside the house. Upon entering the house, Little Ling felt a faint sense of coercion and saw a middle-aged man stood quietly in front, looking at them. There were quite a few people behind the middle-aged man, and next to him there was an extraordinary young man. "Grandpa Fong," Little Ling said. The Fong family was different from theirs. The Fong family was well known in the four-corner village because they had produced some powerful characters. Now their descendant, Fong Siwen, was also extremely talented. He was studying at the private study with the teacher. He was a favorite. Moreover, Little Ling had heard from the villagers that Fong Siwen's father was now mighty in the outside world. But as for the specifics, it was not something that she could have known. The Fong family could pick anyone who entered the village, and no one would refuse their invitation. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and looked at Little Ling, saying, "Little Ling, did your grandfather invite those people?" "I guess so. Grandpa heard that someone came to the village, so he asked me to check it out, and if there was an opportunity to invite these people to our house," Little Ling replied. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and said, "Very well, you may go." "Sure thing, Grandpa Fong." After Little Ling left, Fang Xuan looked at her, walking away as he asked the middle-aged man, "Grandpa, why do you ask little Ling these things?" The middle-aged man did not respond. He looked at the young man next to him and heard the young man whisper, "I heard that this man came a long way from the Donghua domain. He may have come to Four Corner Village to try his luck. I heard that because he had entered the village at the same time as the ones named Lu and so he was kind of overlooked. Yes, because of the people in front, they were completely passed over." The middle-aged man next to him nodded. This surprised the young man, and he asked, "What do you mean?" The neglect they referred to seemed to be somewhat different in meaning. "Do you know the rules of the passageway?" the middle-aged man asked. "Yes, those without great luck may not enter," the young man responded. The middle-aged man nodded. "I have observed these so-called people of great luck over the years. Generally speaking, cultivators with a perfect great path may enter the passageway, while those who do not will find it difficult to get in, having a very slim chance of doing so." When the young man heard his words, he was contemplating as his eyes showed some disturbance, as if he had thought of something. "How many people in the group outside possessed the perfect great path?" the middle-aged man continued. "If all of them were, then it would be kind of alarming. There are so many cultivators with perfect great path. It would be difficult for the top forces of the Xianxia domain to exert their powers." "That's not possible," the young man murmured. "If not, then it's even more concerning," said the middle-aged man. His eyes narrowed slightly. The young man looked at him and heard the middle-aged man continued. "Someone with enough luck can shelter the others to enter into the village without being felt by the others. If one man took them into the village, that meant that one man's luck was extremely strong. It's not clear yet who caused the phenomenon of the blooming red maples." The young man next to him suddenly looked very solemn. Before, everyone believed that it was caused by one of two men, or more precisely, that young man named Lu. After all, he had a greater reputation in the outside world. His talent was said to be extraordinary. But listening to what the middle-aged man said, it might be possible that it was not because of that person or even in Ruosu, but another previously unknown person. "Old Ma isn't old at all." The middle-aged man squinted his eyes. Was this all a coincidence? Yifutian continued following little Ling to stroll around Four Corner Village. They came to a street where the houses were grouped densely together. This was Four Corner Street, which was the center of Four Corner Village. They met many people here. There were villagers as well as outside visitors. None of these people from the outside seemed to be simple characters, Beigong Ao muttered. Those who could enter the Four Corner Village are all people with great luck. As far as I know, only those cultivators with perfect great path may have such luck. Therefore, the cultivators we see in Four Corner Village are most likely on the same level as Ling He, Yan Dongyang, Goddess Taihua, Zhang Yueli, and Qin Qing. Naturally, all of them are more than meets the eye, Chan Yi said lazily. Beigong Ao nodded, but he was still a little confused, asking, "Then, how did I get in? How should I know?" Chen Yi shrugged. "Maybe you are also a person of great luck." Beigong Ao glanced at Yifutian. Since he had gotten to know Yifutian, he had indeed gone through some great changes. Strictly speaking, he indeed had some great luck. "Uncle Yi, I will take you guys to the private study," Ling said. "Where is that?" Yifutian asked. "The place where the teacher teaches. It is a pity that I can't go there to study." Ling's eyes dimmed a little. Yifutian was a little curious about this teacher already, so he didn't oppose going to see him. They walked along Four Corner Street until they came to the end, where a wall appeared. In Yifutian's eyes, this wall seemed to be shining with a strange light, glittering with gold. At the other end of the wall, the voice of preaching could be heard faintly. Yifutian perceived an unusual aura. He raised his eyes and was able to see through everything with his divine eyes. He saw golden characters appeared in the sky above. It was as if every character had the deafening divine sound of the great path within it. This, Yifutian's eyes revealed his shock. This was the first time he had seen such a marvelous sight. Not only him, but the cultivators around him all felt something unusual. Their eyes lit up, slightly surprised. Who was this teacher teaching in the private study? The teacher must be giving some great lecture. Ling looked forward enviously. At this moment, the rays of light gradually dissipated, and the voice inside stopped, followed by some whispers. After a few moments, some people started walking out from both sides of the wall. They were a group of youths, some older and some younger. The youngest may have only been 7 or 8. It wasn't a big group, but these young people were probably the ones who possessed the greatest luck of all in Four Corner Village. Ling had said that she was not allowed to cultivate, and even if she was allowed to cultivate, it might cause trouble later on down the road. This meant that these were all people who had the ability to cultivate. Moreover, they were born with the hidden great path and were different from the others. As long as they continued to cultivate, they would all become extraordinary figures in the future. Yifutian also discovered an interesting phenomenon. The villagers in Four Corner Village were easy to identify. Most of them dressed plainly in humble clothing, while a few in this group dressed lavishly and appeared different from the others. It seemed that some in Four Corner Village had close contact with the outside world. Otherwise, there would not have been such luxurious clothing inside the village. It stood to reason that the villagers inside Four Corner Village had different backgrounds, as proven before by the exchange Yifutian had with the Fong family. Ling, a youth of about 12 or 13, was walking toward them. The boy had an honest but childish face, and he was quite large for his age. Although he was still young, one could see how burly the boy would become. For this reason, he looked more mature than the rest and would probably grow up to be a big guy. For Corner Village itself wasn't extensive, so most people in the village knew each other well. "Brother Tai Tu," little Ling called out with a smile. The young man that was called Tai Tu scratched his head, looking particularly good-natured. "Tai Tu, do you get shy when you see little sister Ling?" The teenage boy next to him joked. These young guys were tender in age but quite precocious. Tai Tu suddenly blushed as they kidded him and said to little Ling, "Ling, are they the guests of your house?" Little Ling nodded and introduced, "This is Uncle Yi and Sister Xia." "Hello, Uncle Yi," Tai Tu said. He looked at Xianxia and asked, "Is Sister Xia a goddess?" Xianxia was stunned for a moment, but then smiled softly and said, "Not at all. How could someone not a goddess be this pretty?" Tai Tu scratched his head and made all the other teenagers laugh. "Dumbass." A nicely dressed young boy of the same age spoke up now, which attracted the attention of many. The youth was blessed with good looks, and at a young age, he had a majestic temperament that was rarely seen. "You are not." The boy named Tai Tu glared at the other youth. The youth with the majestic temperament didn't pay any attention to anyone else but Yifutian and Xianxia. Although he was young, he didn't have the slightest fear of strangers, nor was he nervous at all. One could even say that he was scrutinizing Yifutian and his companions. From this, one could see the arrogance and defiance of the youth. "My brother said that many cultivators from the outside are like this. The women don't have to be goddesses to be pretty." The boy looked at them and continued, "As far as I know, there were 2 other groups of people that entered the village before them, and one of them was the genius talent Lu Qixing of the Lu family from the 3-layer continent in the Xianxia domain, and the other one was in Ruosu. We saw the red maples blooming when we were in the study, and y'all know who had invited those 2 to their house. No one cared about these people when they entered the village, and that's why they went to Old Ma's house. So what's the big deal?" The youth who spoke seemed rather keen. Ling hung her head, and though she felt she was being wronged, what the boy said was the truth, so she dared not argue. The boy's family held extraordinary status in Four Corner Village and was a favorite of the teacher. In front of the other person, she appeared quite self-conscious. "I only know that teacher said all visitors who came to Four Corner Village are guests from far away. Not at all the buckets of trash that you are talking about." Tai Tu cursed in a low voice, looking displeased. The youth turned around slowly as he stared at Tai Tu, with an exceptionally sharp look in his eyes. "I'm not afraid of you if you want to fight." Tai Tu took a step forward. Even though he was young, there was a curious light that flowed upon his body. Like a wild beast, there was an oppressive force that appeared around him. Those from outside of Four Corner Village were not allowed to fight, but there was no such ban being placed on villagers. Would a blind blacksmith find it fit to fight with me? The young man responded carelessly, appeared nonchalant, and he didn't seem to care much about Tai Tu at all. You? Tai Tu felt a sudden rage when he heard what the other had to say. He growled like a tiger. However, at this moment, there were two more teenagers now stood behind the handsome boy, staring at him with a sneer. Enough! A voice came from behind the wall, and though Tai Tu was still angry, he quieted down when he heard this voice. He looked in the direction of the wall and said, "Sir, Muyun is being a jerk." Muyun? The voice inside spoke again, but before he could finish, Muyun bowed slightly towards the wall, saying, "Sir, Muyun misspoke. Please forgive me." "Don't do it again," said the teacher as Muyun nodded. He gave Tai Tu one last glance and turned to leave. Clearly, he didn't really think that he did anything wrong. It was only because the teacher had spoken that he admitted his wrongdoing. Furthermore, he only apologized to the teacher, not to Tai Tu. Yifutian had been watching quietly. Obviously, he would not pay much attention to what these youngsters had said. But he was a little surprised by the attitude of the teacher. The teacher should be someone with high standards, and his words should have great authority. However, he didn't criticize the boy's rudeness much, but merely chastised him casually. Was this the attitude he had toward the kids from Four Corner Village? "Ling, take Uncle Yi to my house for a visit," Tai Tu said to little Ling. Little Ling raised her head to look at Yifutian. It was then that Yifutian took his eyes off the wall and smiled at her, and nodded. "Sounds good." As they spoke, they turned to leave and headed towards the other side of Four Corner Street. Not long after, they came to a blacksmith's shop and saw a shirtless man with messy hair forging inside the shop. The sound of iron being forged could be heard. The man did not stop even when Yifutian and the others came over, and the sound of iron being struck was rhythmic. Upon listening more closely, the interval between each hammer strike was precise each time, not missing a beat. After a few moments, and only when the man was finished did he stop. He raised his head in Yifutian's direction, and that was when Yifutian saw his hollow eyes and realized that the man was actually blind. Only at this moment did Yifutian realize how nasty those remarks from Muyun were. The blind man was Tai Tu's father. Most villagers called him Blind Tai. He was used to the name and wasn't offended by it. As a result, his real name had been forgotten. "Tai Tu, are there guests here?" Facing Yifutian and the others, Blind Tai asked his son. "Dad, it's little Ling and her guests. She passed by and I invited her to come in," Tai Tu said to Blind Tai. "Uncle Tai," Ling greeted Blind Tai in a silvery voice. She was well acquainted with Blind Tai since her grandfather, Old Ma, visited him occasionally. According to her grandpa, her parents used to be dear friends with Blind Tai. Ling didn't remember much about her parents, but she was close to Blind Tai, as he treated her very well. She had also been playmates with Tai Tu since childhood. "Oh, it's little Ling." Blind Tai's voice became much gentler. He said, "I haven't seen you in a while. Is your grandpa in good health?" "Yes, grandpa is well," Ling nodded. "That's good. Old Ma hasn't come for some days," Blind Tai said. "Come, sit down. Your guests should feel free to have a seat if they don't mind my shabby house." "Not at all. We're sorry for disturbing you," Yifutian said. "Any friend of Old Ma is a friend of mine. Unfortunately, I'm blind and can't attend to you. Please suit yourselves." Blind Tai then turned to Tai Tu and said, "Tai Tu, pour some tea for our guests. No need to trouble you. I really like the ironware you forged. Can I look around?" Yifutian asked. "Sure." Blind Tai nodded. "Thank you very much." Yifutian walked into the blacksmith shop to check the ironware. He picked up a knife. Although it was only ordinary iron, the knife was perfectly hammered out, the cold glint off its shiny blades flashing a warning. Yifutian pulled a strand of his silver hair and dropped it from above the blade. The hair fluttered down and was immediately cut in half. Yifutian couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing knife!" "Not a big deal," Blind Tai said casually. Yifutian inspected the same kind of knives placed near the knife he just tested. Much to his surprise, all the knives achieved the same performance. This is superb craftsmanship. Yifutian expressed his admiration. Mr. Tai, how did you manage to forge these knives so perfectly and consistently? You can do the same thing after working in a blacksmith shop for decades, Blind Tai answered. He was saying that mastery came from experience. Yifutian cracked a smile but didn't reply. He turned his attention to other weapons. Chen Yi, on the other hand, had been standing not far from Blind Tai. He seemed to be rather curious about him and sized him up and down. Uncle Tai is the best blacksmith in the village. All the ironware we use is made by Uncle Tai. Ling chimed in. Then, she looked at Tai Tu and said, Tai Tu, you will be able to help Uncle Tai in the future when you acquire the skills from practice. I will. Tai Tu smiled fatuously and said, actually, practice is useful for other things too. What else can it do? Ling asked out of curiosity. Although she had heard of certain things in Four Corner Village, she didn't understand many of them because of her young age. She wanted to study and cultivate in a private school, but she didn't really understand its meaning. As far as she knew, her parents died as a consequence of cultivation, so she was particularly sensitive about it. I heard that a good cultivator can fly in the sky, drill into the ground, move the mountains, and fill up seas, Tai Tu said with a yearning look on his face. Then are you going to fly away from the village? Little Ling asked. That's okay. I will bring you with me. Two teenagers were chatting about a subject that they didn't understand. Blind Tai continued to forge the iron. Yifutian and Chen Yi didn't have anything else to do. So they said, Ling, we have been here for a while. Let's not disturb Mr. Tai any longer. All right. Ling nodded and stood up. Uncle Tai will go back now. Oka. Blind Tai nodded and said to Tai Tu, go send little Ling out. Certainly. Tai Tu nodded and stood up to lead the way. Even though he was still a teenager, he seemed to be growing into a responsible man already. Goodbye. Yifutian could tell that Blind Tai wasn't an enthusiastic host. He followed Tai Tu and little Ling and left the shop. Walking next to Yifutian, Chen Yi transmitted his voice directly to him. This man is not so simple. Why do you say that? Yifutian asked. I believe that practice makes perfect. But do you really think that a blind man can forge that kind of weapons? Chen Yi said. Besides, although the ironware is nothing but common items, they are absolutely the best. He would be a remarkable armorer if he knew how to cultivate. But I can't detect any trace of cultivation from him. Yifutian actually felt the same way as Chen Yi. That's why he is not simple. He might even be at a much higher cultivation level than you and me. Chen Yi replied with a smile. They communicated via voice transmission, so other people didn't hear their conversation. Yifutian seemed to be ruminating about it. The situation in Four Corner Village might be more surprising and complicated than he expected. Even an ordinary blacksmith was so powerful. Among the group of teenagers who came out of the private school earlier, the boy named Muyun appeared to have a high status. Tai Tu obviously wasn't highly respected in the village. But if Tai Tu's father really was a top-level cultivator like Yifutian and Chen Yi suspected, how powerful would Muyun and other teenagers' fathers be? Muyun seemed to be insinuating that his older brother was cultivating in outer realms. He wouldn't be so haughty and pompous if his older brother weren't an extraordinary cultivator. While Yifutian and the others were walking back, several teenagers suddenly popped up in front of them and blocked their path. The ringleader was Muyun, who Yifutian had seen earlier. Muyun Shu, what do you want? Tai Tu stared at the young man in front of him. Muyun Shu was his full name. Muyun was one of the most well-known and influential surnames in Four Corner Village. The teacher said you made a lot of progress recently. I wonder why a blind blacksmith's son can gain the teacher's praise. I'm here to test and see if you deserve his approval, Muyun Shu said with a disdainful look. The son of the blind blacksmith was commended by the teacher. It vexed Muyun Shu. Yifutian looked at the three teenagers in front of them and was surprised that they would pick a fight right here. He didn't like Muyun Shu. He realized that there seemed to be two different types of people in the village. One type of villager lived a quiet and secluded life. Muyun Shu belonged to the other one. As he expected, there were conflicts wherever people resided. Even teenagers couldn't rise above the cliché. He was similar when he was young. Good. Tai-Tu took a few steps forward and shielded Ling behind him. The light was glowing from his body as he released a bundle of domineering energy. Yi Futian even faintly sensed a bit of will might from the glowing light. Yi Futian was astonished. Tai-Tu was still in his teens and couldn't possibly comprehend the Great Path. The only exception Yi Futian had met was a person with the divine fetus of the Great Path. There was no way that Tai-Tu had understood the will of the Great Path. So it must be that he was born with this power. Perhaps his innate ability was activated for some special reasons. Did it happen in that private school? When Yi Futian was outside of the private school before, he saw that the sound inside turned into golden runes like the divine music of the Great Path. Muyun Shu darted a menacing look at Tai-Tu. Tai-Tu, they have more people. Don't fight with them. Ling hurried to say. Big Mouth. What an annoying orphan. Muyun Shu mocked her. Yi Futian frowned in displeasure. It was the second time this boy said such biting words. He was unscrupulous and ill-behaved at such a young age. Shut up. Tai-Tu bellowed in a frenzy. These hooligans, Beigong Ao said and stepped forward. Muyun Shu shot him a cold look and warned. You don't have the right to intervene in matters concerning Four Corner Village. Otherwise, you would be a dead man walking. Beigong Ao glared at Muyun Shu with frustration. How could a young man be so insolent? At this point, the crowd started to gather around them. Some young men wearing fine clothes were observing them quietly from afar. It seemed like a lot of people were watching the drama unfold with great interest. He is right. Stay out of our business, one man said offhandedly. The outsiders were also filled with curiosity about the young people in Four Corner Village. They might possess extraordinary talents themselves, but so did the young men in Four Corner Village who could cultivate. The number of cultivators who came from Four Corner Village in the Xianxia domain was relatively small, but all of them had gained considerable fame. Among the countless cultivators, 1 in 10 million might come to be a renhuang. The chance of becoming a prominent cultivator in the Xianxia domain was infinitesimal. Nevertheless, such a small village had produced several distinguished renhuangs who were well known in the Xianxia domain. This was definitely a land of miracles. There were plenty of rumors circling about this village. The top forces in the Xianxia domain all had some connections with Four Corner Village. They had been keeping a close eye on the situation inside the village. Of course, they would like to see what these young men were capable of. Muyun Shu, in particular, was from the Muyun family of Four Corner Village. He had an older brother who was a powerful figure in the outer realms. Outsiders had shown up in all directions on the street. They were all enjoying the exciting sight with an ambiguous smile. After all, it was only a group of teenagers. I can do it. Tai-Tu turned around and said to Yi Futian, Beigong Ao and others. Yi Futian recognized the determination in Tai-Tu's eyes and nodded to him. Beigong Ao also pulled back. Yi Futian raised his head and scanned the crowd gathered around them. He immediately noticed that none of them was common folks. These people acted like commoners in the village without raising any attention or suspicion. They didn't reveal their abilities here, while in fact, they were all renowned cultivators outside. Nevertheless, the villagers were not interested in them or impressed by their reputation. Since these people were living in Four Corner Village, they had to follow the rules of the village. Muyun Shu himself wasn't eager to fight. Instead, the two people by his side walked toward Tai-Tu. Infuriated, Tai-Tu stood in place like a fierce beast. As young as he was, he had formidable energy surging on his body which gave an idea of his strength. Buzz! The two young men launched the first attack. They rushed toward Tai-Tu with all haste like two bolts of lightning. One of them was flashing with silver light, and the other sounded like the howling wind. They reached Tai-Tu from both directions at the same time. One person pushed his hand forward while the other made a chopping motion as though he was using his hand as a blade. As they released their power, a faint and grating sound echoed in the air. Their attacks fell upon Tai-Tu simultaneously. Bang! At this moment, Tai-Tu emitted brilliant golden light from his body. As his burly figure became golden and shone brightly, it seemed like the divine light of the great path was glowing on him. The attacks from the two young men hit him but only made a crisp sound. He took a few steps back. Tai-Tu opened his arms and then stamped forward abruptly. Even the stone tiles on the ground cracked. A terrifying golden storm formed around them. With his arms open, Tai-Tu rushed forward and smashed the two young men in their chests. The two boys were pushed back immediately and fell hard on the ground. Blood streamed down from the corner of their mouths. Bang! Tai-Tu stamped his foot again. Countless golden rings of light began to wrap around his body from the top and encased him like a shell. The onlookers narrowed their eyes and watched the golden divine light descending from the void above. It was the energy of the Great Path. He was only a teenager who hadn't comprehended the power of the Great Path, nor did he understand how to utilize it. Nonetheless, he was born with the energy of the Great Path. Even the cultivators from the top forces felt jealous of his gifts. "Wonderful," someone said in a low voice. They had become immensely interested in a brawl between some teenagers. For Corner Village surely deserved its reputation. They started to understand why the cultivators who came from Four Corner Village could advance so fast. The villagers were blessed by the Great Path yet were also cursed by it. Few of them truly reached the pinnacle in the end. "Come on!" Tai-Tu glared at Muyun Shu in front of him and shouted. Muyun Shu stood still and stared at Tai-Tu, his eyes filled with impudence and arrogance. Then he walked over to Tai-Tu step by step. Looking at the golden rings of light coming from the void above, he thought to himself, "I really underestimated Tai-Tu. He has made quite some progress indeed." No wonder the teacher praised him. Buzz! Muyun Shu also gave off a brilliant golden light. The more frightening thing was that a magnificent pattern appeared behind Muyun Shu and started to display scary spectacles. It was a golden-winged giant pung bird. Each of its feathers looked like a dazzling divine sword. The golden-winged giant pung bird spread its wings as though it was hovering and soaring in the pattern. There were other big demon beasts as well. Kylan, Taotai, demonic dragon, and phoenix. But all the big demon beasts were slaughtered and annihilated wherever the golden-winged giant pung bird flew by as though it was the king of all the demonic beasts. It's the picture of the domineering golden pung bird. Everyone's eyes were glued to the scene. The Muyun family had the life spirit of the golden-winged giant pung bird and could form the horrifying picture of the domineering golden pung bird by birth. The cultivator from the Muyun family living in the outer realms had killed many of his peers on the strength of that. Rumor had it that there were 7 supreme divine techniques hidden in the divine relic in Four Corner Village. One of them owned the Muyun family. 3 were each owned by 3 different families. 1 was lost outside and taken by a top force in the outer realms. And the last 2 were still unknown to the world so far. It was also why cultivators from all around the Xianxia domain came to Four Corner Village ceaselessly over the years. On top of that, the visitors were all remarkable geniuses from top forces. Ordinary folks didn't even have a chance to come here. A young man like Muyun Shu could already summon such an extraordinary phenomenon. It was indeed a natural gift that made people envy. Buzz! A whirlwind abruptly swept this area. 2 feathered wings became visible behind Muyun Shu as though he had transformed into a young golden-winged pung bird. Flapping his wings, Muyun Shu vanished into thin air. Tai-Tu had a serious look on his face. He certainly knew how powerful Muyun Shu was. Muyun Shu was one of the best students of the teacher. Moreover, the Muyun family enjoyed a much higher status in Four Corner Village than his. That was why Muyun Shu was so haughty and insolent. Bang! Tai-Tu stamped the ground and smashed the stone tiles. He charged forward and raised his arm to throw a punch. However, a flash of golden divine light appeared, and the young golden-winged pung bird popped up in the sky above. Muyun Shu's body hovered in midair. He lowered his head and looked down at Tai-Tu's figure below, said, "You're too slow, Buzz." Before his voice away, he dove down, drawing a golden arc with his body. Tai-Tu looked up and threw another forceful punch at him. Nevertheless, he felt like he only hit the void. The next moment, Muyun Shu's golden wings slashed at Tai-Tu. With a scraping sound, Tai-Tu felt a sharp pain and was flung away. He fell on the ground, and the rings of golden light wrapped around his body were torn apart. He had a bad gash on his back that kept bleeding. Clenching his teeth, Tai-Tu bore the pain and didn't say a word. Tai-Tu! Little Ling rushed over to him and helped him up. Tai-Tu's bloodshot eyes were fixed on Muyun-Shu, who was still hovering in midair. Muyun-Shu spread his wings open like a young, arrogant war god. Yifutian didn't intercede and had been watching them quietly. He witnessed what Muyun-Shu was capable of and began to understand why he was so conceited. The young man certainly had his reason to feel good about himself. Judging by Muyun-Shu's performance just now, he was definitely one of the best cultivators of his age in the entire Divine Prefecture, let alone the small four-corner village. The top forces would fight hard for a genius like him. Even so, Yifutian detested Muyun-Shu's character. The young man didn't even show any mercy to his homeboy. Yifutian had no doubt that Muyun-Shu would use lethal force if allowed. "You know the result now. That's enough," said Yifutian. Muyun-Shu turned his head and darted a disdainful look at Yifutian. Then he turned back to Tai-Tu and spoke. "You have to ask him. Tai-Tu, I will let you off if you make way for me whenever you see me in the future." "In your dream." Tai-Tu stood up, his eyes blazing. Yifutian stepped forward, but someone said, "It's none of your business. You should stay out of Four Corner Village's affairs." Yifutian glanced at the man speaking. He was obviously an outsider as well. Yifutian didn't care and kept going forward. He went to Tai-Tu's side and said to Muyun-Shu, "You're schoolmates with each other. A sparring session is enough. Fuck off." Muyun-Shu scoffed at Yifutian in a contemptuous tone. "Mind your own business," someone else warned Yifutian. Chun-Yi surveyed the crowd and found this place more and more interesting. "Uncle Yi, I can still fight." Tai-Tu's eyes were tinged with blood. He stepped forward and glared at Muyun-Shu. "Don't think too highly of yourself." Then, he unleashed even more intense energy from his body. Beams of frightening golden divine light shone brilliantly. Tai-Tu. At this moment, a voice interrupted him. A blind man walked over to them from afar. It was Blind Tai, the owner of the blacksmith shop. "Dad." Tai-Tu looked in the direction of the voice. "Come back with me," said Blind Tai. Tai-Tu shot a look at Muyun-Shu, unwilling to give up. However, he had no choice since his father was standing next to him. He lowered his head and said to Little Ling, "Little Ling, I'm going back now." "Okay." Little Ling nodded. Tai-Tu walked toward his father. Blind Tai turned around and left while Tai-Tu quietly followed behind. Muyun-Shu looked at them and said, "It's not over yet." Blind Tai stopped and turned around to face Muyun-Shu. Muyun-Shu had a strange feeling that he was being stared at by a fierce beast, even though it was a blind man that couldn't actually see. To his surprise, he was ill at ease as fear rose in him. "Let's go." Blind Tai turned back and left with Tai-Tu. Muyun-Shu didn't stop them this time. He just stared at their receding figures with his frosty eyes. Yifutian gazed at Tai-Tu and Blind Tai's receding figures with a thoughtful look. He caught a trace of energy coming from Bling Tai in the short moment just now. That kind of energy made Muyun-Shu, an arrogant teenager, feel a thrill of fear. That was why he backed down. Just as Yifutian and Chun-Yi expected, Blind Tai was not an average blacksmith. On top of that, Muyun-Shu probably knew about it. Although Muyun-Shu was still a young man, he was not a simple-minded boy. Judging from his usual insolent and haughty attitude and how he asked Tai-Tu to get lost before, it was strange that he didn't dare to block Blind Tai's way. With Muyun-Shu's temperament, he was unlikely to let Blind Tai off easily if Blind Tai was only an ordinary blind man. Moreover, did Tai-Tu attempt to release his life spirit in the end? Tai-Tu controlled himself and held back his power because of Blind Tai's arrival. But he didn't seem ordinary either. Many people shifted their attention to Yifutian after Blind Tai and Tai-Tu were gone. Muyun-Shu glanced at Yifutian. His eyes were still filled with self-assured hubris and contempt. Although Muyun-Shu was surprisingly talented, Yifutian was not pleased with the young man's attitude. "It's best for you to leave the village as soon as possible." Muyunshu didn't show much fondness toward Yifutian. He warned him with a cold stare. Why is that? Yifutian looked at Muyunshu and asked. There is no why. I'm only offering my advice. It's up to you whether you listen or not. Then, Muyunshu turned around and walked toward a group of people who were scrutinizing Yifutian and Little Ling as though they were meddling outsiders who didn't belong here. Let's go. Yifutian looked at Little Ling, who was standing next to him, and reached his hand out to her. The situation around them seemed to have scared Little Ling a bit. She looked nervous and anxious. Upon seeing Yifutian's hand, she raised her head to look at him. The gentle smile on Yifutian's face brought her some peace. She placed her hand in Yifutian's palm. Yifutian beamed and started walking while holding her hand. Little Ling also cracked a smile. The wide grin on Yifutian's face seemed to be contagious. It calmed her down and even helped her overcome her stress and anxiety. Although they were surrounded by plenty of people, none of the onlookers stopped Yifutian and the others from leaving. What happened here today was a squabble between teenagers, which had nothing to do with Yifutian. Furthermore, outsiders were not allowed to pick a fight inside the village. Any visitor, regardless of their cultivation level, had to behave themselves in the village. The crowd slowly dispersed after Yifutian and Little Ling left. No one stayed around since the drama was over already. Yifutian didn't pay much attention to others. Along with Little Ling, he quietly walked on the stone-paved path in the village. At this point, he certainly realized that Four Corner Village was not an ordinary place. None of the young men studying in the private school was an average teenager, let one Muyunshu, who was an extremely talented boy. On top of that, Blind Tai was an exceptional man as well. Even Tai Tu was hiding some secrets. The voice of the teacher in the private school was like the divine music of the Great Path. Golden runes floated in midair when he was giving lessons. The entire village gave Yifutian a strange and mysterious vibe. It looked like that he needed some time to explore. A lot of people were whispering and gossiping while watching Yifutian walking through the village. What is old Ma thinking? What's the point of using a random guy to fill a rare opening? Exactly. Everyone else either invited prominent cultivators in the Xianxia domain, such as stars of the younger generation of the powerful forces, or cooperated with top cultivators from the outer realms to achieve a mutually beneficial result. This young man looks handsome and poised. I heard that he is not from the Xianxia domain. But what can he bring to old Ma? How will he compete with the others? The crowd chattered incessantly. Yifutian didn't fully understand some of the rules of Four Corner Village yet. He overheard people's conversation and decided to find a chance to ask old Ma about it when he got back. It's not old Ma's fault. The boy of the Ma family was quite good back in the day. It's a pity that he died so young. Old Ma only has Little Ling to keep him company now. He is not in good health either. Those top cultivators from the Xianxia domain probably don't want to stay in his family anyway. It looks like his family doesn't have the luck on their side. Although the villagers kept their voice low, their gossip and whispers were caught by Yifutian. Some people talked with compassion and sympathy, while some were simply gloating as if they were waiting to be amused by watching old Ma make a fool of himself. There was no shortage of this type of people anywhere. For Corner Village was no exception. Yifutian and the others returned to Little Ling's home. Old Ma was still sitting quietly by himself outside of the house and seemed quite relaxed. Grandpa! Little Ling walked over and buried her face in Old Ma's lap. Old Ma rubbed her head and asked in a gentle voice, "Who upset you?" Muyun. He bullied Tai Tu and was not polite to Uncle Yi. He even asked Uncle Yi to leave the village, said Little Ling. She explained her grievance to Old Ma since he was the only family she had in the village. That boy from the Muyun family is too impudent and conceited. Sooner or later he will learn his lesson. Just don't pay any attention to him, Old Ma said quietly. I didn't bother him. He blocked our way, said Little Ling. He also injured Tai Tu. How is Tai Tu doing now? Is he okay? Old Ma asked with concern. He is all right. Uncle Tai took him back, Little Ling answered. Old Ma nodded and replied, Tai Tu is a good boy. He will definitely have a bright future. Yes, I think so too. Tai said he will fly out of the village in the future. Little Ling said with an innocent smile. Perhaps she didn't know what a bright future meant yet. People in her age were still in a bewildered state about everything. I'm sure he will. Little Ling, you must be tired. You should go sleep, Old Ma said with a loving smile. All right. Little Ling stood up and turned back to speak to Yi Futian and the others. Uncle Yi, Sister Xia, you should get some rest too. We will. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. He was confused by the way she addressed them. He was fine with being called Uncle Yi. But why did she refer to Xia Qingyuan as a sister? Didn't that make him one generation older than Xia Qingyuan? After Little Ling was gone, Yi Futian looked at Old Ma and asked, Can I stay here to have a short chat with you? Have a seat. Old Ma nodded. Yi Futian casually sat down in a chair on the other side of the door next to Old Ma. Lounging in the chair, Yi Futian seemed to be at ease. He stared at the sky and asked, Little Ling took us to the blacksmith shop just now. We met Tai-Tu's father, who has extraordinary ability in forging weapons. Even though he can't see, he manages to produce flawless ironware. Do you know what happened to his eyes? What do you mean what happened? Are you asking how he lost his sight? Old Ma asked. Yes. Yi Futian nodded and said, It's been so many years. I don't remember what happened exactly. I think he was a little aggressive in his younger days and lost an eye during a fight with some other people. Old Ma cast his mind back to the past and answered, In that case, Mr. Tai knew about cultivation when he was young? Yi Futian continued asking. Old Ma lived in the same village and should more or less know something about blind Tai. Yi Futian had no reason to beat around the bush. He wanted to see how much Old Ma could tell him. Of course he knew about cultivation. Old Ma had no intention to hide the truth. He nodded and answered, Not only that, but blind Tai was quite good when he was young. Yi Futian looked at Old Ma by his side. Old Ma raised his head and stared at the sky, immersing himself in the memory. At that time, he was studying in the private school. The master liked him a great deal since he had extraordinary talents and remarkable abilities. Later on, just like you guys, some outsiders came to the village, including people from top forces in the Xianxia domain. They found him, treated him well, and formed a close relationship with him. They even took him in as a brother. So he followed them and left the village. Old Ma slowly told Yi Futian the story. After that, the villagers who had been outside told us that he gained great fame out there and was well known to countless people. He made a name not only for himself but also for Four Corner Village. However, it was, in fact, against the master's original wish. The master said that he shouldn't mention the village or spread our name when he was outside. Maybe the master knew that it would bring trouble to the village. Following that, the villagers heard some bad stories about him. He came back shortly after. He was covered in blood, lost his eyes, and was in pretty bad condition. The master saved his life and helped him recover. Ever since then, he became blind Tai and didn't like to talk to people anymore. He spends every day hammering out iron in the blacksmith shop. We later heard rumors that blind Tai was betrayed by his brothers, and his unique technique was also stolen. The only thing he managed to bring back after putting up a life-and-death fight was a child. That's Tai too. It sounded like a simple and even a little cliché story. But how many things actually happened behind this abbreviated version? Perhaps only blind Tai knew. It took Yi Futian by surprise that blind Tai from the blacksmith shop had such a story. No wonder he wasn't enthusiastic about their visit. Blind Tai probably wouldn't invite them into his blacksmith shop at all if not for Little Ling. He was certainly suspicious and distrustful of the outside visitors since he was betrayed by people like them back in the day. What kind of a person is the master? He doesn't want Four Corner Village to be famous. Yi Futian posed more questions. Little Ling, Tai Tu, and even the arrogant Muyun Shu were all extremely respectful of him. Old Ma still referred to him as the master, even at his age. Yi Futian hadn't heard anyone calling the teacher by his real name yet. The master has been in the village for many, many years. He is the protector of the village. When I was a kid, my grandfather told me that the master had been protecting the village ever since his grandfather was still alive. His grandfather's grandfather's grandfather said the same. No one knows how old the master is and how long he has been safeguarding the village. Everyone here, including people from those influential families, listens to the master. Old Ma continued. The master often says that good fortune follows upon disaster while disaster lurks within good fortune. For Corner Village is a special place and shouldn't be mentioned to the outside world. The villagers who left shouldn't come back either unless they are in a life or death situation. Once they are back, they are not allowed to leave again. The master spends every day teaching students. He has never left the village or even the school. No one actually knows him personally. But rumor has it that Four Corner Village was in danger many years ago due to its reputation. Outsiders swarmed in and tried to occupy the village until the master defeated them. After that, some big shot, who allegedly was the head of the Outer Realms, came and issued an order. Ever since that, no one dared to stir up trouble in the village. They have to behave themselves during their visits. Yifutia nodded. He, of course, understood who was the big shot Old Ma was referring to. Donghuang the Great Emperor was here. Donghuang the Great Emperor came and studied here. Then, he proved his path, unified the divine prefecture, and issued an injunction to protect Four Corner Village. That was why the village looked like this nowadays. Moreover, according to Old Ma, the master was the protector of Four Corner Village and never took an interest in the affairs of the Outer Realms. He didn't even concern himself with some conflicts that happened inside the village. Just like what Old Ma had said, no one actually knew the master personally. What did the outsiders want? Why was Blind Tai betrayed? What did they want to get from him? Yifutian grew more and more curious about the village. Since Old Ma didn't seem to mind his questions, he felt free to make more inquiries. It has something to do with the tale of the origin of the village, Old Ma explained unhurriedly. He turned his eyes to Yifutian and asked, "You didn't know anything about Four Corner Village before you came here?" Yifutian and his companions were probably the only people who didn't know the village's history. The other cultivators in the Xianxia domain all had a thorough knowledge of the legend. After all, Four Corner Village was a famed place in the Xianxia domain. Even though common folks might not be aware of it due to its remote location, the top forces in the Xianxia domain were very familiar with the village. I came from the Donghua domain under a senior's recommendation. Indeed, I don't know much about the village, said Yifutian. Old Ma nodded slightly. He lounged on the chair and gazed at the sky and said, "Although the village is only a small village, there is a rumor circulating. The world was operating under a different order millions of years ago. Many gods controlled the forces of nature at that time. One of them was called God Sifang. He presided over a vast land and established the Four-Corner Divine Nation, which Four Corner Village used to be in ancient times. Of course, many people don't believe that, but people living in the village convinced themselves even if they had doubts. Who doesn't like to have a splendid history? Besides, Four Corner Village really is a magical place. You can treat this as a story regardless of its veracity." "Yes," Yifutian nodded. "According to the legend, the god of the Four-Corner Divine Nation assigned 7 people as the Lord Protectors. Because of their different aptitudes, God Sifang taught them each an extremely powerful technique. Together, they were called the 7 Great Divine Techniques and were handed down to later generations. Although it's hard to know whether the legend was true, the 7 Great Divine Techniques do exist. People in Four Corner Village may be born with different abilities. Some people are blessed by their ancestors and have an innate talent for one of the divine techniques. They said that some of the divine techniques were lost, but some are still here in the village. The Muyun family that little Ling told you about before possesses one of the divine techniques. They are born with the life spirit of the golden-winged giant Peng bird and have incredible speed. Rumor has it that one of the 7 Lord Protectors had the golden-winged giant Peng bird as his personal mount. Maybe the Muyun family has that bloodline." Yifutian listened quietly. Although Old Ma was talking about the Muyun family, he couldn't help thinking about Blind Tai. Could it be that Tai Tu's father also inherited one of the divine techniques, the divine hammer of the Protector? It's said to come from one of the Lord Protectors who received a divine hammer of the Protector from God Sifang and inspired awe throughout the world with his tremendous strength. Therefore, Both Tai Tu and his father were born with extraordinary strength. Old Ma continued, I also heard that a treasure that took blind Tai decades to forge, along with the divine technique, was taken away from him by the people who betrayed him. The story took Yi Futian by surprise. He was present when Muyunshu showed off his ability. Muyunshu was only a young man yet was already able to unleash incredible power. Obviously, it was an extraordinary technique. Still, Yi Futian was amazed by the story behind it. That being the case, Tai Tu also wanted to display his skill before his father stopped him. Muyunshu apparently was aware of Blind Tai's reputation. That was why he was too scared to attack him. Moreover, it might also be part of the reason why he picked on Tai Tu. They were both inheritors of the divine techniques and were eager to compete against each other. Nevertheless, the Muyun family currently enjoyed a high status in the village. Yi Futian heard that Muyunshu's elder brother was also a remarkable cultivator in the outer realms who could send messages back despite not being in the village. According to Old Ma, people who left the village couldn't come back under normal circumstances. Then why does Four Corner Village allow visitors and even invite them as guests? Yi Futian continued to ask. It was an important question. Li Chongxing told him that visitors would only have opportunities in the village if they were approved by the villagers. But he didn't know exactly what kind of opportunities they would have. Old Ma hesitated for a moment, then continued. Many years ago, cultivators from all kinds of places swarmed into the village. For Corner Village might no longer exist if not for the master's protection. Even so, the villagers couldn't stay in this bubble forever. Many people are eager to go out and see the outside world. For Corner Village attracted the attention of the world since its reputation has spread around. All the top forces in the Xianxia domain have their eyes on us. We may keep them from going in, but we can't stop every villager from leaving the village. Even though that powerful person established rules to protect Four Corner Village, he couldn't forbid outsiders from fighting with villagers who had already left the village. If that's the case, everyone from Four Corner Village would act without scruples and offend with impunity. Therefore, some things are bound to happen. Most people didn't want to be trapped in this small village forever, especially those who knew how to cultivate. Otherwise, why did they bother to cultivate in the first place? As a result, the village and the outside slowly reached some tacit understanding and built an alliance. For Corner Village allows the outsiders to come and visit, but they also need to provide help to the villagers. For instance, many people who left the village may be supported, looked after, or even invited by outside forces. The unfortunate experience of Tai Tu's father is only an anomaly. Yi Futian nodded slightly. He understood the situation a little bit better now. People living in this world sometimes had no command over things that happened to them. Tragedies may befall someone simply because of the treasure he possessed and the jealousy it caused. Unless Four Corner Village was completely hedged off from the outer world and all the villagers never left home, they could hardly forbid every outsider from stepping foot in the village. No one would be able to leave and survive in the outer world if Four Corner Village offended all the top forces in the Xianxia domain. Just like what Old Ma said, the villagers might be more likely to feel satisfied with the size of the village if they were all common folks. Nevertheless, Four Corner Village was a magical place that produced several cultivators with extraordinary talents. The village was too small for them. How could they be trapped here forever? It was only natural for them to long for entering the outer world. You know why people from the outer realms all come to the village at this particular time, right? Old Ma turned to Yi Futian and asked. I don't know. Yi Futian shook his head. Lost for words, Old Ma darted Yi Futian a glance. How did this guy come here without knowing anything? Why didn't the people who sent him here give him some information about Four Corner Village? Because the day of sacrificial rites of Four Corner Village is coming. The village has a day of sacrificial rites every 4 years. On that day, the ancestors of Four Corner Village will manifest and perform divine miracles. The village will become another world. The day of sacrificial rites technically lasts for 7 days, and it's an important opportunity for the village. Some people will be lustrated or gain inheritance or awakening on that day. That's why it's crucial for us. Old Ma continued to explain. Every 4 years, Many people from the outer realms will come to the village right before the day of sacrificial rites. All of them are influential cultivators. Some villagers can have the chances to invite them to participate in the day of sacrificial rites. Many common folks in the village rarely get to lay hold of any cultivation opportunity. Their collaboration with the outsiders can be mutually beneficial. If that's the case, by inviting me to be your guest, you guaranteed me a chance to participate in the day of sacrificial rites? Yifutian asked. Yes, that's basically it. Old Ma nodded and said. Therefore, the villagers all want to pick disciples and offsprings of influential families in the outer realms who have fortunes and resources. The same goes for the outsiders. They want to be hosted by the most prosperous families in the village. Having children studying in the private school is a good indicator of the family's status. They have a better chance to succeed on the day of sacrificial rites. Old Ma added. Besides, the outsiders also want to rope the influential families in by allying with them. So the members of those families will join those forces after they left the village. Yifutian nodded slightly and had a better understanding. It seemed like Four Corner Village really was a place of miracles. Otherwise, the top forces in the Xianxia domain wouldn't pay so much attention to it. What kind of opportunity do you want? Yifutian asked Old Ma. I don't want anything for myself. I hope to see if little Ling can have better luck. Old Ma turned around and shot a glance at little Ling, who was hanging out with Xianxia behind them. Yifutian wondered if Old Ma wanted little Ling to become a cultivator as well. The day of sacrificial rites might change the destinies of the villagers for real. When is the day of sacrificial rites? Yifutian asked. It's almost here. It doesn't have an exact date. We will all know when the day comes, Old Ma replied. Yifutian didn't know what to say. For Corner Village was an interesting place indeed. Even its day of sacrificial rites didn't have an exact date. The villagers only knew the day was here when it already happened. Yifutian was also very curious to see what kind of a world For Corner Village would become on that day. Yifutian started to feel less anxious now that he had learned about the backstory. The village was a mysterious place, but it would reveal itself in time. All he needed to do at this time was to wait quietly and patiently. Old Ma, you seem to be in a chatty mood. Someone walked past them on the stone-paved street not far away. He turned back to look at Yifutian and Old Ma, who were sitting in the front yard, and spoke to them with a smile. People in the village all know what you want. But what's wrong with staying here? So you can't cultivate, so what? Why do you have to be so stubborn? You shouldn't think about it too much. While speaking, he shot a look at Yifutian and cracked a pleasant smile. This man was Old Ma's friend. He often chatted with Old Ma and knew his thoughts well. Back in the day, Old Ma's son and daughter-in-law died because of cultivation. Now Old Ma wanted his granddaughter to become a cultivator as well. I know, Old Ma grinned and replied. Even though you have the determination, you could be wasting your chance by selecting such a random person. All of your efforts will come to naught. Old Ma, you should go ask around what kind of people other families invited, someone else said. Nonetheless, this one's taunting comments were obviously less friendly. Everyone in the village was different. Old Ma smiled and nodded without responding. At this point, a young man walked over to them. Yifutian recognized that he was Fang Xiyuan, who they had encountered on the way. Fang Xiyuan came from an influential family that enjoyed a high status in Four Corner Village. Fang Xiyuan surveyed Old Ma and Yifutian before speaking. Old Ma, my grandpa asked if you want to pay a visit to our house. Along with him, he pointed at Yifutian. You can go back to tell your grandpa that it's not necessary. Old Ma shook his head and replied. All right. Fang Xiyuan nodded and darted Yifutian an odd look. He turned his nose up at Yifutian before. It was said that no one wanted Yifutian when he first came to the village. Only Old Ma was stupid enough to pick him. However, Fang Xiyuan's family seemed to have a different view and even asked him to come and invite Old Ma and Yifutian over. Much to Fang Xiyuan's surprise, they turned him down. Fang Xiyuan was a little embarrassed. He turned around and left immediately. I will go to have some rest inside. Suit yourself. Old Ma stood up and said to Yifutian. Then he walked into the room. Yifutian still lounged in the chair quietly. Little Ling went to hold old Ma's arm to help him walk. Xia Qingyuan sat down next to Yifutian and glanced at him. Then, she also lay back in the chair and said to Yifutian, "We haven't been so relaxed for a long time." "Yes." Yifutian smiled and nodded. "Doesn't it feel good?" Xia Qingyuan took a brief look at Yifutian. There wasn't much she wanted in life. She was happy to stay in a village like this with Yifutian for life. Every day was carefree, without worries or conflicts. Yifutian noticed that Xia Qingyuan was gazing at him. He smiled and said, "Even a retreat like this is still plagued by sordid affairs." Xia Qingyuan didn't respond. During the following days, Yifutian and the others had been enjoying the peace and quiet. They occasionally took a walk inside the village and had become familiar with the people and the layout. Yifutian actually wanted to pay a visit to the master in the private school. But he dropped the idea since he didn't have a good excuse. A recluse like that would certainly come to him if he wanted to meet him. Days passed. Although there would occasionally be conflicts in the small village, overall it was still peaceful. It was rare for there to be large disturbances. The people who were supposed to arrive from the outside world had already entered the village. They had all received invitations from the villagers. After all, those who could enter the village were all people with good fate. When the day of sacrificial rites came, the villagers also needed to rely on and form alliances with people of powerful fates. For those who were famous in the outside world and had powerful fates, they found companions among the cultivators who studied in the private school. When both parties had powerful fates, they would likely obtain benefits when the day of sacrificial rites came. On this day, the night was dark, and the village was sleeping soundly. The entire Xifang village was peaceful, and many of its inhabitants had wandered into dreamland. Those who weren't sleeping were cultivating. Right then, beams of bright light suddenly lit up for Corner Village. A mysterious aura emanated outwards and descended upon the village, enveloping the entire village within it. Gradually, the entire village was lit, appearing golden in color. Yifutian suddenly opened his eyes. He looked out the window and then got up and went outside. He sensed that the entire courtyard was enveloped in a mysterious aura. The village suddenly lit up with brilliant light. Countless lights danced before his eyes. The scenery was constantly changing. At that moment, people walked up beside Yifutian one by one, including Old Ma and Little Ling. Old Ma watched the scenery change before him. There was a look of longing in his eyes. He was holding on to the hands of a little girl. It was Little Ling. "It is so miraculous," Beigong Shuang exclaimed in a low voice. The scene before her kept changing. It was as though they were in an overlapping space and were entering another world. The day of sacrificial rites is about to begin. The spirits of the ancestors will appear, and then all of you will appear in their world. There, you will all be able to obtain fateful encounters. "Little Yi, I'll leave Ling to you," Old Ma said to Yifutian. The day of sacrificial rites was a significant event for Four Corner Village. Not only outsiders attached importance to it, the villagers did so too. Each generation would only have one such opportunity. Anyone who experienced the day of sacrificial rites would not be able to do so a second time. This applied to both villagers and outsiders. The villagers would usually choose the youths among the next generation to experience it. This was the most suitable age. However, since they themselves had experienced it before and no longer had the chance to do so, cooperating with outsiders was a good choice. Hence, Old Ma handed Little Ling over to Yifutian, asking him to take care of her. Yifutian naturally understood. Old Ma hoped that he could let Little Ling obtain a fateful encounter. Little Ling would also only have this one chance to do so. Hence, when Old Ma chose Yifutian, many of the villagers were critical of his decision. They even mocked Old Ma, saying that he chose Yifutian because he had no other option. "Leave her to me," replied Yifutian as he nodded his head. If they truly managed to find a fateful encounter, he would naturally do his best to look after Little Ling. With his most recent understanding, the day of sacrificial rites was the only opportunity for the village youths to change their fates. Incredible figures had the chance to become even more suitable for cultivation. while those who had yet to awaken to their talents had the hope of doing so. Rumor has it that the village's legendary 7 major divine techniques came from the day of sacrificial rites and could be obtained from within. To this day, 2 of the 7 divine techniques had yet to appear. Back then, Little Ling's parents lost their lives due to not being able to cultivate. This might be one of old Ma's regrets. Everything before Yi Futian's eyes continued to change. Very soon, the village disappeared. Old Ma's silhouette also gradually became blurry and vanished. It was indeed miraculous for someone just a few feet away to disappear from their view. When everything cleared up, they were still standing where they were. However, they were no longer in the courtyard but instead had appeared in another world. Here, divine halos shone down from the sky. The place oozed with divinity. Gazing into the distance, they seemed to make out a magnificent divine nation. A divine palace floated high in the sky. Is this the ancient divine nation? Yi Futian mumbled to himself. It is so beautiful, said Little Ling as she looked out into the distance. Yi Futian looked at Little Ling beside him. She could also see it. Old Ma said that upon entering this realm, different people would be able to see different things. Some people would be able to see fateful encounters, while others wouldn't be able to do so. Was this an illusory world? In the distance, silhouettes were traversing through the sky, heading towards the divine region far away. Yi Futian held Little Ling's hand as his figure rose into the sky. Nearby, some people glanced over in their direction. Muyunshu was also among the crowd. There was a youth with extraordinary temperament beside him who should be his ally. Elder brother Tai Tu, Little Ling shouted beside Yi Futian. He turned his head around and looked down below. A figure was frenziedly running barefoot on the ground. This figure was a youth. It was Tai Tu. He had actually come here alone without a companion. It seemed that he was the only person without a companion. He was running around frenziedly alone down below. Little Ling. The youth greeted Little Ling as he raised his head and greeted her back. He appeared to be a simpleton. Yi Futian's figure floated down until he stood before Tai Tu. He asked, "Are you here alone?" Tai Tu replied as he nodded his head. "Father said that I can still obtain fateful encounters alone." Yi Futian recalled old Ma's story. Blind Tai himself did not trust outsiders at all. He also did not want to ally with anyone. Hence, he would rather Tai Tu experience the day of sacrificial rites alone. "Come with us then," Yi Futian invited. Tai Tu scratched his head hesitantly. "Elder brother Tai Tu, come with me and Uncle Yi. Uncle Yi will look after you," said Little Ling in her tender voice. Tai Tu nodded his head with a silly smile on his face. He looked at Yi Futian and said, "Many thanks, Uncle Yi. Let's go," said Yi Futian as he carried the two of them and traversed the sky together, heading straight ahead. In the sky of this world, beams of golden light descended from above. They appeared dazzling. The further they advanced, the more brilliant the golden light appeared. It seemed to be radiating from the divine nation. "What is that?" At that moment, Yi Futian asked his group as he looked ahead. Over there, he saw 2 large armies engaging in a fierce battle in the sky above. However, no aura emanated from their battle. That meant that it was an illusion and was not real. It might be that it was just an image that once existed in this world. "Uncle Yi, what are you talking about?" Little Ling asked beside Yi Futian as she looked at him with her innocent eyes. Yi Futian looked at her and asked, "Can't you see it?" Little Ling shook her head. Beside them, the gazes of Xia Qingyuan and the others landed on Yi Futian. They had somewhat strange looks. This made Yi Futian understand. It seemed that he was the only person who could see this scene. "All of you can't see it?" Yi Futian asked in a low voice. They shook their heads. For them, there was nothing ahead. Yi Futian looked back at the battlefield when he saw the group shaking their heads. It was a battle between 2 very terrifying armies. Although he could not sense their auras, from just the image, he could faintly make out how intense the battle was. This made Yi Futian realize that different people would actually see different things here in this world. It might be that there was truly an element of fate. Did this mean that his fate was more powerful than that of the people around him? "Let's go," said Yifutian without stopping as he continued to advance. They seemed to have arrived at the palace of the divine nation. It was grand here. When Yifutian saw this, he could imagine how prosperous this place was in the past. From the looks of it, the rumors about Four Corner Village were very likely true. In the past, Four Corner Village was once a divine nation. "Uncle Yi." At that moment, Taitu said this as he looked up ahead. He seemed to be hinting for Yifutian to head over there. Yifutian also looked over in the direction Taitu was looking at. There was a flight of stairs. At the top of the stairs was a large group of cultivators. They appeared to be a large army. They were ascending the stairs. He did not know how many cultivators there were, but at the very top Yifutian saw a blurry figure. It did not seem real, appearing like faint currents that formed a human shape. However, when Yifutian wanted to get a clearer look at it, it would appear even blurrier. "Can anyone make out what is over there?" Yifutian asked Xia Qingyuan and the others who were beside him. Xia Qingyuan and the others shook their heads with perplexed looks. It was the same as before. Could it be that, in this world, Yifutian could see much more than they could? "I can see it," Taitu said. "There is a giant over there. He looks so majestic. The hammer is so big. How heavy is it?" When Yifutian heard Taitu's words, he revealed a strange expression. Taitu could actually see it. He had heard stories from Old Ma regarding Blind Tai. Taitu might have inherited Blind Tai's talent and awakened some abilities. Hence, it was possible that he had formed resonance with this place. This might be Taitu's fateful encounter. "Let's head over," Yifutian said, bringing Taitu along. When he advanced and reached the area, Yifutian suddenly sensed an extremely majestic power. The power became a formless wave that caused his body to tremble. It actually caused his figure to be pushed backward. Xia Qingyuan and others turned around and looked at Yifutian. They had no reaction to this power because they could not see the scene before them at all. "It is indeed miraculous," exclaimed Yifutian, somewhat curious. Taitu let go of Yifutian's hand and walked ahead alone. Yifutian saw Taitu step onto the stairs and walk up. Then, he stood before the illusory figure. Yifutian looked at Taitu. He now had an even deeper understanding of what Old Ma had said. The master of this world was the first ancestor of Four Corner Village. This place was originally left behind for them. As an outsider, Yifutian seemed to be repelled by some force. On the other hand, Taitu could see the place and walk straight up to it. Was this an ancestor passing down his teachings to his descendant? When Taitu stood there, beams of dazzling divine light circled around him. He himself did not feel anything as he raised his head and looked around. However, Taitu soon sensed that something was different. The illusory figure seemed to take shape. The divine light that circled around the figure immediately entered into Taitu's body. Then, his figure suddenly trembled violently. Taitu grabbed his head with his hands and let out a painful cry. "Elder brother Taitu," called out little Ling. She felt afraid when she saw Taitu shouting in pain. She wanted to step forward, but Yifutian still held on to her hand. He said, "He is all right. He should be inheriting some of the ancestors' teachings." Replied little Ling as she nodded her head. Yet, she still looked straight ahead somewhat anxiously. At that moment, an extraordinary power suddenly surged throughout the space. Countless beams of golden divine light seemed to descend upon the place where Taitu stood. Yifutian could faintly make out countless figures merging to form a gigantic silhouette who stood tall in the sky. Based on what Old Ma said, the Sifang God Seat had 7 major lord protectors. This should be one of them. Taitu would be inheriting his abilities. Even more powerful divine light immediately descended. This caused a unique power to emanate in the space. Taitu was enveloped in the divine light. A crisp sound kept coming from his body, as though the bones, muscles, and blood vessels in his body were undergoing metamorphoses. From far away, people were heading in this direction, looking towards where Taitu stood. From one direction, Muyunshu and his group had arrived. Muyunshu stared at Taitu. Although Muyunshu was still young, he acted more mature than his age. His gaze was cold as he looked at Tai Tu. Tai Tu had actually obtained a fateful encounter. That meant that Tai Tu was experiencing an awakening. Muyun Shu's figure advanced. He actually dashed towards where Tai Tu stood. However, just like Yi Futian, as he was doing so, a formless power actually sent Muyun Shu's figure flying outwards as he tried to approach Tai Tu. Muyun Shu stabilized himself as he glared at Tai Tu. He also could not make out clearly what was happening around Tai Tu. He could only see Tai Tu being surrounded by divine light. He knew that Tai Tu had obtained a fateful encounter. This power was actually hindering him, not allowing him to approach Tai Tu. "Stop him!" Muyun Shu ordered the people beside him. His behavior caused Yi Futian to scowl. Muyun Shu was a well-known figure in Four Corner Village. He was a monstrous youth. Yet he actually acted so unreasonably. No matter how they put it, Tai Tu was from the same school as him. They all studied in the private school and were all members of the village. Muyun Shu should feel happy for Tai Tu for awakening to a great power. They were both locals here. It was naturally a joyful occasion for them to be able to inherit more divine teachings from their ancestors. However, Muyun Shu didn't think so. He was very egoistic even though he was still young. He did everything as he pleased. "Both of you are locals of Four Corner Village. Since now you pose a chance of encountering fateful encounters at this place, then go your own way. You should each mind your own business and not interfere with each other," Yi Futian said to Muyun Shu. His tone was cold. This youth was acting presumptuously. "Are you criticizing me?" Muyun Shu fixed his gaze on Yi Futian. A cold light flickered in the eyes of this arrogant youth. He seemed to be looking down on Yi Futian. "Get out of my way," ordered Muyun Shu as he glared at Yi Futian, who was blocking his way. Yi Futian was similarly staring at the other party. Even though Yi Futian didn't like Muyun Shu's personality, he took into consideration that Muyun Shu was just a youth and they were in his village now. Yi Futian was not interested in getting serious with Muyun Shu, but the latter acted even more insolently. "Get lost," Yi Futian spat. He could not take it anymore. He looked at Muyun Shu with a look of disgust. Yi Futian had cultivated for many years and had encountered many villains. However, this was the first time he had met such a despicable junior in his early teens. Muyun Shu stared at Yi Futian. Did he just tell him to get out of here? In the village, no one dared to speak to him in this manner. Several cultivators next to Muyun Shu gave Yi Futian a cold stare. They had heard some people mentioning Yi Futian and his group in the village. They heard that he came to the village with Lu Qixing and the others, but no one paid much attention to them at all. Later, they were invited by an ordinary citizen in the village as guests, hence their presence here. For some cultivators from Donghua domain to come onto their turf, and in Four Corner Village, no less, to be this blatantly disrespectful was unthinkable. They came from the outside world to the third heaven of Xianxia domain. Nanhai family in the Xianxia domain was known by all cultivators in the domain. Anyone who heard its name knew what it represented. The distribution of the top forces in the Xianxia domain was kind of special and completely different from that of the Donghua domain. The giants of the Donghua domain were positioned in major areas, while all the giants of the Xianxia domain were concentrated in the central area of the domain, which was also known as the group of continents called the Upper Nine Heavens. Upper Nine Heavens was the absolute core of the Xianxia domain. Almost all the giants and top figures were cultivating in this continental group. Among them, the upper third heaven was a symbol of a powerful family. Anyone who cultivated in the upper third heaven would inevitably attract attention no matter where he went. Lu Qixing, who had entered the Four Corner Village previously, was from the Lu family in the three-layer heaven of Xianxia domain. His status was immensely prestigious, as Lu Qixing himself was a well-known figure. Nanhai family was also a principality from the Xianxia domain, located in the upper third heaven, almost at the pinnacle of this domain. Of course, when they arrived in Four Corner Village, the villagers did not care about their status in the outside world, and no one would care to mention it. But the reality was that the relationship between the Nanhai family and the Muyun family was an unusual one and far surpassed an alliance in the ordinary sense. Once, A peerless genius talent came out of Four Corner Village and swept countless talented figures aside. It was rare for him to be met with a worthy opponent, and he was heavily recruited by the top forces in the Xianxia domain. However, this man was extremely arrogant, and few could convince him, much less keeping him under their control. In the end, this peerless talent who came out of Four Corner Village was tamed by an exquisite beauty. She was equally stunning in looks and talent, and was a goddess from the Nanhai family. The two met because of a battle and came together because of their mutual appreciation of each other's talent. Together, they became a couple much envied by the world. Only later did this peerless figure learn that his beloved's family was a major force in the Xianxia domain, and she was a member of the Nanhai family in the third heavens. In the end, he became the son-in-law of the Nanhai family. A principality that stood at the top of the Xianxia domain had grabbed a once-in-a-lifetime genius as their son-in-law. These two great figures came together, and their story became a much-celebrated legend. Their union was sensational at the time, with all the top principalities from the Xianxia domain in attendance, with great fanfare. That peerless genius talent belonged to the Muyun family from Four Corner Village. Muyun Shu's elder brother, Muyun Lan. The Nanhai family knew that Muyun Lan had a younger brother cultivating in the private study inside Four Corner Village. He inherited the divine method of Four Corner Village and had been greatly valued. A few years ago, they sent someone to the village to train Muyun Shu systematically. The trainer himself was a powerful figure himself. Otherwise, he would not have been able to enter the village. It was apparent that they attached great importance to Muyun Shu. His elder brother, Muyun Lan, was a genius talent and his younger brother had equally great potential. Naturally, the Nanhai family would not pass over such an opportunity. In the future, these two peerless figures would rise from the Nanhai family to reinforce its status in the domain. If giants were able to be born from the Nanhai family, it would solidify the standing of that family that much stronger and enjoying many centuries in power. Muyun Shu had known that he was extraordinary ever since he could remember. Apart from having a teacher in the private study teaching him, everyone in the Nanhai family had given him the best resources for cultivating, thus spoiled him to become the arrogant personality he now exhibited. A young man next to Muyun Shu was named Nanhai Qing. This person was a favorite in the Nanhai family. He did not enter the village recently but had already been here for 3 years. The Nanhai family sent him to Four Corner Village as a trial to see what he could learn in Four Corner Village. Of course, the key was Muyun Shu's cultivation and his opportunity this time. Aside from the fact that ordinary folks could not physically enter Four Corner Village, those top forces would not yield any opportunities like this to them either. There were 2 other men behind Nanhai Qing who were powerful cultivators in the upper Renhuang realm. They weren't people with perfect great path, but when those of great luck entered the village, they could generally bring along some other people into the village with them. The fact that the Nanhai family would bring a few people inside was not surprising. In fact, every top force would have dispatched several representatives to the village. For that reason, the Feng family suspected Yi Futian's luck was formidable. If the people around him did not possess a perfect great path, it meant that they came in under his luck. If he could bring so many people in, his luck had to be extraordinary. Nanhai Qing had sensed the aura from Yi Futian and his group. He realized that at least 2 of them were cultivators with perfect great path. It seemed that these people were not ordinary and were top cultivators from the Donghua domain. Which force in the Donghua domain are you from? Don't you think you are overstepping your bounds? Nanhai Qing said to Yi Futian and the others. Where they were coming from was of little interest to him. This was Xianxia domain, and the Nanhai family had always been a force standing at its pinnacle. Clearly, they were not afraid of any force from the Donghua domain. That is none of your concerns, Yi Futian replied. You are too bold. The 2 Renhuang on either side took a step forward, and a powerful wave swept out towards Yi Futian and the others. Donghuang the Great had banned outsiders from fighting inside Four Corner Village, but they were allowed to fight on the day of sacrifice. This was an unwritten rule recognized by everyone inside the village, and Old Ma had informed Yi Futian as much. When the 2 Renhuang stepped out, they were like stormy waves sweeping toward Yi Futian and his people. This stormy wave contained the ultimate aura that was as sharp as a sword, extremely domineering, as if it was full of sword intent. Both of them were cultivators in the 8th realm. They were here to protect Nanhaiqing and Muyunshu. Although they did not have the perfect great path, their realms were still terrifying, as they were almost at the peak of Renhuang. How dare you be so rude in Four Corner Village? Take them down and dispose of their cultivation, and drive them out of the village, Muyunshu said coldly. Yi Futian detected a murderous intent on this teenage boy. It seemed that previously in the village, he had suppressed his own temperament. Perhaps there were still some others in the village to whom he was beholden. Yi Futian thought it might be the teacher in the private study. If he were allowed to follow his nature without outside constraints, he would be a domineering and frightening dictator. He was already so vicious and ruthless at such a young age, talking about disposing the others of their cultivation at every turn, trying to prevent Tai Tu from obtaining his opportunity. Beigong Ao took a step forward and came to that cultivator of the 8th realm. An astonishing sound faintly rang out from his body, making this space full of oppression. Two storms of the Great Path collided in the void but didn't cause too great of a change in the power of the Great Path from the outside. It seemed that the rules and orders of the Great Path in this space were quite different. On the other side, Zifeng stepped out as an astonishing aura erupted from her body, and a magnificent divine flame of the Great Path appeared all around her. Radiant phantom shadows of the phoenix now appeared in the sky. Zifeng had followed Yi Futian in her cultivation, and Yi Futian had not deceived her either. He turned the divine fire of Wutong into a domain of divine flames that she could cultivate. Now Zifeng was already a demon emperor of the 6th order with perfect Great Path. Her aura was so astounding that even the cultivators of the 8th realm felt its pressure. Phoenix. Nanhaiqing cast a glance at Zifeng. It seemed that this group of people was not simple. He had already discovered 3 cultivators who possessed perfect Great Path, which could almost only be countered by master-level principalities. And it's a female phoenix, no less. I require a personal mount. How about you follow me and be my mount? Muyunshu said after seeing Zifeng. His tone was as rude as ever. Buzz. A stream of scorching and violent flames swept out, heading towards Muyunshu. However, an invisible storm blocked just in time, and in the next moment, Zifeng turned into a fire-colored afterimage and charged forward. A cultivator of the 8th realm in front of Muyunshu waved his hand, and a sword field appeared. A meteor shower of swords fell everywhere. Every strand of the sword field contained the sharp power to tear the space. It was as if one sword strike could poke a person full of holes. On the other side, Beigong Ao was clashing with the other cultivator of the 8th realm. A violent air current shrouded this space. Nanhaiqing looked at Yi Futian and the others who were opposite of him. Although he was the only one on this side, he seemed full of confidence while his eyes showed his indifference. It was as if he had never viewed Yi Futian or anyone else with much importance. He had already sensed Yi Futian and the others' cultivation and determined that their realm could never pose a threat to him. Although there were several of them, they would not last even one round with him. Nanhaiqing was Renhuang of the 6th realm with perfect Great Path. He was already a figure at the peak of this realm. His combat power was extraordinary, and he could even make war with ordinary cultivators of the 9th realm. Most cultivators of 8th realm would not have much chance fighting against him. Yi Futian's aura was only Renhuang of the 5th realm. No matter where he came from, he could never have a chance against him. However, he realized that Yi Futian was not looking at him but had his full attention on Muyunshu. Then, he started walking towards Muyunshu instead. Nanhaiqing was stunned when he saw Yi Futian was about to do. Was it possible for him to ignore his existence to this extent? Yi Futian continued forward as if to bypass him. He aimed at Muyunshu. Coercion of the Great Path permeated from his body, suppressing this space instantly. Inside this area, it was difficult for anyone to move. There was an invisible pressure of the Great Path that made those within its reach feel as if they were being trapped underwater, suffocating. It wasn't easy to move even an inch. Obviously, Yi Futian, too, felt this power, The divine light flowed upon his body as he took a step forward, as if the pressure of the great path was not enough to constrain him. Nan Haiqing wanted to do something, but a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. This man had a smile on his face and stood there, watching him silently. Nan Haiqing felt ill at ease. The man's speed was way too fast. It was so fast that he did not have the time to react before the man was already in front of him. In addition, 2 rays of light now shot out from this man's eyes. The dazzling light almost made him blind, and there was immense chaos that incapacitated his mind for a brief moment. Although he was able to break free in a second, Nan Haiqing's eyes were still full of dazzling light, so he was unable to look away and could only focus his attention and wait. At this moment, Nan Haiqing felt greatly threatened, and a sense of danger manifested immediately. He did not move, but his eyes fixed on the man in front of him. The way of light. Nan Haiqing had seen a lot and knew in an instant that the other was an expert in the way of light, which threatened him greatly. He dared not act rashly. He felt that as soon as he moved, the person in front of him would launch an attack against him. Moreover, this man's realm was comparable to his own, which shocked Nan Haiqing. Someone who possessed perfect great path and at the same level as him, and this man wasn't even the most central person in the group like Yi Futian. Nan Haiqing no longer held his opponent with even the slightest contempt. He was threatened by the man in front of him in an instant, and he could no longer care much about Yi Futian anymore. Of course, it was Chun Yi that appeared in front of him. Chun Yi was already powerful when he was at Donghua Banquet last time. He had not squandered all these years and had been improving himself, and the progress he made was considerable. The appearance of Chun Yi tied up Nan Haiqing. A strange situation now presented itself. Yi Futian walked directly to Muyunshu with no interference, as no one was there to stop him. As long as Chun Yi was there, Nan Haiqing would not dare to make a move. Yi Futian got in front of Muyunshu and saw that his expression went through quite a change. Muyunshu glanced at Nan Haiqing and the others and cursed them silently. This pile of garbage had no power at all, and they had the audacity to tout themselves as part of the Nanhai family, which was a top power in the third heavens. They couldn't even deal with these outsiders. Those eyes that were on Yi Futian still showed defiance, without any intention of backing off. He stared at Yi Futian and said, "Even though outsiders weren't forbidden to fight on the day of the sacrifice, if you dare to touch anyone inside Four Corner Village here, you'll never get out alive, regardless of whether it was the day of sacrifice or not." As soon as outsiders entered the village, they were under restraints that absolutely prevented them from trampling on the dignity of the villagers. They were not allowed to act against them. Therefore, Muyunshu was not afraid of Yi Futian. It seemed so certain that the other would have no way to deal with him. Yi Futian walked up to Muyunshu and looked down at him with a contemptuous expression. "If you are this arrogant in the outside world and not in this village, you wouldn't even know how you died." Muyunshu frowned as he raised his head to look at Yi Futian coldly. "When I get to the outside world, everyone will know my name. Who would dare to touch me? People say that the young were arrogant, let alone an extraordinary young man like Muyunshu, whose talent and temperament were superior." There were still things that he didn't yet fully understand, but there was no denying the kind of blind confidence he had in himself. Boom! An invisible force pressed against Muyunshu's body. For a moment, Muyunshu's expression was terribly awkward. Those cold eyes pierced Yi Futian like sharp swords, as he felt an invisible hand that was holding him in place. Buzz! A pair of radiant wings of the golden rock appeared behind him, wanting to spread out and break free from the coercion. However, he was unable to flap his wings freely. The invisible pressure of the great path seemed to have turned into an invisible hand that clamped down on his body so that he could not move at will. "You move against me in Four Corner Village. Do you want to die?" Muyunshu stared at Yi Futian coldly. "I don't have to do anything else other than staying here with you like this. I have lots of time, and 7 days are nothing to me." Yi Futian ignored his threatening words and said instead, "How about I stay with you like this and teach you how to behave properly?" "You wouldn't dare." Muyunshu stared at Yi Futian and said menacingly. Yi Futian meant to restrict him completely so that he would be imprisoned. If so, the day of sacrifice would completely pass him by. Such an important occasion for an opportunity. And he's stuck here with Yi Futian? If you don't want to, then bow to Tai Tu 3 times to apologize, Yi Futian said coldly. Me? Apologize to him? Muyun Shu heard Yi Futian's words and glanced at him. Impossible. If this is the case, then you don't need to look for any opportunities. I will help you by staying here with you, Yi Futian replied and turned to look in the direction of the battlefield. Muyun Shu's expression changed. He realized that Yi Futian was serious. On this battlefield, those 3 pieces of useless garbage had no time to look after him. Nan Haiqing, who was said to be a man of great ability, was restrained by a young man so that he could not act. In the other 2 battles, their side did not have any advantage at all either. They saw what was happening on this side with Yi Futian, but they didn't worry about Muyun Shu's safety. No matter how bold Yi Futian was, he wouldn't be so bold as to do anything to Muyun Shu in Four Corner Village. Or he would not leave the village alive. Sorry, Muyun Shu spat out in a gloomy voice. Before, when he saw Tai Tu here, he just wanted to ruin his chance. But now that seemed impossible. He didn't want to be tangled up with Yi Futian. He just wanted to go elsewhere to find his own opportunity. I didn't feel the sincerity. You have to face Tai Tu and bow down 3 times. Yi Futian turned and looked at Tai Tu. Muyun Shu clenched his fists as his eyes fixed upon Yi Futian. However, his expression returned to normal in an instant as he bowed down to Tai Tu, saying, I'm sorry, 3 times in a row. Muyun Shu actually bowed down and apologized 3 times. Then he looked at Yi Futian with a smile. Was that acceptable? Yi Futian looked at Muyun Shu and felt a faint chill crawl down his spine. This young man gave him an ever more terrifying feeling. He would grow up to be an extremely narcissistic person. Get out of here. Yi Futian retracted his aura, and Muyun Shu immediately regained his freedom. He gave Yi Futian one deep parting look, then turned to leave, saying, Let's go. From those eyes, Yi Futian could feel a murderous intent. However, knowing what he knew of this young man, he was not surprised at all. Nan Haiqing and the other 2 also left with Muyun Shu. Before his departure, he took a good look at Yi Futian and the others. It seemed that he underestimated these cultivators who came from the Donghua domain. He even had a suspicion that these people might be from the domain chief's manor of the Donghua domain. If that was the case, the Donghua domain must have a grand scheme planned and attempt to encroach on Four Corner Village in the Xianxia domain. After Nan Haiqing and the others were gone, Yi Futian turned around to look at Tai Tu. Basking in the divine light, Tai Tu was surrounded by a dazzling circle of light. Yi Futian could vaguely see a shadow as gigantic as God visible in the sky above Tai Tu, as if it was the spirit of his ancestor. If the rumors were true, this godlike shadow could be one of the 7 Lord Protectors from the past. Was Tai Tu a descendant of his? Bang! Tai Tu generated another burst of energy. To everyone's surprise, it was his life spirit blooming. The life spirit seemed to wake up again and towered over everyone like a god. He brandished the divine hammer in his hand and overpowered everything else in the world. Like an unstoppable army, the divine hammer carried tremendous momentum and caused a frightening scene. It was an extraordinary phenomenon of Tai Tu's life spirit, similar to the picture of the domineering golden pung bird that Muyun Shu displayed before. Apparently, Tai Tu also experienced an awakening while numerous pictures popping up in his head. Yi Futian and the others waited for him quietly. They didn't interrupt Tai Tu's experience as they didn't need to rush. The day of sacrificial rites lasted for 7 days. On top of that, the cultivation opportunity wasn't first come, first serve. Instead, it depended on the person's luck. Everything was predestined. Therefore, there was no need to be impatient. Little Ling was a little anxious. She had been staring at Tai Tu. Since she didn't know much about cultivation, she was worried that something bad might happen to Tai Tu. Her eyes were glued to him the whole time. Tai Tu was her best friend in the village. Moments later, the strange and extraordinary phenomenon disappeared. Tai Tu slowly opened his eyes. His clothes were torn apart because of his body growth. He looked around and noticed his bare skin and Little Ling's fixed gaze. An embarrassed smile appeared on his face. Tai Tu, you seem to be taller. Little Ling felt everything was so magical. Tai Tu had grown so much in such a short while. Brawnier as well. I don't know either. Tai Tu scratched his head. Even so, he was more knowledgeable about it than Little Ling. After all, he studied under the master in the private school ever since the master told him that he had the gifts for cultivation. He learned about many things and gained a better understanding of cultivation. Uncle Yi. Tai Tu suddenly recalled something and shifted his eyes to Yi Futian. Asked, Dad told me that I could sense the opportunity and may experience an awakening. Does what happened just now count as an awakening? It probably does. Yi Futian nodded. People in Four Corner Village were unique. Honestly speaking, the villagers who were considered not suitable for cultivation probably could become fine cultivators, as well, let alone the gifted ones. Tai Tu already possessed plenty of hidden talents and experienced an awakening here in the ancestral lands of Four Corner Village. I feel better now. Dad will be happy. Tai Tu scratched his head and said with a silly smile. It was as though the point of cultivation for him was to make his blind father happy. He should be able to satisfy his father after he got out of here. Let's go and take a look at other places, said Yi Futian. Okay. Tai Tu nodded and said, maybe Little Ling could have a chance to experience the awakening as well. Then she will be able to study and cultivate under the master in the private school along with me. Little Ling's bright eyes were filled with hope. Studying with the master in the private school had always been her wish. She was eager to be instructed by the master every day. The villagers all admired the master, but she rarely had the chance to meet him. Yi Futian and the others continued to move forward. Some people made discoveries in different areas, but more had not found any clue. They were wandering around randomly, searching for opportunities. They are all students in the private school, Little Ling said in a low voice. She envied the students who could be taught by the master, and she recognized every one of them. The people who obtained opportunities were all students in the private school. The master indeed had a good eye. Yes. Tai Tu nodded as well. Yi Futian learned from their conversation that people who were chosen by the master usually could come by some cultivation opportunities during the day of sacrificial rites. Perhaps the master already recognized their innate ability beforehand. That being so, I probably don't have a chance. Little Ling was dispirited and disappointed by the thought. Since the master didn't choose her to study cultivation with him, she was likely to go back empty-handed like many other people. That's not true. I asked the master and he told me that there were exceptions in the past. Some people suddenly gained the ability to cultivate after they came here. Maybe you're one of them. Tai Tu comforted Little Ling. All right? Little Ling knew that Tai Tu only said it to make her feel better. Yi Futian raised his head and looked at the sky above. The splendid ancient divine nation seemed vivid and ethereal at the same time. The grand palace gloried in the admiration and worship of people. Yi Futian noticed that Muyun Shu and his mates were walking toward the left of the divine nation's palace. He could vaguely see a dazzling divine bird there. The bird looked like a golden statue, and Muyun Shu went inside. Muyun Shu had the life spirit of the golden-winged Peng bird, an inheritance allegedly from one of the 7 Lord Protectors. It was only natural for him to gain an opportunity here. Besides, Muyun Shu was already said to be a very impressive cultivator who possessed tremendous talents. A god with a pair of wings on his back radiated brilliant golden light in the sky above the golden-winged giant Peng bird. Muyun Shu was suspended in midair as if he was being baptized by God. In an instant, beams of the blinding divine light shone from his body and attracted many people's attention. All the young men were jealous of Muyun Shu's luck. Even outsiders sighed to themselves. It was crucial to find the right person. The Nanhai family already recruited Muyun Lan as their son-in-law. Adding Muyun Shu to their side, they would become inconceivably powerful in the future. Muyun Lan and Muyun Shu would certainly grow into master cultivators as long as they didn't die unexpectedly. As cultivators from Four Corner Village, they were born with the perfect great path. Amazing! Ling stared in that direction and said quietly, even though she didn't think well of Muyun Shu. She had to admit that he was brilliant like the Son of God at this moment. I will definitely be better than him. Tai-Tu glared at Muyun-Shu and said with grim determination. Yifutian was tickled by Tai-Tu's teenage spirit. He cracked a smile and said, "You certainly will." Then he took a scan around, wondering what kind of power brought this world into being and why he could see everything here. Muyun-Shu was on one side of the divine nation, while someone else was on the other side. There was another splendid picture on display over there. It seemed like a starry dimension where a godlike shadow manifested himself. He stood on the back of a giant divine ape from the starry sky of ancient times. Together, they conducted themselves in a stately and majestic manner, which made the godlike figure on the divine ape's back even more regal. He looked like the king of the starry sky. Yifutian came to the realization that it was probably also one of the 7 Lord Protectors. Shi family in Four Corner Village inherited this technique. A young man from the Shi family was standing there right now. Out of the 7 divine techniques, 4 of them were in possession of 4 different families: Muyun family, Shi family, Gu family, and Tai family. In fact, Blind Tai was the only one in the Tai family who possessed the technique. The villagers had been treating him differently ever since he lost his vision and came back to the village. Many people believed that the Tai family would be replaced sooner or later. It all depended on whether Blind Tai's son, Tai-Tu, was blessed with the technique. Even though some people might come by some other cultivation opportunities, no one outside of the 4 families was endowed with the divine techniques. Yifutian stood in place and quietly watched everything, pondering what kind of power brought this world into being. He released wisps of energy from his body, and his eyes started to glow with eerie divine light as if he was trying to see through this world. At this moment, the world became much clearer to him. Yifutian sensed that this seemingly illusory world was actually quite real. The energy of the Great Path was perfect, and it really seemed to be a world set up by the ancient gods. The villagers believed that only people who were blessed by gods could acquire cultivation opportunities here. Yifutian supposed that it was because the blessed ones were compatible with the Great Path here. That was why they could see some of the scenes of the Great Path and gain cultivation opportunities from those. Common folks couldn't sense anything happening here because their minds were not matched with the Great Path. Nevertheless, why did this world only appear every 4 years on the day of sacrificial rites named by the villagers? This world would materialize every 4 years on the day of sacrificial rites, cover the village, and bring some people into the space world. Yifutian looked around and said, "Let me go up and have a look." Then, he soared into the sky and kept heading upward until he was high above this world. His bright eyes looked down as though he was trying to fathom the mystery of this world. He saw plenty of extraordinary phenomena, including the divine hammer of the Protector, the picture of the domineering golden pung bird, the god riding the divine ape of the starry sky, and numerous doors of space. Yifutian assumed that he would be able to see all the cultivation opportunities of the 7 divine techniques. What exactly were the villagers blessed with? Soon, Yifutian's gaze focused on a tree that was swaying gently and quietly in the wind. It was only around 3 meters in height, not particularly tall or thick. No one else would pay attention to such an ordinary and inconspicuous tree. Nonetheless, Yifutian noticed that wisps of energy were flowing from the tree to the earth. Yifutian moved toward the tree like a flash of lightning. Soon, he landed in front of the tree. Although Xianxia and the others were surprised by Yifutian's action, they walked in his direction. Yifutian stood in silence in front of the ancient tree, watching its branches and leaves swaying in the breeze and making a rustling sound. He couldn't sense its magic even when he was right in front of it. However, he doubted that an ordinary tree would appear in the world of the ancient divine nation for no reason. Besides, this seemed to be the only tree here. Plants were also a form of life. This ancient tree was virtually the only living thing in this world. Yifutian watched the slow and rhythmical movements of the ancient tree. Wisps of energy, along with his divine consciousness, flowed out of his body and slipped into the ancient tree. When Yifutian's energy of the Great Path penetrated the ancient tree, the tree swayed a little harder as though it was reacting to the invader. Invisible waves spread out, and the ancient tree was growing. Soon, it became over 100 meters tall with a much denser canopy that was swing nonstop. With some rustling sounds, the branches of the tree suddenly started moving and attacking Yifutian frantically. The gentle ancient tree became infuriated without warning. Yifutian quickly stepped back to dodge the attack, but the ancient tree was so fast that it swept through the entire area in a split second. No one was swift enough to escape. Yifutian was engulfed in no time. Yifutian was taken by surprise. The ancient tree swallowed him and tied him up with its plant stems. It injected energy into his body as though it was going to dissolve and absorb him. At this point, Xianxia and the others also arrived. They were staggered by the change of events. Beigong Ao and Chun Yi immediately stepped ahead. They blasted the ancient tree with fierce divine thunder and slashed it with the sword of light, but nothing could tame the tree. Uncle Yi, Little Ling and Tai Tu also ran forward with a worried look on their faces. "What the heck is this?" Chen Yi said. The dazzling divine light burst out of his body didn't have any effect on the ancient tree. Yifutian began to have a vague feeling that the ancient tree attempted to occupy his body. He unleashed a jolt of terrifying energy and illuminated the area overtaken by the ancient tree. In the meantime, he released his world tree spirit to strike back at the ancient tree. The two types of energy intertwined with each other. A spot of light came into Yifutian's sight. Yifutian felt like the light spot contained life and was the spirit of the tree. The ancient divine tree had become sentient. The light spot charged directly at Yifutian. Yifutian exerted all of his spiritual will to release the three types of power of the great emperor simultaneously. Blood surging in his veins, he shot out 3 rays of divine light and surrounded the spirit of the tree. For beams of divine light twisted together and gave off a blinding glare. Yifutian saw many pictures within the light spot. The spirit of the tree was very likely to be endowed with a wisp of God Sifang's spiritual will and became a living thing. It was supporting this world. Yifutian never thought that he would fight against the spirit of a tree. He couldn't afford to be careless. His 3 beams of divine light transfigured into 3 different power of intent and bombarded the spirit of the tree, which was overwhelmed after some time. At this moment, the vines and stems that were binding Yifutian's body disappeared instantly. Chun Yi and the others exhaled a sigh of relief. However, Yifutian was still standing in front of the ancient tree as if he was merged with the tree. He opened his eyes, raised his head, and stared at the leaves, through which he saw the whole picture of this world. He also noticed something else. There was an illusory world underneath this area. For Corner Village and many of its villagers were trapped inside the illusory world and couldn't get in. Yifutian only understood until now that Four Corner Village was the unreal world and this space which only appeared every 4 years was the real world. The discovery and realization astonished Yifutian. Everyone in the village was living in an illusory world without knowing. Did that mean that only people who had the spirit root and were capable of experiencing awakening could enter the real world? That might be why the master could predict who could cultivate and who could not. Even if the people who couldn't cultivate on their own accord, it would only be a dream that happened in an unreal world. Numerous pictures came into Yifutian's view one after another. Then he saw another leaf that looked like a mirror. An old man with an ethereal quality appeared in the mirror. The old man seemed to be looking at Yifutian as well. Their gaze crossed. Yifutian had never seen the old man before, but he already knew he was the master of Four Corner Village. Master! Yifutian transmitted a wisp of spiritual will over. The master nodded slightly in the mirror as if he received Yifutian's message. This is the real world? Yifutian wanted to confirm his conjecture. The old man nodded again. What should I do? Yifutian asked. At this point, he didn't know what his next step should be anymore. He had no choice but to seek advice from the old man. Let them see the real world. A voice rang in Yifutian's head. Yifutian pondered for a moment and nodded. Said, I understood. The master was sitting quietly in the private school of Four Corner Village. He gazed into the distance. Did the chosen one finally come to the village? He looked in the direction of the village. In an instant, the sky glowed brilliantly, and the villagers woke up with a start. They were astounded by the splendid scene that seemed to have enveloped the village. "This is the world of the divine nation," someone exclaimed. The cultivators who had been there during the past day of sacrificial were also wondering what was going on. As always, many people from the village could step into the world of the divine nation and gain cultivation opportunities there when it was revealed on the day of sacrificial rites. At this moment, however, the restriction was lifted, and every villager could enter the world of the divine nation. What did it mean? A lot of people could feel their hearts pounding rapidly in the chests. Blind Tai in the blacksmith shop raised his head as though he could see the world with his blind eyes. The hammer in his hand fell on the ground. Old Ma stood outside of the yard. The scene in front of his eyes suddenly reminded him of the glowing sky on the first day Yifutian and his friends entered the village. The villagers all walked out of their houses and stared at the extraordinary phenomenon in front of them. The divine light of the great path shone from the sky, and the ancient divine nation manifested itself. Even though they were still inside the village basking in the divine light seemed more unreal to them at this moment. It felt like they had always been living in an illusory world. A lot of people whispered to each other, discussing the marvel in front of their eyes. Someone spoke out, "Did our ancestors and the ancient gods create this miracle?" Several top cultivators were ruminating. They had never seen such marvelous spectacle before. Did this mean that the two worlds would officially become one from now on? People from Four Corner Village are descendants of the Four Corner Divine Nation and have the blood of gods running through our veins. Our ancestors have protected us for millions of years. Many people of every generation are endowed with talents for cultivation. It is all because we reside in a special place and are blessed by our ancestors. We can obtain cultivation opportunities on the day of sacrificial rites every 4 years. Now, the relic of the divine nation manifested itself directly and became a real world. Does that mean that more and more villagers will gain awakenings in the future and everyone in the village will be able to cultivate? An old man muttered quietly. He seemed to know a lot about the history of the village. It was their fervent hope that their speculation was true. In that case, the Four Corner Village would become more prosperous and influential in the future. For Corner Village already had a splendid history and a rich heritage. After countless generations, most people had lost the ambition to revive their former glory. But some cultivators were not resigned yet. Not only did they want to leave the village themselves, but they were also eager to open Four Corner Village up to the world and gain a foothold in the outer realms. The more knowledge they acquired, the stronger this desire grew. The families that inherited the divine techniques were great examples. The Muyun family had already secured a place for themselves outside of the village. Muyunlan was a well-respected son-in-law of the Nanhai family in the upper third heaven of the Xianxia domain in the outer realms. "Let's go ask the master," someone suggested. "That's right. Let's go to ask the master what is happening." More people concurred. A large number of villagers started marching toward the private school right away. At this point, however, a voice rang out from the direction of the private school. "There is no need to come. If the scene lasts, more people in Four Corner Village will discover their talents for cultivation. Even people who didn't gain awakenings will be able to cultivate by themselves." The voice reverberated through the village and caused a commotion. A tumult of shouting and discussing broke out. The news came as a bombshell. Nevertheless, some elders also worried that Four Corner Village might attract more attention. Should they let outsiders enter the village when the time came? Everything would start over. Would this secluded village become a part of the outer realms in the future? "Master, what happened? Did the spirit of our ancestors create this marvel?" Someone faced the direction of the private school and asked. "Kind of," the master replied. Although it was not a definitive answer, many people were thrilled to hear his response. The ancestors manifested themselves and granted blessings upon Four Corner Village. From now on, everyone in the village would be able to cultivate. In the past, only a small number of people in Four Corner Village could have the opportunities to cultivate. It had been a source of anguish for many people across the generations. They all experienced the same disappointment and resentment in their teenage years. Their offsprings could finally be freed from this pain now. Everyone in the village would be able to cultivate. Not only the villagers who were currently in the village were astonished, but the people who entered the world of the divine nation were also surprised to find out that they had returned. Instead of coming out of the world of the divine nation, the two worlds merged into one, and they could see the rest of the villagers now. What on earth happened? All of them were astounded and couldn't figure out what had happened. The glowing sky blanketed Four Corner Village, and the village was illuminated by the brilliant divine light after the two worlds merged. Yifutian was still standing next to the ancient tree. He quietly watched everything around him. Because he already knew the truth, he was the only one not taken aback by it. Although Chun-Yi and the others didn't know the exact details, they were certain that it had something to do with Yifutian. They were quite shocked as well. "Uncle Yi, we're back?" Tai-Tu asked. "Yes." Yifutian nodded. At this moment, a blind man walked toward them and shouted, "Tai-Tu, Dad." Tai-Tu turned around and saw Blind Tai. He said excitedly, "Dad, I did it." "Good." Blind Tai nodded. "By the way, Uncle Yi helped me when Muyun Shu, that asshole, wanted to attack me," said Tai-Tu. Even though Blind Tai couldn't see, he seemed to know where Yifutian stood. He faced him and said, "Thank you a lot." "It's not a big deal," Yifutian replied casually. "We're back." Little Ling only realized what happened now. Then, she cracked a silly smile and greeted Blind Tai. "Uncle Tai." "Little Ling." Blind Tai nodded at Little Ling. Other villagers were also welcoming their family members. People from the Muyun family walked in the direction of Muyun Shu. Since Muyun Shu was still experiencing his awakening, they stopped and watched him intently. They had high hopes for him. Old Ma came staggering up the street. He said with a smile, "Little Ling." "Grandpa." Little Ling ran to Old Ma, who grinned and rubbed her head, said, "Not bad." Little Ling didn't quite understand what Old Ma meant, but she didn't ask either. Yifutian was intrigued by Old Ma's arrival. He already knew that Blind Tai used to cultivate. But how did Old Ma hobble all the way here so quickly? "Little Tai, you have a successor now. Congratulations," Old Ma said to Blind Tai. "Uncle Ma, this boy is still young." Despite his answer, Blind Tai couldn't hide the joy on his face. "You need to work harder too?" Old Ma rubbed Little Ling's head and said, "Me?" Little Ling looked up at Old Ma with confusion and grumbled. She couldn't cultivate at all and couldn't see any extraordinary phenomenon in the world of the divine nation. She still didn't understand her grandpa's words. "Listen to your Uncle Yi and learn from him," Old Ma added. Little Ling nodded again cluelessly. A surprised look came over Yifutian's face. He stared at Old Ma and wondered if he misjudged him. Was this seemingly ordinary old man not what he appeared to be either? If not, how to explain what he just said? Yifutian vaguely sensed that Old Ma knew something as well. Otherwise, what did he mean when he asked Little Ling to learn from Yifutian? "Let's go. We can chat more when we're back," said Yifutian. The divine nation's world was now permanently integrated with Four Corner Village, rather than appearing every 4 years. It meant that nothing here would disappear again, and they didn't need to rush for cultivation opportunities anymore. "All right." Old Ma nodded and said to Blind Tai, "Do you want to have a chat at my place?" "Okay." Blind Tai nodded and answered. Then they began to walk to Old Ma's house. For Corner Village remained after being merged with the world of the divine nation, but everything felt different under the glowing sky. Although For Corner Village was merged with the world of the divine nation, the village still existed. Old Ma took out a bottle of wine after they sat down in the yard. He said, "Old Wang brewed this many years ago. It's been a long time since he passed away, and I didn't want to drink such precious wine. I'm gratified to see the change in the village today. It's a good time to enjoy this." He poured a couple of glasses for Blind Tai, Yifutian, and the others, then sat down and said, "Everyone in the village will be able to cultivate from now on. More and more excellent cultivators will emerge. How exciting it is. Old Ma, I'll drink one with you." Blind Tai raised his glass to Old Ma. He knew that Old Ma was missing his son. As happy as he was, He couldn't help feeling sad at the same time. Good. Old Ma nodded and clinked his glass on Yifutian's too. He smiled and said, if only this happened a few decades earlier. It's all in the past now. Don't think too much about it, Blind Tai said. You're right. Old Ma smiled and shook his head. Little Ling was romping around with Tai too and said no idea what the grown-ups were talking about. Yifutian, on the other hand, listened to their conversation carefully. He now realized that Old Ma was not a simple man either. Other villagers also figured out that the relic seemed to be permanent this time. The initial astonishment slowly passed, and many of them returned home. They had plenty of time in the future to explore. While Old Ma and the others were drinking, they were interrupted by a commotion outside. A group of people came into sight outside of the yard. One person said, Old Ma, excuse us. Then, they walked directly into the yard and surveyed Yifutian and his friends with cold eyes. The head of the group seemed to be in his 40s. His stately manner lent him an intimidating presence. Little Ling and Tai Tu were both nervous, while Little Ling was terrified. It was because they noticed Muyun Shu standing next to the middle-aged man. Apparently, these people came because of them. Muyun Shu stared at Yifutian, his eyes gleaming. He gained another awakening and brought some members of the Muyun family here after he went back home. The middle-aged man was his father and the head of the Muyun family, Muyun Long. Get out of the village yourselves, and I will let this go, Muyun Long said in an arrogant and domineering tone. Yifutian and his friends certainly understood who Muyun Long was talking to. He wanted to kick them out of Four Corner Village. Old Ma and Blind Tai put down their wine glasses with a grim expression on their faces. Old Ma was especially displeased. They came to his house and tried to expel his guests. Old Ma looked at Muyun Long and said, You're throwing out my guests in my house. Isn't that inappropriate? Muyun Long darted Old Ma a disdainful look and said, Old Ma, I'm already saving your face by not doing it myself. This man attacked my son in the relic of the ancestors of Four Corner Village. How audacious. That's why the Muyun family decides to banish him and his friends on behalf of Four Corner Village. If that's the case, please do me a favor and banish the people standing behind you too. They wanted to attack my son in the relic of the ancestors of Four Corner Village. How audacious. I'm sure the Muyun family is impartial and fair-minded. Why don't you banish them as well and come to talk to me about how your son tried to keep my son from gaining his awakening? Blind Tai, who was sitting in silence before, suddenly chimed in at this moment. Needless to say, he was referring to the 3 cultivators from the Nanhai family. Nanhai Ching shot Blind Tai a glance. Of course, he had heard about Blind Tai and how he stirred up a storm in the outer realms back in the days. Even so, how dare he expel members of the Nanhai family? Blind Tai was indeed hubristic as usual. He didn't know to restrain himself even after he lost his sight. Muyun Long remained calm and looked at Blind Tai. He said, It was merely a joke between 2 teenage boys, not a real fight. Why did you take it to heart? On the other hand, this outsider undeniably assaulted my son today. This is unforgivable. Old Ma, if you insist on defending your guest and keeping him here, don't blame me for starting a fight. While speaking, Muyun Long released wisps of energy from his body to show off his formidable power. It turned out that Muyun Long was also an extraordinary cultivator and had ventured into the world in his younger days. He then returned to the village to hide from his enemies and promised the master that he wouldn't go out again. After that, he lived in the village, and his son, Muyun Long, later left the village and killed his old enemies for him. Muyun Long had been outside and was well aware of the excitement and adventures out there. Needless to say, he wasn't content with staying in the village. For years, he had been focusing on raising and training Muyun Shu, his youngest son. In the meantime, he was quite ambitious and allied within the village. Now that Four Corner Village had transformed, he sensed that the opportunity he was waiting for was finally here. He knew that Four Corner Village was a famed place of miracles in the Xianxia domain, and he believed that the master was wrong about keeping villagers from leaving this small piece of land. He was not the only villager who was unwilling to be trapped in Four Corner Village. Many people were imprisoned here and wasted their potential. It was quite a shame. If people of Four Corner Village could go out into the world, they would surely become an influential force like the upper third heaven of the Xianxia domain. At that time, they would dominate the world and revive the four-corner divine nation their ancestors established. No one would feel oppressed or disgruntled anymore. You think you can represent Four Corner Village? Yifutian raised his head and shot Muyun Long a look. Like father, like son. No wonder Muyun Shu was such a haughty and insolent boy. He obviously learned it from his father. Muyun Shu's attempt to attack Tai Tu was a joke between two teenage boys. Now Muyun Long wanted to expel Yifutian from the village. How was that reasonable? Certainly, it was apparent that Muyun Long had no intention to argue with reason in the first place. He was here to pick a fight. However, outsiders were not allowed to fight inside the village. Yifutian and the others would be put on Muyun Long's chopping block. As one of the inheritors of the 7 divine techniques, the Muyun family is naturally qualified. You can ask around if you don't believe me, Muyun Long boasted loudly. Plenty of people had gathered outside of the yard during their argument. That's right. The Muyun family is a pillar of the village and has been taking charge of day-to-day affairs. Muyun Long is one of the principals. Of course, he can represent Four Corner Village. An old man echoed. The old man was right. Despite its small population, Four Corner Village had many daily matters that needed to be taken care of. The master only focused on teaching students and didn't concern himself with other things in the village. Although the villagers respected the master the most, the 4 families were in charge of managing Four Corner Village daily. Other than the Muyun family, the Shi family, and the Gu family, the Tai family used to be one of the 4. After Blind Tai returned to the village without his sight, the Tai family had been on the wane, and the Fong family took its spot. Although the Fong family didn't inherit any divine technique, they had raised several powerful cultivators in each generation and built a greater reputation in the village. Some youngsters of the Fong family were also cultivating in the outer realms and were alleged to be rather famous. Even though Muyun Long is one of the principals, there are other people who have the same level of authority. He is not the sole decision-maker in Four Corner Village. Old Ma narrowed his eyes and said, Old Ma, I initially wanted to save your face. Who would have thought that you have no idea how to behave sensibly? Then I have no choice but to ask others to join me, Muyun Long said coldly. Folks, you all heard me. Come in now. Upon hearing his words, several people walked into the yard one after another. Old Ma quickly recognized the familiar faces. The heads of the Shi family, the Gu family, and the Fong family were all here. Shi Kuei of the Shi family was a burly man with intimidating muscles. He looked as if he had infinite strength. Gu Huai of the Gu family was tall and slender. He was dressed in black and had a gloomy and sinister look which gave off a danger. Fong Gai of the Fong family was a man wearing extravagant clothes. Yifutian had already met him when his grandson Fong Xiyuan had a short encounter with little Ling when Yifutian arrived at the village. Everyone seems to be in a leisurely mood. The village just experienced dramatic change. Yet somehow you all have time to visit my humble home, Old Ma said slowly. Since the 2 worlds have merged and stabilized, everyone in the village will be able to have a chance to cultivate in the future. We don't have to rush into action now. I came over to have a look when I heard about the dispute here, Fong Gai said with a smile. If that's the case, what do you think of Muyun Long's decision? Blind Tai asked in a cold tone. The crowd watched them in silence. Fong Gai cracked a smile and said, Of course, it's not right. Stunned. Many people stared at Fong Gai in confusion. Even Muyun Long turned around slowly and focused his gaze on Fong Gai. He narrowed his eyes slightly with displeasure. Fong Gai was never at odds with Muyun Long in the past. He had always been a yes-man, and his son was cultivating outside of the village. However, he opposed Muyun Long in public. What did he mean? Fong Gai, what's not right? Muyun Long questioned him in a forceful voice. Old Ma and Blind Tai have explained it clearly. Muyun Shu was the one who tried to pick a fight with Tai Tu. Muyun Shu has always been a bully. We all live in the same village, and it's not a big deal to exercise some forbearance on usual occasions. But he is not a child anymore. Doesn't he understand that he shouldn't interrupt his peer during the awakening? On top of that, you use it as an excuse to expel other people's guests. That's out of line. Fong Gai replied with a smile. The tension in the yard was almost palpable. Fong Gai's answer might be a little too frank and straightforward. He clearly targeted Muyun Shu and reprimanded him harshly. The villagers all felt quite strange. How was this the same Fong Gai who was always easygoing and smiley? Why did he change all of a sudden? Moreover, he was firing at the Muyun family, which was even more unexpected. Nonetheless, he was telling the truth. Everyone who had studied in the private school knew that Muyun Shu was a bully who enjoyed pushing around other people. He certainly had the ability to do so as well. His parents turned a blind eye to his insolent behaviors because of his exceptional talents. Fong Xun, look how righteous your grandpa is, Muyun Shu said to Fong Xun, his eyes gleaming with threatening menace. My grandpa is not wrong. You are at fault here. Why did you come to cause trouble for little Ling's family? Fong Xiyuan retorted in an irritated tone. The teenage boys quarreled just like the elders did. Very well. Muyun Long spat out 2 words and didn't continue to argue. Then, he looked at Shi Kuei and Gu Huai and asked, "What do you two think?" Muyun Long felt very assured since the Muyun family was the strongest and the most influential one among the 4. Much to his surprise, Fong Gai challenged his decision right away. Outsiders attacking villagers is unforgivable. I agree to expel them from the village, Gu Huai of the Gu family said in a low voice. The Muyun family and the Gu family both agreed to expel Yi Futian, while Fong Gai opposed. Right now, the Shi family was the only one left. Shi Kuei could decide if Yi Futian could stay in the village. Yi Futian had been sitting in silence without moving. These people didn't know what the transformation meant for Four Corner Village. Otherwise, they wouldn't waste time squabbling here. I don't think it's appropriate, said Shi Kuei. If we were to banish him, we should kick out the people who tried to attack Tai Tu as well. Then, we can discuss what happened between Muyun Shu and Tai Tu. Shi Kuei believed that the conflict between Tai Tu and Muyun Shu was an internal affair. They should treat everyone equally if they decided to banish the outsiders for starting a fight. Therefore, 2 principals said yes while 2 said no. Muyun Long's face grew grim. He didn't expect Shi Kuei and Fong Gai to oppose him. Should we ask the master? A villager in the crowd asked quietly. They usually sought advice from the master when they couldn't make a decision. Everyone in the village trusted the master's judgment. However, Muyun Long had a different idea in mind. He always thought that the villagers relied on the master too much, and it was time for a change. Our ancestors manifested themselves, and the village just went through an extreme transformation. There will be more and more cultivators in Four Corner Village, and things will become even trickier. Master, shouldn't we change our approach accordingly? Muyun Long didn't ask the master about Yi Futian or the incident between Tai Tu and Muyun Shu. Instead, he wanted to negotiate about the future of Four Corner Village. Even though Muyun Long was not even close to the private school, no one doubted that the master could hear his question. The master was omnipotent in Four Corner Village. In the past, he chose to stay in the private school and devote himself to teaching the youngsters how to cultivate. He intended not to intervene in the affairs of Four Corner Village. But now Muyun Long specially asked him if Four Corner Village should adopt a new approach. What kind of change do you want? As expected, the master's voice penetrated through the void and answered Muyun Long's question with another question. Muyun Long's words clearly conveyed the impression that he already had a plan in mind to change Four Corner Village. Master, you said before that everyone in the village would be able to cultivate in the future. Is that true? Muyun Long asked. Yes, the master replied. All the villagers will be able to cultivate, but they may reach different levels in the end, just like everyone in the outer realms. I understand. Muyun Long nodded and said, but Four Corner Village is blessed by the spirits of our ancestors. More and more extraordinary cultivators will be raised here in the future now that the ancestors have manifested themselves. I believe this to be an opportunity. Our village has brought up plenty of remarkable cultivators, yet we are still isolated and cut off from the world. The villagers have no idea of the scene of bustling activities out there. They can only hear a word or two from the people who had been outside. This is very unfair to the villagers. Since we're given the chance to cultivate now, shouldn't we officially open ourselves up and build a bridge to connect with the outside world? For Corner Village should allow people to come and go at will and no longer be sequestered. While speaking, Muyunlong scanned the crowd around him and said, "Folks, what do you all think?" "That's right." A lot of people nodded in agreement. Someone gazed into the distance and said, "Master, Muyunlong has a point. It doesn't matter for old guys like us who are halfway to the grave already. But our children are still young. Why should we confine them in this small village when they have a chance to broaden their horizons outside?" Exactly. I also heard that cultivators have a much longer life expectancy and won't experience aging and illness the same way we do. People who comprehended the Great Path might even live forever. Many people had thought about this, let alone the ones who were already on Muyunlong's side. Although the master had unchallenged authority in the village, he was a mysterious man who had lived for an extremely long time. No one even knew which generation he was from. Because the master usually stayed out of the daily affairs and Muyunlong had managed Four Corner Village for many years, Muyunlong had a great influence on many villagers. These villagers were all of the same mind. "I also agree with Muyunlong's idea," said Gu Huai. The head of the Gu family seemed to be in harmony with Muyunlong all the time. At this point, the subject of the discussion had shifted away from Yifutian, which was exactly one of Muyunlong's intents. For Corner Village had the potential to gain foremost authority as soon as it opened up to the outer realms. At that time, Muyunlong would have a chance to fully control the village. His ambition had grown outside of the village a long time ago. Dealing with Yifutian and Old Ma would be as easy as pie when he reigned over Four Corner Village. As for now, he needed to chip away the master's prestige and authority first. In the meantime, he was also curious to see what the master was capable of. The master was so mysterious and secretive that no one knew anything about him. The crowd fell into a moment of silence after a heated discussion. The master spoke again moments later. "What do others think?" Muyunlong's argument was reasonable, but our Four Corner Village only exists because of the master's protection. "This is eventually the master's decision," Fang Gai said. Muyunlong immediately shot him a cold glance upon hearing him. "This bastard." Fang Gai's response was quite artful. Yifutian also glanced at Fang Gai, who was indeed a crafty person. Fang Gai not only expressed his opinion but also reconfirmed the master's absolute authority. He obviously didn't believe that Muyunlong could challenge the master's position in Four Corner Village. Both the older and the younger generations of the Muyun family had been quite capable and domineering. Besides Muyunlong, Muyunlan and Muyunshu possessed great talents as well. Muyunlan, in particular, enjoyed a very high status in the outer realms. It was not surprising that Muyunlong was eager to extend his influence further. "I will listen to the master, too," Shi Kuei of the Shi family said. "It's up to the master." Other villagers echoed in quick succession and soon reached a consensus. They held no less sway than Muyunlong's followers. Muyunlong's expression changed a little, but he understood that people's reaction was normal since the master was revered by the villagers for a long time. Most people in the village had their own minds and agenda. More and more villagers would grow disgruntled with the master if he rejected Muyunlong's suggestion. Soon, everyone quieted down, waiting for the master's response. At this moment, the master's voice rang out again. "All right." The master's reply took Muyunlong by surprise. He clearly didn't expect that the master would agree, and he wasn't the only one shocked by this decision. After all, Four Corner Village had been cut off from the world for countless years. They always followed the rules and were used to being secluded. Even though some were eager to go out and see the world, they still had mixed feelings when the master said, "All right." They were astounded that the master would agree to the proposal. Did it mean that Four Corner Village would open itself up to the world for real from now on? In addition to the villagers, the guests from other forces also had a stunned look on their faces. Was Four Corner Village about to change its ways? They all knew that what happened today would probably have a tremendous effect on the entire Xianxia domain. However, at this moment, no one knew what kind of effect it would be. Silence reigned for a few moments, and then whispers broke out. Everyone began to converse avidly. "Are you serious?" Long gazed into the distance and asked. Eyes widened. As much he wanted it, he didn't think the master would agree so easily and readily. Was Four Corner Village really going to change? "Yes," the master replied. "You're right. This is an opportunity indeed. I understand everyone's wish to go outside. Since the ancestors have manifested themselves and the ancient divine nation has merged with Four Corner Village, we might as well make use of this opportunity. Besides," the crowd listened intently. What did the master want to say? "I'm aware of the incident just now. Right now, the four families are in charge of the day-to-day affairs in the village. The even number makes it possible to reach a tie when you arbitrate in disputes. Therefore, that should change as well." Ugh! Many people were surprised, and Long was sweating. What kind of change did the master mean? Since the opportunity is here, all 7 divine techniques that were passed on by the ancestors will emerge. We need to wait patiently for the 7 divine techniques to find the corresponding descendants. By that time, the 7 families will be able to manage Four Corner Village and pass judgment on important issues together, said the master. Everyone's heart was pounding rapidly. According to the master, all 7 divine techniques passed on by the ancestors would find their descendants. It meant that the other 3 divine techniques would come out as well. It was a significant piece of news for Four Corner Village. No one had doubts about the master's words. Even Long didn't suspect the master. The master was always right. The 7 divine techniques would definitely come out since he said so. Did it mean that the 4 families would become the 7 families in the future? Long felt apprehensive about this possibility. He vaguely sensed that everything was part of the master's plan. Who would the other 3 families be? Would the outsiders get their hands on it? Plenty of outsiders had gained some benefits in the history of Four Corner Village. Otherwise, they wouldn't persist in coming to the village. Even so, it was unlikely for them to inherit the divine techniques. The villagers were descendants of the Four Corner divine nation. They were destined to be the inheritors of the divine techniques. More and more people in each generation experienced awakenings. All 7 divine techniques could emerge eventually. But the villagers didn't expect the day to come so quickly. According to the master, it was probably expedited because of the transformation that happened just now. The master stopped talking after that. But his silence didn't bring peace and calm back to everyone's mind. What happened on this day had epic-making significance for Four Corner Village. The master allowed the villagers to make contact with the outer realms. In the meantime, he predicted that all 7 divine techniques would come out soon. Four Corner Village was about to go through a complete change. As for now, no one knew if the change would be for better or for worse. Since the master had spoken, you can go back now, Old Ma said, looking at Long and the others. 2 out of the 4 families currently in charge of Four Corner Village were opposed to expelling Yifutian. The master also said that they should wait until all 7 divine techniques had come out to make a decision together. Under such circumstances, Long couldn't insist on kicking Yifutian out. Since the master said so, I have no choice but to look forward to witnessing the emergence of the 7 divine techniques, said Long. Then he turned around and left with the group. The crowd dispersed at once and moved on to keep exploring the mysteries of this new world. The rest of the 3 divine techniques would turn up soon. It was crucial to people living in Four Corner Village. Everyone was fervently expecting the big reveal. What if they happened to be the chosen ones? Many common folks in the village hoped to inherit the divine technique and become powerful cultivators. Otherwise, the villagers wouldn't be so eager to make contact with the outer realms and end the seclusion. The locals in Four Corner Village were not the only ones who had their fingers crossed. The cultivators who came from the outer realms also had high hopes. Could they have the chance to inherit the divine techniques? This was an extremely important and probably the biggest opportunity they had ever encountered. No one could foresee what the future held. Many of them had already informed their families and asked them to send more people here. Now that Four Corner Village had officially opened up, cultivators from the outer realms should be able to come in freely. Shouldn't they? They had to try, at least. For Corner Village became even more bustling and lively now. After moments of peace that came with the initial shock, the village turned back into a buzzy place teeming with cultivators. They originally thought that they didn't have to rush to seek cultivation opportunities. But now, everyone was dreaming of inheriting the divine techniques and wouldn't waste a single moment. However, Yi Futian and the others returned to their relaxed state. They went back to sit around the table. Old Ma and Blind Tai were both calm and composed as well. The Muyun family is becoming more and more absurd, Old Ma said in a low voice. No wonder their son behaves like this. Muyun Shu was a good kid when he was little. Who would have thought that he would grow into a bully? The Muyun family has been quite domineering in recent years. They exert a strong influence in the village and inevitably succumb to hubris and ambition. Someone else next to them said with a smile. Based on what Muyun Long said, he probably wanted to open up for Corner Village a long time ago. His son is rising to fame in the outer realms. If the village remained closed, his son wouldn't have a chance to visit him, let alone showing off the wealth and power he acquired outside. Of course, Muyun Long wants the village to open up. Old Ma hit the nail on the head and pointed out the most important reason. Fong Gai, you probably want the same thing. Don't say it's not your wish as well. Hey! Fong Gai grinned and said, I already said that I would unconditionally follow the master's guidance. Old Ma glanced at Fong Gai. This man was quite crafty and slippery. Why did you offend Muyun Long in public this time? Old Ma asked. To be fair and just of course, Fong Gai walked to the table and asked, Can I sit down and have a few drinks with you guys? He narrowed his eyes and stared at Old Ma and Blind Tai. He had been standing by the side for a long time, yet these two bastards didn't even invite him for a drink. How ungrateful. Sit, said Old Ma. Fong Gai pulled his grandson, Fong Xiyuan, to sit alongside him. Fong Xiyuan's bright eyes surveyed the people around the table. He didn't fully understand his grandfather's action. Little Ling is getting more beautiful every day. You will surely be a stunner when you grow up. Fong Gai praised Little Ling after taking his seat. Little Ling blinked and looked down in embarrassment. He muttered, Grandpa Fong. What a shy girl, haha. Fong Gai laughed. Fong Xun, don't pick on Little Ling again. I didn't pick on her. Fong Xiyuan defended himself with frustration. Fong Gai flicked Fong Xiyuan on his forehead for talking back. Little Ling hurried to say, Grandpa Fong, Fong Xiyuan really didn't pick on me. That's good. Ask Fong Xiyuan to play with you more in the future. Fong Gai laughed. Meanwhile, another boy was glaring at him at the moment. Fong Gai noticed Tai Tu's fierce stare and pointed at him. Tai Tu, you should join them too so you won't be bullied as well. I won't be bullied. Tai Tu raised his chin and said, Ha! Who else was bullied that day by the boy from the Muyun family? Fong Gai joked. My dad didn't allow me to fight back. I'm not afraid of him at all, said Tai Tu. He jerked his head up and said with indignation. Other people couldn't help but laugh. Yi Futian darted a glance at Fong Gai. He was impressed by how quickly Fong Gai acquainted with Little Ling and Tai Tu. The atmosphere became cordial and relaxed at once, as if they had always been good friends. Quit teasing him. Everyone else is out there searching for cultivation opportunities. Why didn't you go? Old Ma asked Fong Gai. The cultivation opportunities are predestined. Since the ancestors manifested themselves, I believe everything is part of a plan. This is not something that can be forced. It all depends on luck, Fong Gai said. My family is not lucky enough. I need to let my grandson absorb some good fortune here. Why are you looking for good fortune in my house? Old Ma said with a scowl on his face. Fong Gai looked at Old Ma with his squinting eyes. He was certain that Old Ma was an old fox trying to hide his good fortune. From what he could see, Old Ma's home was the luckiest place in the entire Four Corner Village. Old Ma, we have known each other for many years. Why are you so cagey around me? Fong Gai gazed at Old Ma and asked, Muyunlong and I are not the same kind of people, are we? Who knows? Old Ma said. You old bastard. Fong Gai cursed in a low voice. What an ingrate. I shouldn't have helped you just now. Skip the nonsense. Just tell me what you want to do. They grew up in the same village and were around the same age. Even Muyunlong was a whole generation younger than them. Therefore, they knew each other very well. Muyunlong is getting more and more outrageous. For Corner Village might be led astray if he remained in power. No one knows what would happen. I will side with you no matter what. Tai Tu basically inherited the divine technique and should have a say, according to the master. Either way, we should make the village our priority no matter what ulterior motive I may have. Fong Gai said, since you two don't like me here, I won't overstay my welcome. Then he stood up and left with Fong Xiuan. The rest of the people watched them going away. Little Ling sneaked a peek at Old Ma and said quietly, Grandpa Fong is a good man. Although Fong Gai and Fong Xiuan enjoyed a high status in the village, they had never pushed anyone around. They liked to joke around, but never with any malicious intent. I know, but this old fox is hatching a secret plot. Old Ma shot a glance at Yi Futian. Fong Gai didn't say a word to Yi Futian from start to finish. But did he really come here only to visit Old Ma and Blind Tai? In Four Corner Village at the moment, cultivators from everywhere were seeking their own opportunities. Yi Futian and the others were drinking happily. The ease and contentment inside the small courtyard seemed to have no care of what was happening in the outside world, creating a unique scenery of its own. The two kids, Tai Tu and Little Ling, both looked outside from time to time, as if greatly desired to see the excitement out there. Yi Futian looked at them and smiled. Old Ma, let me take them out for a bit. Sounds good. Old Ma nodded. The two teenagers had been expecting it. When they heard Yi Futian's words, they jumped up and ran towards Yi Futian, hand in hand. Little Ling walked up to Yi Futian and held one of his fingers. The three of them went outside together. Uncle Yi, where are we going? Little Ling looked up at Yi Futian and asked. You'll know it when we get there, Yi Futian said with a smile while leading Little Ling, Tai Tu next to them. He looked around curiously and found that the whole village had become very different. Many people seemed to have encountered their opportunities. It seemed that it would be exactly as what the adults had said. In the future, there would be more and more cultivators in the village, and they would become even more powerful. He wanted to go and see for himself. Yi Futian led Little Ling and Tai Tu all the way until they came to the tree. Little Ling and Tai Tu looked at the tree curiously and whispered, Uncle Yi, what kind of tree is this? Path-seeking tree. Yi Futian said. Little Ling, go sit under the tree. Okay. Little Ling nodded, and then sat quietly under the tree. Tai Tu followed along and sat next to her. He raised his head and looked at the tree with curiosity. Close your eyes and feel it quietly. See if you can see anything. Yi Futian stood beside Little Ling and said to her softly. His voice was gentle, floating in Little Ling's mind. The little girl sat there quietly and closed her eyes obediently. After adjusted her body position, she became very still. The ancient tree gently swaying and made a rustling sound. Not far away, there was a group of people coming in this direction. The man in the lead was Lu Qixing of the Lu family. He looked at the tree and could only sense that the tree was somehow different but could not really discern how it was different. Lu Qixing saw Yi Futian and Little Ling and looked at them curiously. The little girl and Tai Tu both sat quietly. After a while, Tai Tu opened his eyes and looked at Yi Futian. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Yi Futian made a gesture to silence him. Tai Tu scratched his head, glanced at Little Ling, who was next to him, and understood what Yi Futian meant. So he resisted the urge to speak. The leaves fell down from the swaying ancient tree and landed on Little Ling. It was as if invisible air currents were flowing into her body. Gradually, Little Ling entered into a state of wonder. She felt as if she was not sitting there, but floating in the air. Countless radiant divine glory covered her body as she entered into another space. It's so beautiful. Little Ling was amazed. She saw a number of gorgeous golden doors appearing in different directions, as if these golden doors were presenting themselves to her. In the sky above this space, a golden glow came down from the heavens and landed on Little Ling. For a time, Little Ling was shrouded in that magnificent glow. Yifutian looked up and saw that a golden door of space appeared faintly in the sky above the temple. It was the glow from there that fell on Little Ling. At this moment, Yifutian understood certain things. It turned out that Little Ling was also a villager who could be awakened to inherit the 7 great divine techniques. It seemed that Old Ma might have known something about that. He felt that Old Ma's appearance was rather deceiving. Yifutian had seen one of the 7 great divine techniques was hidden in the sky above, but he didn't know who it belonged to. He brought Little Ling to cultivate here because he wanted to see what kind of talent she might have and what kind of power she could inherit. He didn't expect it to be the divine method of the space. Little Ling's body floated and came to the void. It was as if she was being sucked inside the golden gate. At the same time, in different places inside this space, many people felt a strange fluctuation. However, they couldn't see exactly what was there. They were shocked to find Little Ling's body shifting in space, appearing in different directions continuously. That's Little Ling. Is she about to be awakened? Voices came one after another as everyone in Four Corner Village focused their attention yonder. Little Ling was determined by the teacher as someone who could not cultivate. And now, she might actually be inheriting extraordinary abilities. Could it actually be the divine technique? After all, the teacher had said not long ago that the 7 great divine techniques would be revealed soon. It was hard not to make some conjectures about it. Such a strong spatial force fluctuation. Some outside cultivators looked over there and commented. It was possible that another divine technique was about to reveal itself. In another direction were the people of the Muyun family. Muyang Long and Muyun Shu looked up at the figure in the void, and neither of them looked pleased. Not so long ago, they had gone to Old Ma's house to drive them away. Now Little Ling was about to awaken. Damn it! Muyang Long cursed silently. His expression remained indifferent. His eyes swept toward the distance. It was as if he had seen Yifutian, who was standing underneath the tree. His eyes were extremely cold. Could it really be as he had worried, that this person was someone with extraordinary luck? Muyang Long had seen the red maples bloomed all over on that day, and it was only because of the conflict that he tried to chase Yifutian away. He was just a little concerned. And now, it seemed that his concern was fast becoming a reality. Moments later, Little Ling's body returned underneath the ancient tree, and she sat there quietly, shrouded in the glow. From the void downward, it was as if all these doors poured directly into her. A beautiful vision now formed behind Little Ling's shadows flickered in this direction. From a distance, they saw the 3 under the tree. Yifutian and 2 young people formed a beautiful serene picture. The people in the village were a little surprised. When Little Ling took Yifutian to her house as he first entered the village, no one in the village thought it was a good idea. But now that Little Ling had received the opportunity of a lifetime, they knew that this might have something to do with Yifutian. So, did it mean that this white-haired young man was a man of great luck? Nonetheless, a group of men walked toward the tree, including people from the Muyun family. They could feel that the tree was unusual. Would they have a greater chance of awakening by comprehending here? Tai Tu took a step forward but did not speak. He stood there with his arms open, not allowing anyone else to cross and disturb Little Ling. Get out of the way. Some outsider chided him and continued forward. However, Yifutian glanced at the person as an invisible pressure enveloped the man, causing him to stop in his tracks. He turned his attention to Yifutian. Tai Tu, what are you doing? A voice was heard as Muyang Long and the others walked over to the boy. The person next to him reached out and tried to grab Tai Tu. However, in the next moment, that man's hand was imprisoned by the hand of another. He struggled a bit but saw that the other's hand had a firm grip on his arm. His expression changed as soon as he raised his head and saw the man standing in front of him. The man's eyes were hollow and without light. He was blind. It was blind Tai. His arms weren't covered by sleeves, so his perfect bronze muscles could be plainly seen, full of power. Blind Tai flung his arm forward, and the man stumbled backward several steps. Blind Tai took a step forward and blocked him. Though he couldn't see with his eyes, he seemed to see everyone. He stood there like a statue. It was as if no one could get past him. Many stared at the blind man. Once upon a time, when Blind Tai returned to the village, his life was hanging by a thread, and he was dying. He was blinded, but it was the teacher who saved his life. After that, the blind man worked quietly, blacksmithing, and had never displayed his strength to anyone. It had been the way he was for a dozen years. No one knew Blind Tai's true strength now or how much ability he had been able to recover from the damage he suffered before. But what they saw in front of them shocked everyone. By simply standing there, Blind Tai actually made everyone feel an invisible pressure. It seemed as if there was an impassable barrier. "How dare you!" Nan Haiqing took a step forward and rushed toward Blind Tai. Blind Tai raised his arm when Nan Haiqing came close, and all anyone saw was just the flicking of a phantom. Bang! The sound was heard when Nan Haiqing, the proud son of the Nanhai family and a well-known genius talent in the outside world, was slammed to the ground. Blind Tai bowed his legs as his arms clasped Nan Haiqing's neck, pressing him firmly to the ground. He chided him with spite. An outsider raising his hand inside the village. "Do you want to die?" Nan Haiqing was pressed against the ground and couldn't move. His breathing was rapid, and the aura upon his body was erratic, but it was so disorganized that he could not gather them into any usable form. His face was flushed red because of the stifling. His eyes fixed on the muscular body in front of him as he was firmly held in place. As an existence of Middle Renhuang and a genius talent belonging to the Nanhai family, his position was lofty in the outside world. However, at the moment he was suffering the worst humiliation of his life. No one could imagine his current state of mind. However, those around him had a different take. More than the shock of Nan Haiqing's humiliation, they were more astonished by Blind Tai's show of strength. Especially for those cultivators from the outside, for Corner Village had always been a mysterious place. The village did not produce many powerful people, but each one of them was strong beyond terrifying. Back then, this Blind Tai was also a well-known figure. But then, the man became blind and returned to the village. Over time, he was forgotten by the world, and his existence was only a faint memory. However, the person that Blind Tai humiliated was Nan Haiqing, a Renhuang cultivator of the sixth realm with perfect great path. Blind Tai was able to render him completely without resistance. So much so that Nan Haiqing's power of the great path was unable to condense and take form. The power possessed by Blind Tai was not inconsiderable. Perhaps this genius talent of the Nanhai family had never suffered such humiliation like this before. Those from the outside had their concerns and wouldn't act so boldly. But the people inside Four Corner Village was another story. The villagers themselves were stunned as well. Blind Tai had been striking iron in the shop all these years and no longer displayed any of his powers anymore. When he returned to the village, he was blind and on the verge of death. The teacher saved him and gave him his life back, but many speculated that he might have lost his cultivation in the process. They never expected that he was still so powerful. The teacher was truly amazing to have saved Blind Tai and restore his strength to the same level as it was before. "Blind Tai, you've gone mad." When Nan Haiqing was taken down, Muyun Long took a step forward, and the aura of the great path exploded fiercely from him. He rushed towards Blind Tai, rousing a great gust of wind around them so that everyone in the distance retreated quickly. Muyun Long, the head of the Muyun family, was a mighty man himself. Blind Tai raised his head and faced Muyun Long, saying coldly, "Muyun Long, you tout yourself as one of the people in charge of Four Corner Village, but you are condoning an outsider to violate the rules of the village, allowing him to raise a hand against people inside our village." Muyun Long's face was austere. The ironclad rule for the village had always been that outsiders were not allowed to fight inside the village, let alone take action against the people inside the village. The village has changed, and the relics have merged with Four Corner Village. The teacher has agreed to the changes and allowed Four Corner Village to have contact with the outside world. Naturally, some of those stale rules will need to be revised as well. Under these circumstances, it is hard not to have some conflict. Muyun Long continued coldly. Don't forget that the people behind you had also tried to move against my son, Muyun Shu. I wanted to chase him out of the village, but remember how I was stopped. Muyun Long. Who was the one who raised his hand first? At this time, old Ma came over and said, your son instructed outsiders to move against Tai Tu, and not only did you not chastise Muyun Shu, but aided him in expelling the others. Once again, it's a guest of the Muyun family who wants to break the rules. I know Muyun Lan's name rang throughout the world outside, and he's also the son-in-law of the Nanhai family. Therefore, the Muyun family is no longer focused on the welfare of Four Corner Village. How could us villagers be as valuable in your eyes as the people from the Nanhai family? Muyun Long stared at the old Ma, and so did everyone else in the village. There were conflicts between the two parties again, and it's Muyun Long and old Ma's family. This time, no one expected that little Ling would be the one to inherit the divine techniques. Perhaps Muyun Long was a tad too anxious when he saw what had happened, causing the Nanhai family to take part in the action. However, no one expected Blind Tai to be such a powerful interceptor. In my opinion, Muyun Long, you are too selfish. You only care about the interests of outsiders and not the welfare of the village. You and Muyun Shu should be expelled from Four Corner Village. Old Ma said nonchalantly. This immediately made the heartbeats of everyone inside the village skip a beat. Exile Muyun Long from Four Corner Village? Do you know what you are talking about? Muyun Long stared at old Ma. Expel his family from Four Corner Village? The Muyun family enjoyed great status in Four Corner Village, and he was now the unofficial head of the four great families inside the village. How dared old Ma talk about expelling him? This time on the day of the sacrifice, Tai Tu and little Ling had received the opportunity to awaken, thus inheriting the technique of their ancestors and honoring our village. This should have been a great joy in the village, but Muyun Long was envious of their fortune and tried to intervene twice to stop Tai Tu and little Ling, directly undercutting the interests of this village. The Muyun family is no longer worthy of staying in the village. Teacher, please decide. Old Ma said as he put his hands together. It appeared that he was quite serious and was not just venting. He really wanted to drive out the Muyun family. Those foreign principalities were disturbed by these allegations. For Corner Village had long been isolated from the world, and the people inside the village must have accumulated some deep-seated grievances. It seemed that the conflict this time had brought out this dissatisfaction, and the two sides were now completely at an impasse. I agree. Blind Tai let go of Nanhai Qing as he seconded the suggestion. Facing the teacher. People from the Muyun family had tried to move against his son before. This time they aimed little Ling, and he and old Ma were completely fed up. He couldn't fault old Ma for being so angry. The 7 great divine techniques belonged to Four Corner Village. Anyone, as long as they were villagers, all had the opportunity to inherit the divine techniques. Tai Tu and little Ling to inheriting the divine techniques ought to be the pride of the Four Corner Village. But what did the Muyun family do? Instantly, many people inside Four Corner Village were whispering, talking and pointing at Muyun Long. If it weren't for Muyun Long's attempt to drive Yifutian away, they still wouldn't know what happened on the day of the sacrifice when Muyun Shu wanted to do something to Tai Tu. But this time, many had seen it with their own eyes, and it was indeed the guests of the Muyun family who wanted to sabotage little Ling's awakening. This, indeed, upset many in the village. A closer look at Muyun Long's behavior and thinking carefully back over the years, he had always considered the interests of his family first, not the interest of the village. They had not thought much about it before, but old Ma's words had awakened many people. After all, they were simple villagers who would never think much about matters like this. Aware of the talking and pointing behind him, Muyun Long's expression was not so good. This was the first time he was scolded by so many villagers. Those whispers began to express dissatisfaction with him. He didn't expect the situation to end up like this. I have said before that Four Corner Village must solve the problems in the village on its own. Since it can't be decided, we must wait until after the 7 great divine techniques have been revealed so the heirs of the 7 families may decide together. This way, the will of the 4-corner village would be properly represented. Far into the distance, an elusive voice was heard by everyone. Now that Tai Tu and Little Ling had both awakened, the Tai family would become one of them. Together with Little Ling and the Fong family, that was already 3 families. Previously, the Shi family also supported Yifutian, which meant that the balance inside the village had already begun to shift. If the Shi family were also dissatisfied with the Muyun family, the possibility to expel Muyun Long would become very real. Of course, the teacher said that all 7 great divine techniques would have to be revealed, so there was a possibility that the Fong family may be replaced, but no one knew who would be the replacement. However, judging from the teacher's words, it was not hard to fathom that the ending must not be far off. Especially after Little Ling's awakening, this school of thought was even stronger. All the other divine techniques would be revealed and find their heirs. It seems that old Ma was correct this time in finding Yifutian, who must be a man of great luck. It seems that it was he who brought Little Ling along. Many people looked at Yifutian and made the connections secretly in their hearts. As for the outsiders, since 4-corner village is in an unusual time now, they won't interfere. But there is only one thing. I won't tolerate outsiders attacking the villagers of 4-corner village. As the voice fell, terrifying coercion dropped from the sky. The hearts of many skipped a beat as they felt that majestic coercion of the great path. Furthermore, as to what directions to take towards the outside world in the future, the 7 will decide after the 7 great divine techniques have been revealed. The teacher continued. Still, he didn't get involved. Everything would follow the will of the 4-corner village. Muyun Long didn't look so good. Although the teacher remained neutral, he had an ominous feeling about this recent turn of events. It was as if everything was as the teacher expected, including his thoughts, could not escape the discerning eyes of the teacher. He was like a god overlooking all of 4-corner village, omnipotent, and everything was under his control. These thoughts crossed Muyun Long's mind because he believed that, with his current level of cultivation and the status of the Muyun family inside and outside the village, there shouldn't be another godlike existence above him. He wanted to see how far he could go. His first step was to open up the 4-corner village so that it was no longer limited to this little corner of the world, but would truly dominate the territory it was in and lord over this land. 4-corner village, located on an extremely barren continent, and was completely different from all other continents he had ever seen. In the upper 9th heaven, those continents were so prosperous that, in comparison, the 4-corner continent didn't even seem to exist. After he opened up the connections, he wanted to be like those top outside forces, to turn this continent into a place of extreme prosperity. 4-corner village ought to be worshipped and revered by all the cultivators. But until now, he felt as if he was still under the shadow of the teacher. Not long ago, he had thought that this would be a great opportunity for him. But now, it seemed that he was still under the control of the teacher. The 7 great divine techniques would all be revealed eventually. If Yifutian, Old Ma, and the others were to control the advantage, it would be him that would be expelled by Yifutian, not the other way around. In the past, this was something that he had never considered before. But now, it was something he had to face. Furthermore, when Lao Ma asked the teacher to expel him, something impossible to even think of in the past, the teacher did not outright refuse his suggestion. Instead, he said that the heirs of the 7 great divine techniques would decide. What did that imply? The teacher did not negate the possibility. When Muyun Long considered all this, he became quite aggravated. He raised his head to look at Nan Haiqing, who was in front of him. Although Blind Tai had let go of him, a strong sense of anger and humiliation lingered on Nan Haiqing. Traces of aura surged but were suppressed by him as he did not dare to strike back. A guest of the Muyun family was humiliated so publicly. Everything seemed to undergo a subtle change, and 4-corner village was on the precipice of transformation. This seemed to be what he was asking for, and yet, many cultivators were coming this way, but no one acted impulsively anymore. They kept looking at Little Ling and the tree, unsure what was so amazing about this tree. At this time, rays of divine light poured into Little Ling's body. She wiggled as she opened her eyes, blinking. She looked up at Yifutian and said, "Uncle Yi, it looks like I can cultivate." "Well, you can," Yifutian nodded. "But the teacher had said that I couldn't cultivate. So, could I or couldn't I?" Little Ling seemed to ponder the instructions given by the teacher. In the village, if the teacher decided one couldn't cultivate, it was the end of the matter. "Have you forgotten that there is a chance for awakening on the day of the sacrifice? Little Ling herself has great luck as well. You couldn't cultivate before, but after experiencing the awakening, you will be able to cultivate from now on," Yifutian said with a smile. "Is that so?" Little Ling blinked, already believing Yifutian's words with all her heart. She looked at Old Ma and Blind Tai next to him. Old Ma cheerily said, "Uncle Yi is right. You have already experienced an awakening so that you can cultivate in the future. You forgot that the teacher said not long ago that even if there were no awakening, the village is not the same as it was before. Everyone can cultivate." "Yes?" Little Ling scratched her head with a silly smile on her face. "Little Ling, we can cultivate together now." Next to her, Tai Tu smiled happily. Little Ling nodded. "From now on, we can all study and learn from the teacher," Tai Tu said. Little Ling looked at Yifutian with a brilliant smile, full of simple contentment. "Thank you, Uncle Yi," said Little Ling. Yifutian rubbed her head and smiled casually, but his mind drifted. He thought that perhaps only the teacher and himself truly understood the truth behind the changes that were taking place in Four Corner Village. They were the only ones who knew that the 7 great divine techniques would be revealed eventually. Now that Little Ling had inherited the divine technique, he was on his way to find the next heir of the divine technique. At this time, many people came to the tree. After Little Ling finished cultivating, no one was stopped from approaching it. Lu Qixing was dapper and gentlemanly. He glanced at the tree and thought that he had felt the tree was extraordinary but difficult to grasp. He looked at Yifutian and bowed slightly, introducing himself, "Lu Qixing from Xianxia domain." "Yifutian." Yifutian responded. Lu Qixing was being so polite so that he couldn't be overly arrogant. "I want to inquire if Emperor Yi had comprehended the mystery of this divine tree?" Lu Qixing asked. "This tree is peculiar and connected to this space, but I haven't comprehended its secrets yet." Yifutian responded with a smile. Clearly, this was not the truth. But how could he tell a total stranger everything? Lu Qixing did not fully believe what Yifutian told him. He suspected that Yifutian might have comprehended some mysteries of the tree. Otherwise, he would not be bringing Little Ling to cultivate under it. Of course, he wouldn't divulge things of this nature to him. "Brother Yi seems to be a person of great luck," Lu Qixing commented. Since many said that his luck was unparalleled, they believed it was him who caused these visions. But now it appeared that it might not have been the case. Yifutian had entered the village around the same time he did, and they both had passed through the same passageway. Then, could the visions on that day caused by Yifutian? And he wasn't the only one who had doubts. Many people now thought of the same thing. After all, luck often went hand in hand with chance. Yifutian helped Little Ling to awake to a divine technique that had never been revealed before. Such chance was a manifestation of luck. When Yifutian entered the village, it was Little Ling who chose him. Yifutian. At this time, a beautiful woman stepped toward Yifutian. Her eyes fastened on him as she whispered, "In the year 1005, one of the divine prefecture calendar, the Donghua banquet was hosted by the chief of Donghua domain, well attended by its cultivators. At the Donghua banquet, a man went undefeated and whose thundering reputation was known throughout the world. The man called himself Yi Lionian, but later it was rumored that his real name was Yifutian. As powerful figures in Xianxia domain, clearly, some had heard about the news regarding Donghua banquet. But years later, and Ruosu still remembered a man who appeared at Donghua banquet at the time. According to reliable sources, that man's talent was equivalent to that of Ninghua, the #1 genius talent of Donghua domain. And Ruosu was extremely dedicated to following the happenings in the cultivation world and paying attention to the top figures from everywhere. She didn't just limit her attention to those in Xianxia domain and top figures in other domains. That was how she had heard of Yi Futian's name. As her voice faded, all eyes were on Yi Futian. Someone had speculated whether Yi Futian was from the domain chief's manor from Donghua domain. Now it seemed that it was very likely that he was someone selected by the Donghua domain chief's manor. They seemed to be waiting for Enruosu to continue, so she said, "However, this genius talent offended all the major forces, even the domain chief's manor, and became a wanted fugitive. At the time, a battle exploded in Donghua domain. The domain chief and several other masters went to war, and the Millet Emperor fought against the three of them with the watchtower at his back. Many trembled when they heard her words. He had ignited the war between major forces? I have heard about this as well. I didn't expect that the main character in that event at Donghua Banquet would show up in Xianxia Domain's four-corner village." A young man, who was also a top figure in Xianxia Domain, spoke up. He had heard about that great battle, but he didn't expect that one day he would have interaction with them. It appeared that this man might indeed be the one who caused the visions that day. The villagers chattered. They didn't expect this man to have such a famous history. Old Ma had the foresight to pick someone with great luck. Yi Futian merely smiled. "I came to Four Corner Village to find opportunities as well. As for those other things, they are not so important." As he was speaking, he nodded slightly to Enruosu. Then he instructed little Ling and Tai Tu. "This tree is extraordinary. Comprehend carefully under this tree and see if you can gain anything more from it." Tai Tu and little Ling both nodded and sat down obediently. Yi Futian sat with them as well, eyes closed, and appeared to be resting. His divine consciousness seemed to merge with the ancient tree as traces of his consciousness spread and expanded. In his mind, everything in this space was crystal clear, even the fluctuations of the aura. In the village, not far from them, several people were looking at him. Yi Futian knew the man, Fang Gai, who was in the lead. He had left quite an impression on Yi Futian. Fang Xiyuan stood next to Fang Gai. Wisps of aura came out from the youth as if in resonance with this space. "So that's it," Yi Futian exclaimed silently. Fang Xiyuan's luck was incredibly strong. All he needed was a chance. Could it be that Fang Gai already knew that? He continued to look at other places. In the lively village at this moment, he saw a lonely figure squatting under the bridge of the village, playing with the rocks by the river. It was as if the hustle and bustle of the village had nothing to do with him. The boy was very young, about as old as little Ling. He wore tattered clothes. It was as if no one had cared for him. He squatted by himself under the stone bridge, looking a little lonesome. However, Yi Futian detected traces of extraordinary aura from him. At this moment, Yi Futian vaguely understood how the teacher was able to determine whether or not a person had the potential to cultivate. Yi Futian opened his eyes and gazed across the land. There were 7 major divine techniques. Now, in addition to little Ling's, the village already mastered 5 divine techniques. Namely, the Muyun family, Tai family, Shi family, Gu family, and little Ling. Adding on the 2 techniques encountered by Fang Xiyuan and that youth, all 7 major divine techniques had been found. They appeared in the village at the same time. "I'll go for a walk around the village," Yi Futian said in a low voice. He then walked away. The others still stood below the ancient tree, comprehending the way and cultivating. Many of them had some epiphanies in cultivation. However, no one sensed the existence of divine techniques. "Master Yi." Right then, a silhouette appeared before Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at the figure blocking his way. It was Fang Gai from the Fang family. Before this, he was one of the persons in charge of Four Corner Village. Not long ago, he had helped Yi Futian, disagreeing with Muyun Long wanting to banish Yi Futian. Fang Gai was also the earliest person to speculate that Yi Futian might be an extraordinary figure. He had asked little Ling about Yi Futian before. "Head of Fang family," Yi Futian greeted as he nodded his head slightly. Fang Xiyuan stood beside Fang Gai. Fang Xiyuan raised his head and looked at Yi Futian, appearing somewhat curious. "This brat has always been unruly. Now that I know the name of Master Yi, may you help me discipline this brat and take him as your disciple?" Fang Gai asked Yi Futian. He actually wanted Fang Xiyuan to become Yi Futian's disciple. This made Yi Futian feel somewhat strange. He said, "The youths in Four Corner Village have Master to guide them." Fang Gai continued, "Although Master guides them in their studies and is their teacher in name, he has not truly taken them in as disciples. Now that this brat has begun his journey of cultivation, if he can become a disciple under Master Ye's tutelage, there will be someone to keep him in check in the future." Many people looked over at Fang Gai. Muyun Long had a hostile look on his face. This old fox saw that Yi Futian possessed powerful fate and wanted to get Fang Xiyuan under Yi Futian's wing. He was ambitious, wanting Fang Xiyuan to inherit Yi Futian's teachings. Actually, Fang Xiyuan is born with extraordinary talent. With the current changes of the rules of Four Corner Village over time, he will come across a great fateful encounter and become an extraordinary figure. "There is no need for him to become my disciple," Yi Futian said. He did not grant Fang Gai his wish. Although Fang Gai had helped Yi Futian before, Yi Futian still did not know him well enough. He could roughly guess what Fang Gai's intentions were for doing so. Yi Futian would naturally not accept disciples so easily. Seeing that Yi Futian did not agree to it, Fang Gai directly struck Fang Xiyuan's head with his palm. He scolded Fang Xiyuan and said, "You bastard! This is what you get for being unruly. Now even Master Yi does not see worth in you. You only know how to waste your time every day instead of cultivating properly." Fang Xiyuan looked up at his own grandfather with a confused look. He rubbed his head with his hand. What was going on? Why was he in the wrong when Yi Futian was the one who did not want to accept him as a disciple? His grandfather was being unreasonable. "Fang family does not have any unfilial children like you. If you don't come across a fateful encounter, don't even think about coming home in the future," Fang Gai scolded. Then, he apologized to Yi Futian and said, "This brat lacks discipline. Master Yi, please forgive this unsightliness. This is Senior's family matter," Yi Futian said as he walked ahead. Fang Gai slapped Fang Xiyuan in the head again. Fang Xiyuan's figure tipped forward towards where Yi Futian was headed. After he stabilized himself, Fang Xiyuan turned back and glanced at his grandfather. His grandfather glared at him. Fang Xiyuan could only follow Yi Futian obediently. Old Ma and Blind Tai were watching over little Ling and Tai Tu. Yi Futian walked alone through the village. Fang Xiyuan followed behind him quietly. Yi Futian was somewhat speechless. This Fang Gai was practically... Yi Futian came to a stone bridge. He then squatted there and gazed down at the youth playing below. The youth seemed to notice him. He looked up at Yi Futian, somewhat avoiding Yi Futian's gaze. He seemed afraid of strangers. "What is your name?" Yi Futian asked. The youth hesitated to answer and lowered his head. He seemed very nervous. "Master Yi is asking you something. Why do you hesitate?" said Fang Xiyuan to the youth. The other party glanced at Fang Xiyuan. Then, with his head lowered, he answered softly, "My name is Duoyu." "Duoyu?" exclaimed Yi Futian with a strange look. "Ma'am," replied the youth as he nodded his head. "That is what the villagers call me." "Come over here," said Fang Xiyuan. Duoyu seemed somewhat afraid of Fang Xiyuan. He walked forward timidly. He mustered his courage to look at Fang Xiyuan. Fang Xiyuan glared at him and said, "Why are you acting like a girl when you are a boy? You keep hiding away from others all day. Do you truly consider yourself unnecessary?" The youth lowered his head again. He was unnecessary. "Master Yi, this fellow is usually like this. He is very timid." "Don't mind him," said Fang Xiyuan. Yi Futian nodded his head slightly. Although Fang Xiyuan was unruly and had a strong sense of personality, he had a good heart. He was completely different from Muyun Shu. The first time Yi Futian met Fang Xiyuan was when Fang Xiyuan blocked little Ling and talked bad about Yi Futian. He did not have a good impression of Fang Xiyuan. However, having met Fang Xiyuan a few times, his impression of him had changed. "What are you thinking about? This is Master Yi." Seeing that Duoyu was standing there stunned, Fang Xiyuan was so agitated that he leaped down beside Duoyu and slapped him on the head. "Master Yi." Duoyu greeted Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded his head. He looked at Fang Xiyuan and saw Fang Xiyuan smiling at him. Yi Futian thought to himself that this brat was as sharp as his grandfather. Seeing that Yi Futian had come looking for Duo Yu, Fang Xiuan must have figured out something as to why he had done so. Is he usually so stiff and overlooks etiquette? Asked Yi Futian as he put on an expressionless face. He pretended that he was somewhat unhappy about this as he coldly uttered this sentence. When Fang Xiuan saw the look on Yi Futian's face, he quickly added, No, Master Yi, please don't misunderstand. Duo Yu's backstory is rather unfortunate. He has been an orphan since he was young, growing up together with the villagers. Hence, he is more withdrawn. Due to some matters with the elders, many people are also prejudiced against him and gave him the name Duo Yu. People got used to calling him that over time. This fellow has been an introvert since he was young and does not talk much. However, he definitely isn't being impolite on purpose. He always helps out in the village and treats each family as his elders. Now, most people in the village like him. It is just that his name has yet to be changed. Duo Yu still stood with his head lowered, not saying a word. Fang Xiuan had been the one talking all this while. As he looked at the two polar opposite youths, Yi Futian smiled. Although there were people like Muyun Shu in the village, overall, the people here were still rather simple. Fang Xiuan and the youth before him now were such people. When Muyun Shu saw that Tai Tu and Little Ling were cultivating, he wanted to prevent them from awakening. However, although Fang Xiuan was also a little frivolous and domineering, he still managed to figure out why Yi Futian came looking for Duo Yu and wanted to speak up on Duo Yu's behalf. From this, Yi Futian could see how different Muyun Shu and Fang Xiuan were. Bring him up, Yi Futian said. All right, Fang Xiuan answered with a grin. He then patted Duo Yu and said, Aren't you going to thank Master Yi? Duo Yu did not understand why he had to do so, but he still said to Yi Futian, Thank you, Master Yi. Yi Futian nodded his head. He then turned around and walked off. Fang Xiuan dragged Duo Yu along. Duo Yu was still somewhat fearful. He did not know why Yi Futian wanted him to follow along. Right then, Yi Futian thought that teaching the way here and guiding these simple fellows in their studies and cultivation like master was also an interesting proposition. If he ever wanted to rest, this would be a good place to do so. At that moment, Yi Futian actually had the urge to accept disciples. Although he had accepted disciples before, he had been very utilitarian about it. This time, he did not think much of it. He rather liked these four youths. Little Ling, Tai Tu, Fang Xiuan and Duo Yu. These four kids had no ulterior motives. Each one of them was different. Once they inherited the divine techniques, what would their futures be like? As for Muyun Shu, in Four Corner Village, he was replaceable. Yi Futian brought Fang Xiuan and Duo Yu along as he walked around the village. He then headed over to the ancient tree. A villager saw this and shouted over, Duo Yu, why have you come running over here as well? Aunt? Duo Yu called out as he glanced bashfully at Yi Futian, who was ahead. Maybe our little Duo Yu might have talent in cultivation. Master said that everyone in the village can cultivate in the future. An old man said with a smile. I wonder whether an old bag of bones like me can still cultivate or not. It might be possible. After you start cultivating, you might become a handsome young fellow, said someone playfully to the side. People started commenting one after another. When Yi Futian saw this scene, he felt that the village was indeed simple. Although what they said could not be believed, and they were just joking, he could feel the villagers' warmth toward Duo Yu. Everyone seems to like you quite a lot, Yi Futian said to Duo Yu, who was beside him. Duo Yu scratched his head. He did not know how to respond. Beside him, Fang Xiuan replied, Duo Yu was raised by many villagers. He was brought up by the joint effort of the villagers. This fellow is also obedient. Many villagers like him. Yi Futian replied as he nodded his head. Go call the other fellows in the village. Fang Xiuan blinked and responded, All right, I'll be off then. As he said this, Fang Xiuan went off to call them over. Among the youths of the village, Fang Xiuan's position was very high aside from that of Muyun Shu, who could not be compared to. As a descendant of the Fang family, Fang Xiuan also bore an air of authority. His ability to summon people was not ordinary. Not long after, a group of youths clustered around Fang Xiyuan as they walked over and came before Yi Futian. Fang Xiyuan shouted, "Aren't you all going to greet Master Yi? Nice to meet you, Master Yi." Most of the youths could not cultivate before this. They all looked curiously at Yi Futian. They did not know why Fang Xiyuan had gathered them over. Was Master Yi also called Master? Could it be that his abilities were on par with that of Master? "Let's go," said Yi Futian as he nodded his head. He then led the youths forward. When the villagers saw this scene, they were somewhat surprised. What was Yi Futian doing? It felt as though he was the ringleader of a gang. A group of children followed behind him. Even Xia Qingyuan and the others were stunned. Little Condor's large eyes blinked. Since when had Boss changed personalities? He no longer preferred beautiful women and now wanted to be the leader of a group of youths? The outsiders also revealed strange expressions. What was he doing? Many people followed them. Their group once again came to the ancient tree. There were already many people cultivating and comprehending the way here, including the outsiders. The people there heard some noise. When they opened their eyes, they saw Yi Futian and his group of youths. Some people frowned. What was this fellow doing? Some people also revealed looks of interest. They watched Yi Futian with curious gazes. "Uncle Yi," little Ling called out to Yi Futian. She then looked behind him and felt that something was strange. Responded Yi Futian with a smile. He then turned and said to the group of youths, "Master has said that the people in the village may have the chance to cultivate now. Before this, an ancestor of Four Corner Village came to me in a dream. The ancestor once cultivated and comprehended the way beneath this tree. Hence, I call it the path-seeking tree. If you have nothing else to do, sit beneath the tree and comprehend the way. You might have the opportunity to awaken to your abilities. Remember, you must be sincere when doing so. Your ancestors told me this in a vision. If one day is not enough, spend 2 days at it. If 2 days is not enough, spend 10 days or half a month. Your ancestors also cultivated in such a manner. Do you understand?" The people around him revealed different expressions. The outsiders and the cultivators in the village did not believe Yi Futian's words. The ancestor came to him in a dream and gave him a vision? Such utter nonsense. Even if the ancestor came to someone in a dream, he wouldn't find an outsider. This fellow was purely making up stories. However, why was he tricking these youths? Could it be that he knew that this tree was indeed extraordinary? Before this, he had been the one who brought little Ling to the tree, resulting in little Ling awakening to her abilities. Many of the villagers did not think too much about it. They mostly believed what Yi Futian said. As for the youths, they were all nodding their heads. How could they possibly know any better? They would take other people at their word. "Aren't you all going to thank Master Yi?" Fang Xiyuan said to them. The youths immediately complied with his orders. Yi Futian looked at Fang Xiyuan. This rascal was a sly one. "All of you sit down and cultivate here. If there is anything you don't understand, ask little Ling, Tai Tu, as well as Fang Xiyuan," instructed Yi Futian. The youths nodded their heads and then found spots to sit down. Yi Futian revealed a satisfied expression and then left. After he left, many of the youths whispered to one another. Someone asked little Ling, "Little Ling, how do you cultivate? Can you teach me, please?" "Yeah, teach me as well," requested many other youths as they came forward. "Off with you. Go cultivate on your own. Don't disturb little Ling," said Tai Tu as he stood and blocked off little Ling. "Oh, Tai Tu, you were so protective of her," Fang Xiyuan said with a smile. "Fang Xiyuan, mind your own business," Tai Tu said as he looked at Fang Xiyuan. "Master Yi has instructed us to listen to him when he is around. When he isn't, you all should listen to me," Fang Xiyuan said as he tilted his head upward. "Did Uncle Yi say that?" countered Tai Tu with a look of dissatisfaction. "If you don't believe me, why don't you ask Master Yi?" Fang Xiyuan retorted. "It's all right, Tai Tu. Let's listen to elder brother Fang Xiyuan," little Ling said as she walked up to them. "I will instruct them." Sister Ling is still the most understanding. Fong Sun then turned around and said to the group of youths, "Did you see that? From now on, little Ling is your elder sister." "Sister Ling," someone said in a low voice. "Why should she be our elder sister? I am older than her," someone complained. "Little Ling is the inheritor of a divine technique, a person chosen by the ancestors. Are you dissatisfied with that?" Fong Siyuan challenged as he walked up to the person. The person who had spoken immediately retreated. Yifutian, who had walked far away, saw all of this. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Fong Siyuan would be extraordinary in the future. He would be a king among children. In the future, these youths would all be subdued by him. Blind Tai stood guard over them. Old Ma walked up to Yifutian and said, "When these kids grow up, they will be incredible figures. Fong Siyuan has some leadership qualities. He is much more impressive than that kid from Muyun family." Yifutian nodded his head in agreement. Muyun Shu was too self-centered and arrogant. He only looked out for himself and was snobbish. People like him were destined to be unable to work well with others. Fong Siyuan, on the other hand, was different. Now that the villagers of Four Corner Village can cultivate, I wonder how it will be after a few decades, Old Ma continued. Yifutian said, "There will certainly be droves of cultivators. A few of these kids are born with the way. For Corner Village has always been a special space. In reality, it has always been showered by the Great Path. Master must have done many things. Once these people begin their cultivation journey, they will grow in leaps and bounds. Once the villagers began cultivating, the sky was the limit. In the future, the village will merge with the outside world. The youths are the future of the village. You lead this group of youths now. In the future, they will certainly be exceptionally respectful towards you. Why don't you stay in the village?" Old Ma proposed. Yifutian looked at him. Old Ma continued, "Prior to this, I heard people say that you offended many incredible foes in the outside world. Although the village is small, we can still protect you. With Master here, not many people can force their way into the village." Yifutian smiled. Old Ma was looking out for him. Staying in Four Corner Village was indeed not a bad choice. "I will think about it. However, the Muyun family still wants to banish me from the village." "I'll play by ear," Yifutian replied. Old Ma nodded his head. For the next few days, the youths cultivated underneath the tree obediently. Yifutian would regularly head over to take a look. Occasionally, he would also sit beneath the tree. As expected, many of them actually awakened to their talents and were able to begin cultivating. They would encounter surprises every day. This made the villagers very happy. These youths were the future of the village. The older generation had no hopes of venturing out themselves. However, they were certainly happy that the younger generation could cultivate, grow and venture out into the outside world one day. Gradually, the villagers warmed up to Yifutian. Their good impression of him improved immensely. Everyone called him Master Yi, and he slowly grew accustomed to such a title. The village only had one master before. Now that they called him Master Yi, it itself was an immense sign of respect. Fong Gai was the first to call him that. After that, Fong Siyuan led the youths in calling him Master Yi, and it slowly spread from there. Fong Siyuan's improvement was the most significant. After a few days, Fong Siyuan experienced an awakening, resulting in divine phenomena appearing and startling everyone. Today, countless people stood around the ancient tree. They were looking at Fong Siyuan, who was sitting there. Beams of divine light shot into his body. Around his body, an independent space seemed to form. The space kept shifting and was extremely miraculous. Fong Gai was naturally overjoyed. He had a beaming smile on his face. He had long sensed that these youths were qualified to experience awakenings. Each generation was improving over the last one. Only now, with Fong Siyuan's generation, they finally had the chance to cultivate. "I succeeded," said Fong Siyuan, who completed his cultivation as he revealed a look of surprise. He bowed slightly at Yifutian and said, "Many thanks, Master Yi. This is your own doing. I had no part in it," Yifutian replied, shaking his head. Master Yi is truly incredible. It seems that Master Yi truly is a person with powerful fate, the villagers discussed. They revealed looks of sincere respect. In the distance, Muyun Long watched this scene with a livid expression. The Fong family had also awakened to their abilities. Fong Xiyuan inherited a divine technique. The Fong family's position would improve once again. Now, the Muyun family already seemed to have no chance of victory. Yi Futian had only been in the village for a few days. Now, his fame was like the sun in the sky. It already eclipsed the fame Muyun Long had accumulated in the village over many years. When that happened, it would not be Yi Futian who would be banished, but rather their Muyun family. He could not imagine what would happen if the Muyun family was banished from Four Corner Village. Will they be here soon? Muyun Long asked Nanhai Qing over transmitted thoughts. They will soon be here. The people from the outside world are gradually making their way over to the Four Corner continent. The members of the Nanhai family will soon arrive, Nanhai Qing replied. Muyun Long nodded his head. There would be a change in Four Corner Village. Foreign forces would also be arriving. No one knows who would emerge as the final victor at the end of everything. Four Corner Village would certainly belong to him. Outside of Four Corner Village, a group of cultivators descended. This group had frightening auras. The leader was dressed in a long robe and bore an air of authority. This group of people was the members of the Nanhai family. The cultivator in the lead was Nanhai Wuji. He was the top giant figure in the Xianxia domain and the chief elder of the Nanhai family. His ability was monstrous. This time, he had personally led his people here. It was apparent how much importance they placed on the changes of Four Corner Village this time around. The Nanhai family was more deeply connected to Four Corner Village than most forces of the Xianxia domain. Hence, they placed the greatest importance on the village. The proud son of heaven, Muyun Lan, was a son-in-law of the Nanhai family. Muyun Lan naturally had come along. He stood beside Nanhai Wuji. He wore a long golden robe and was very elegant, giving off an otherworldly vibe. A frighteningly sharp aura emanated from his gaze. After many years, this was the first time Muyun Lan had returned. The rule in Four Corner Village was that those who left could not return to the village unless they had special circumstances. Muyun Lan had long been unsatisfied with this rule. For many years, he had wanted to return for a visit, as well as lead the members of Four Corner Village out to truly face the outside world. However, he couldn't change the village. Now, an opportunity had arisen. Four Corner Village finally decided to interact with the outside world. Lan, let's head in, said Nanhai Wuji beside him. Muyun Lan nodded his head. The group of people then walked towards the glimmer of sky. Now, the rules of Four Corner Village had changed. Before this, Four Corner Village was an illusory world. Now, it was a physical space. Other people could truly sense where Four Corner Village was located. Hence, the glimmer of sky could no longer prevent cultivators from entering. After their group headed in, more cultivators descended. They were cultivators from other top forces. After receiving news of this place, they rushed over to Four Corner Village. They were arriving one after another. In Four Corner Village, when the members of the Nanhai family entered, Muyun Lan took a few steps forward. A familiar sensation swept over him. He looked at the independent space with skies filled with multicolored lights. Four Corner Village was still the same. However, things had also changed. The multicolored lights merged with the relic and enveloped the space, transforming it into a true land of miracles. In the village, someone nearby turned around and looked in the direction of their group. The person's heart trembled slightly. However, someone spotted Muyun Lan, and their heart quavered. The person pointed at him and said in a trembling voice, "You are the young master of the Muyun family." Muyun Lan glanced at the other party and then nodded his head slightly. He then walked towards the village. People from the village kept gathering around to see the commotion. They were busily discussing as they cried out, "Muyun Lan is back!" In the distance, the people who were busy cultivating and seeking fateful encounters looked over in their direction. Muyun Lan had returned? They turned around and looked over in their direction. They saw the cultivators of the Nanhai family, as well as Muyun Lan. The figures of Muyun Long and the rest of the Muyun family dashed over very quickly. A short while later, the group came face to face with Muyun Long and the others. Muyun Long smiled happily and said, "You have returned." "Father," Muyun Lan said as he bowed slightly. "Elder brother," called out Muyun Shu. He sounded familiar yet somewhat distant. "Little Shu," replied Muyun Lan as he walked up to Muyun Shu with a smile. He hugged Muyun Shu's shoulder and said with a smile, "I never imagined that little Shu has grown so big." Muyun Lan has returned. Are those the members of the Nanhai family around him? Far away, countless gazes were looking in their direction. Endless whispering could be heard. Even the cultivators from the outside world were extremely concerned. Muyun Lan had returned. It appeared that Four Corner Village was about to turn lively. "Elder brother, someone bullied me," said Muyun Shu to Muyun Lan. It seemed that he had become emboldened. He had heard that his elder brother had become well-known outside and was a prominent figure with extremely high cultivation. "Who bullied you?" Muyun Lan asked. "Blind Tai and Yi Futian," Muyun Shu said as he turned and looked into the distance. Underneath a tree stood Blind Tai and Yi Futian. There were many youths around the two of them. Blind Tai stood there, not moving an inch. Yi Futian glanced over in their direction. Coincidentally, Muyun Lan was also looking over at him. They locked gazes with each other. When Yi Futian saw Muyun Lan's gaze, he could faintly sense that Muyun Lan was also an extremely sharp figure. He would most likely be hard to deal with. Yi Futian had heard from Old Ma that Muyun Lan was already famous in the outside world. He was now cultivating with the Nanhai family and had married the princess of the Nanhai family. Muyun Lan swept a glance at Yi Futian and then shifted his gaze away and said, "Give me a moment." As he said this, he stepped forward and walked towards a place. Not long after, he reached the outside of the private school. Muyun Lan bowed slightly and said, "Student Muyun Lan has come to greet Master." Back in the day, Muyun Lan had also been taught by Master. It was not just him. Anyone who could cultivate in the village was one of the Master's students. This was the bond between student and teacher. Regardless of what position Muyun Lan held now, he needed to understand the etiquette and would come to greet Master. "After venturing to the outside world, you are no longer my student." "There is no need for ceremony," said Master. His voice was extremely calm. He had established a rule that the villagers should not simply leave Four Corner Village, and those who left should not return. At the same time, as long as the person left, their relationship as teacher and student would end there. Hence, Master said that Muyun Lan was no longer his student. "Back then, I received Master's guidance in my cultivation and have benefited greatly from it. Although I have left the village for many years, I am still Master's student," said Muyun Lan. "How thoughtful of you," replied Master. Muyun Lan continued, "Master, I heard that Four Corner Village has changed and will interact with the outside world. In your opinion, what will the village be like in the future? Before you came, I have already said that the matters of Four Corner Village will be determined by the will of the village. After the inheritors of the 7 major divine techniques appear, they will decide the future of the village together. I will neither take part nor intervene," replied Master. Muyun Lan did not say any more. He bowed towards the private school and said, "I understand." As he said this, he turned and walked away, leaving the place. Muyun Lan walked towards the ancient tree. Most of the people in the village were there. Muyun Shu and the others followed behind him, heading over there. Muyun Shu had a cold and indifferent expression. He had a brazened murderous aura as he stared at Yi Futian and Blind Tai. He was also looking at the cultivating youths. He couldn't stand looking at them. They were all lackeys of Yi Futian now. They were pathetic ants that hopped on the bandwagon. Even if they could cultivate, what use would that be? Muyun Lan stopped in his tracks as he looked towards Blind Tai and Yi Futian. Blind Tai took a few steps forward. Although he could not see, he was facing Muyun Lan. A formless aura was surging from him, causing this space to feel somewhat suppressive. "An outsider?" said Muyun Lan as he looked past Blind Tai at Yi Futian. For those from Four Corner Village, Yi Futian was also an outsider. Yifutian looked at Muyunlan and noticed the people around him who were from the Nanhai family. He said, "The people with you are also outsiders. Is that wrong?" "No, it's not," Muyunlan replied. A surge of invisible energy sprang from Nanhai Wuji's body and pressed on Yifutian. Frowning deeply, Yifutian stared at Nanhai Wuji. He certainly sensed how dangerous Nanhai Wuji was. "I heard that the great emperor once issued an injunction that forbids master cultivators from setting foot in the four-corner continent." Yifutian spoke in a flat voice. Nanhai Wuji's expression remained the same. Of course, he knew about the injunction. No one in the Xianxia domain didn't. It was why they had never visited Four Corner Village or explored this corner of the world in the past. He finally had a chance now. That being said, he didn't dare to ignore the great emperor's decree. He only came knowing that he wouldn't be punished. The divine priest of the great emperor issued a new order several days ago. The injunction regarding the four-corner continent and four-corner village is lifted now. Muyunlan looked at Yifutian and said. His words set tongues wagging. Some people already heard about it through families living in the outer realms. But the majority of the crowd didn't know about the news yet. People living in Four Corner Village were particularly confounded. They used to be protected by the great emperor's order. What did it mean to them now that the injunction was lifted? Yifutian also showed a surprised look on his face. Why would the great emperor revoke the decree all of a sudden? When did this happen? Old Ma narrowed his eyes and asked. The great emperor is the ruler of the divine prefecture. There is nothing he doesn't know about. Everything that happened in Four Corner Village didn't escape his attention either. The injunction is not necessary anymore now that Four Corner Village has transformed and is connected with the outer realms, Muyunlan said calmly. An odd look came over Yifutian's face. He recalled his time in the Eastern Barren Territory many years ago. The decree about the Eastern Barren Territory was revoked, and Princess Donghuang later showed up and took away Mr. Du after that. He entered the upper worlds and almost died in the Void Realm. Princess Donghuang gave him a chance to survive by letting him go through the gate of the Void Realm. It was how he arrived at the Divine Prefecture. Now, the injunction about Four Corner Village was also lifted after his arrival. These two things seemed to be somehow connected. Could it be a simple coincidence? It also meant that he was under the surveillance of Donghuang the Great wherever he went. He never escaped from his watch. Since the great emperor knew about everything that happened in Four Corner Village, he certainly learned about Yifutian's visit. It was not a good feeling. On top of that, Yifutian couldn't figure out why Donghuang the great emperor chose to revoke his decree now. Perhaps it was only because Four Corner Village didn't need to be sequestered and protected anymore now that its laws had changed and it had opened up to the outer realms. Since the injunction is lifted, even outsiders can take action in Four Corner Village now. Muyunlan stared at Yifutian and continued speaking. An invisible form of pressure immediately enveloped Yifutian. Yifutian was reminded of the time when he was facing Ning Hua back in the days. Muyunlan was a renowned figure in the Xianxia domain. He must possess tremendous power. His cold voice seemed to be another form of intimidation. Yifutian was not the only one affected by Muyunlan's energy. Even Blind Tai, Old Ma, and others sensed the invisible pressure. The entire village would be put in grave danger if outsiders could fight inside the village. After all, most villagers were common folks. They had no clue why the great emperor revoked his decree at such a critical moment. Was it because the village stopped being cut off from the world? You shouldn't forget who you are just because you have been outside. Blind Tai faced Muyunlan and said. Even though they were allowed to fight in the village now, Muyunlan shouldn't forget that he was born and raised in Four Corner Village himself. A battle inside the village would only damage his hometown. Of course, I know who I am. Muyunlan looked at Blind Tai and said, This is where the Muyun family resides and is where I was raised. No one wants the village to be prosperous more than I do. I hope the villagers can go to the outer realms and broaden their horizons. Therefore, I certainly don't want a clash to happen in the village. I would hate to see anyone starting a fight here, let alone myself. Why are you still talking if you know all that? Old Ma spoke evenly. I'm only reminding you not to forget who you are. You should remember who grew up in the village and who came from the outside, Muyunlan scanned the crowd and added, "The 7 divine techniques have come out, and everyone in the village will be able to cultivate in the future. I will direct more resources for cultivation back to the village to help the master train more cultivators. Only that will make sure Four Corner Village gains a strong foothold in the Xianxia domain. I can let bygones be bygones and forgive your past misdeeds." Muyunshu's face changed upon hearing his brother's statement. He raised his head and looked at his elder brother with a puzzled face. Was Muyunlan going to let them off? Muyunshu was not pleased with such a decision, but he had no choice but to obey his elder brother. He glared at Yi Futian and the others with frosty eyes. "I heard that you came from the Donghua domain and have done many things for Four Corner Village. You can stay here and become a member of the village in the future. Four Corner Village will be a sanctuary for you and protect you from the danger in the Donghua domain if you repay us by helping the villagers' cultivation process." Yi Futian listened to Muyunlan and quietly stood in place. Old Ma, on the other hand, gave Muyunlan a death stare. Muyunlan's seemingly magnanimous proposal revealed what a haughty man he was. His condescending attitude suggested that he was the ruler of Four Corner Village while Yi Futian was merely an outsider. Muyunlan gave Yi Futian a chance to be a member of Four Corner Village as compensation for everything he had done for the village. Yi Futian could escape from his enemies from the Donghua domain by taking sanctuary in the village. "Are you the one calling the shots in Four Corner Village?" Blind Tai challenged Muyunlan in a cold voice. He stood upright like a statue and didn't flinch, even when facing master cultivators like Muyunlan and Nanhai Wuji. Of course, it should be a collective decision made by the villagers. Nevertheless, I am a member of Four Corner Village. Any suggestion I offered is to bring advantage to the village. I'm sure everyone in Four Corner Village can understand me, Muyunlan said. "I hope you don't forget that you are also a part of the village." "Of course I won't forget. However, before making these hypocritical suggestions and presumptuous judgments, you should think first about what you have done for Four Corner Village." Blind Tai responded calmly. "It's none of your business whether he stays or not. The village will take care of it." Muyunlan gazed at Blind Tai in silence for a few moments. Then he replied, "I guess I will have to wait and see." After that, he also walked over to the ancient tree and glanced at the young people cultivating by its side. As someone who came from Four Corner Village, he understood that these youngsters would all become extraordinary cultivators in the outer realms. Yi Futian wasn't too bothered by Muyunlan. He was an outsider indeed. Nowadays, however, he was more important to Four Corner Village than Muyunlan. To some extent, he didn't stay because he needed Four Corner Village as his safe haven. Instead, it was because the village needed him. That being said, he didn't give too many thoughts to Muyunlan's speech. Everything would work out in the end. Following the footsteps of the Nanhai family, more and more cultivators came to Four Corner Village. A lot of top cultivators were curious to visit the village since the decree was revoked now. At this point, another group of people arrived at the entrance of Four Corner Village. The head of the group was also a master cultivator. He took in a deep breath and carefully examined the village. Then he spoke quietly. "Turns out it is an independent world." He heard that Four Corner Village only looked like this due to the transformation. What was it like before? He supposed that he would never get an answer. More and more people swarmed into Four Corner Village. In the meantime, a large number of cultivators from the Four Corner continent also gathered here. Many forces in the Xianxia domain sent people here to see what would happen in Four Corner Village. It was quite an assembly on the Four Corner continent. Rumor had it that the future of Four Corner Village might be determined in the following days. Would this magical village become a top force in the Xianxia domain? So far, no one really knew the strength of the village. More and more people had arrived at Four Corner Village, including plenty of master cultivators from some top forces. These visitors were attracted here since the injunction was lifted and the rules had changed. Their arrival turned the village into an even more crowded and bustling place, which was not easy for some villagers to get used to. The village was packed with cultivators from the outer realms. All of them possessed great abilities, which brought tremendous pressure on common folks living in the village. Yifutian and old Ma were having a casual chat while sitting in the yard. There are more and more people in the village. It's not a good thing. Four Corner Village will not be the same Four Corner Village if this goes on, old Ma said slowly. Besides, most villagers have just begun to cultivate. Being surrounded by a large number of powerful cultivators from the outside makes them feel stressed, especially since these outsiders have been quite active in the village. The outsiders all want to collaborate with the villagers, particularly the ones who inherited the divine techniques, Yifutian replied. The last divine technique of the 7 divine techniques should come out soon. By that time, the 7 inheritors of the divine techniques will pass judgment together on affairs concerning Four Corner Village. What's your plan when the time comes? Old Ma asked. If they want Four Corner Village to become an independent force, they have to close the village to the outsiders first. They might face a lot of pressure if that's the plan, Yifutian said. Unless the master. Yifutian still couldn't get the measure of many people in Four Corner Village. However, even with its great legacy and strong tradition, Four Corner Village could hardly overpower all the strong cultivators from all over the domain. On top of that, the Muyun family, Yifutian could agree to ally with the Muyun family. Nevertheless, according to Muyun Land's proposal, Yifutian would be nothing more than a refugee hiding under Four Corner Village's protection. The Muyun family would be in charge of the village, and no one knew what they would do. Yifutian couldn't even be certain that the Muyun family would keep their promise and let their conflicts in the past slide. At this moment, some people came to old Ma's house. A voice rang out outside of the yard. Is Mr. Yi here? Yes, please come in, said Yifutian. The person was clearly asking only for the formality. They were already outside and could see Yifutian in the yard. As soon as Yifutian answered, several people walked in. The head of the group was a middle-aged man with a stately bearing. Even without the perfect great path, he seemed to be a 9th-order Renhuang and a master cultivator who stood at the top of the food chain. He smiled and spoke to Yifutian. We came from the Xianxia deity nation and would like to collaborate with Mr. Yi. The Xianxia deity nation was one of the top forces in the upper third heaven of the Xianxia domain. It possessed formidable power and had a rich heritage. According to the legend, the Xianxia deity nation had a long history and had been a domineering power in the divine prefecture since millions of years ago. Even though it fell into decadence often, it was revived and revitalized each time by some remarkable leader who came out of nowhere. Collaborate how? Yifutian asked. Four Corner Village is now a gathering place for a variety of people. Many of them came here with ulterior motives. The Xianxia deity nation is willing to help Mr. Yi gain control of the village. Together, we can accelerate the village's development and grow its power. The Xianxia deity nation will be Four Corner Village's close ally. Instead of talking out loud, this person transmitted his voice directly to Yifutian. Even old Ma couldn't hear him. The outsiders had been inquiring about the situation in Four Corner Village. Yifutian was quite popular among the villagers and had a great fortune. He helped several teenagers in the village start cultivation and even inherited the divine techniques. At this point, many people in Four Corner Village already forgot that he was an outsider. They all treated him as a member of the village. Therefore, Yifutian had a good chance to gain control of Four Corner Village. Nonetheless, the Nanhai family and the Muyun family still posed a threat and might hold the village in check. For that reason, if the Xianxia deity nation threw its weight behind Yifutian and handled the Nanhai family on his behalf, they could relieve Yifutian from the pressure and boost the villagers' confidence. In that case, they could kick the Muyun family out and join the game themselves. Although the Xianxia deity nation had enjoyed a good fortune for many years, they were pressured and threatened by new groups rising to power. The Nanhai family, in particular, had been forging ahead in recent years. They took in Muyun Lan as their son-in-law while Muyun Lan's younger brother, who was still living in Four Corner Village, would also become an extraordinary cultivator in the future. The Xianxia deity nation also needed to join forces with exceptional and promising cultivators. They would become even stronger if they could reign over Four Corner Village. What's the price? Yifutian also transmitted his voice back rather than speaking out loud. There is no price, Mr. Yi. We only need you to permit people from the Xianxia deity nation to enter Four Corner Village to cultivate after you are put in charge. The village is a magical place blessed by gods, and the Xianxia deity nation hopes to share its good fortune. Besides, the Xianxia deity nation is happy to provide shelter for any villager who wants to travel around the outer realms. We are looking forward to becoming a strong ally of Four Corner Village. The person replied. Only a top force would dare to make such an offer. The situation in Four Corner Village was complicated and unclear at this hour. Anyone who controlled the village would have a target on his back. Yifutian nodded slightly without explicitly accepting or rejecting the proposal. He said, I'm sure you know that I'm not a native villager. I came from elsewhere just like you did. Even though I have been highly involved since my arrival, I don't hold sway over the future of Four Corner Village. The villagers trust the master the most. He has already said that the 7 inheritors of the divine techniques will rule the village together. If you have any plan in mind, you can discuss it with them when the time comes. The man looked at Yifutian and more or less understood what he meant. Then he nodded and said with a smile, In that case, we will wait for a little longer. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Yi. He nodded slightly at old Ma as well and left with his people. After that, other groups also came to look for Yifutian and proposed to collaborate with him. Some people wanted to ally with the entire Four Corner Village, while some were only interested in obtaining the divine techniques. It's a touchy situation. Yifutian walked out of the yard and went to the ancient tree. The teenagers obediently followed his instruction and were sitting in front of the tree to cultivate. Even some outsiders obtained cultivation opportunities. Nonetheless, they couldn't acquire the divine technique simply through comprehension. Mr. Yi. Hello, Mr. Yi. The teenagers greeted Yifutian one after another upon seeing him walking over. They all respected him a lot. Yifutian nodded at them, smiling gently. He either patted them on the shoulders or rubbed their heads when he walked past them. Mr. Yi, 5 more people can cultivate now. Fang Xiyuan came to Yifutian and reported excitedly. More and more young people came to the ancient tree to cultivate. It seemed that all the teenagers in the village would be able to cultivate together before long, just like the master said. Not bad. Yifutian nodded and said, You need to work hard too. I know, Fang Xiyuan said. I can wait for them. Yifutian flicked Fang Xiyuan on his forehead. Then, his eyes fixed on a young man nearby. Duo Yu had been sitting there in silence. Wisps of energy were swirling around him. There was abundant energy of the great path flowing into his body, cleansing and transforming him. This space world was established by the spirits of ancient gods. The young men cultivating here were gradually influenced and transfigured by the energy within. This small area in Four Corner Village was an independent world built by the will of the great emperor. And the ancient tree was the root of this world. Yifutian quietly stood next to the ancient tree. He leaned against the tree and looked at the young men with a smile. The young men felt like the world became clearer in an instant as an invisible jolt of energy was injected into their bodies. Yifutian left moments later. Shortly after his departure, an extraordinary phenomenon appeared in the sky above Four Corner Village. Yifutian, who was already back in Old Ma's yard, looked up. It was the direction of the ancient tree. He cracked a smile when he recognized the extraordinary phenomenon in the sky. All 7 divine techniques had come out. Duo Yu. It's Duo Yu. Many people exclaimed in surprise over there. They didn't expect the inheritor of the last divine technique to be Duo Yu. The outsiders also stared at the extraordinary phenomenon. Finally, all 7 divine techniques had emerged. What kind of changes would happen in Four Corner Village in the future? At this moment, the entire village was filled with tension. Many people gathered in front of the ancient tree and watched Duo Yu obtaining the divine technique through awakening. The villagers were overwhelmed with mixed feelings. After all, Duo Yu was only an insignificant orphan in the village. He couldn't even cultivate before the transformation of Four Corner Village. No one expected him to be the one who inherited the last divine technique. The outsiders were also astonished by the magic of Four Corner Village. They couldn't see anything, But Duo Yu was able to obtain the divine technique through awakening. It felt like everything was destined to happen. Most importantly, however, they cared about the divine technique itself. Duo Yu obtained the divine technique that was previously lost to Four Corner Village. It was the Eye of Samsara, which was an extremely powerful divine method of illusion that could trap the target in the endless cycle of death and rebirth. The target couldn't escape from the illusory world of samsara and would eventually die after his spiritual will was destroyed. At this moment, a pair of intense and eerie eyes became visible in the sky above Duo Yu. A similar scene appeared behind him as well. It was the life spirit he awoke. At this point, a mysterious incident popped into the outsiders' minds. Many years ago, another extraordinary cultivator inherited the Eye of Samsara and left Four Corner Village. Nevertheless, a horrifying tragedy happened to him shortly after he rose to fame in the Xianxia domain. An incredibly powerful cultivator from the palace of the illusory god, a top force in the Xianxia domain, carved out the eyes of the last inheritor of the Eye of Samsara. He stole the Eye of Samsara and integrated it with his own eyes. Therefore, the Eye of Samsara, one of the 7 divine techniques of Four Corner Village, was lost in the outer realms. In order to protect Four Corner Village, the master prohibited the villagers from having dealings with the outer realms. Many forces and groups in the Xianxia domain were hankering after the precious divine techniques of Four Corner Village. Back in the days, Blind Tai also suffered a similar ordeal because of that. He and the inheritor of the Eye of Samsara both had a tragic story. But there was one difference. The person who attacked the inheritor of the Eye of Samsara fully passed off the Eye of Samsara as his own. Blind Tai, on the other hand, lost his eyes and only part of the cultivation method of the divine technique. Therefore, technically speaking, 1.5 divine techniques of Four Corner Village were lost in the outer realms, including the whole Eye of Samsara and half of the divine hammer of the protector. Duo Yu now inherited the Eye of Samsara decades later. People couldn't help but speculate that Duo Yu was a descendant of the cultivator whose eyes were carved out. Either way, Four Corner Village reclaiming all 7 divine techniques was earth-shattering news and had special significance to the villagers. Moments later, Duo Yu opened his eyes, and the extraordinary phenomenon disappeared. Surprisingly, instead of looking exhilarated, he was only sitting still in a daze. Duo Yu, good job. Duo Yu, don't forget about your auntie when you become an amazing cultivator in the future. Loud noises came from all sides. People in Four Corner Village were offering congratulations to the young man. Duo Yu looked at the familiar faces as a fatuous grin spread across his face. He stood up and scanned the crowd as if he was searching for someone. Mr. Yi is at Little Ling's place. Fong Siyuan walked over and spoke to Duo Yu. Duo Yu immediately ran off. Many people watched his receding figure and noticed his change. He could run much faster after his awakening. He needs to thank Mr. Yi for everything. Exactly. Duo Yu can change his name now. A lot of people laughed and joked. Duo Yu sprinted to Old Ma's house and happened to see Yi Futian walking out from the yard. Duo Yu tried to stop, yet his body kept moving forward. His feet slid down the road, and even his shoes were smoking due to friction. When he finally stopped completely, Duo Yu raised his head and looked at the man in front of him. He didn't know what to say. Instead, he scratched his head and cracked a silly grin at Yi Futian. He wouldn't even dream about cultivating if Yi Futian didn't take him to the ancient tree. Becoming a cultivator was nothing more than a foolish wish for him. Even when the master announced that everyone in the village would be able to cultivate in the future, Duo Yu didn't think that he would be included. He was the most insignificant person in the entire village. Inheriting the divine technique was beyond his wildest dream. Indeed, everything that happened just now felt like a dream to him. Not only could he cultivate now, but the villagers also told him that he inherited one of the 7 divine techniques passed on by their ancestors. Mr. Yi. Duo Yu prostrated himself and knocked his head on the ground to show his gratitude to Yi Futian. He didn't know any other way to express his pure, raw emotion. Yi Futian gazed at Duo Yu's skinny body that was dressed in shabby clothes. He didn't stop him. This reticent young man must have been holding back his feelings for a long time. Perhaps it was better for him to vent it in this way. Fang Xiyuan was running after Duo Yu, but he stopped as soon as he saw Duo Yu bowing down before Yi Futian. Instead, he quietly watched them from far away. Yi Futian walked over to Duo Yu and squatted down. He patted Duo Yu on his head and said, "Why are you crying? You are a grown man who can cultivate now. You will be responsible for protecting the village in the future." Duo Yu raised his head and saw the smile on Yi Futian's face. He used the sleeves to wipe his eyes, yet still couldn't stop tears from rolling down his cheeks. "Mr. Yi, can I learn cultivation from you?" Duo Yu asked, crying. He stared at Yi Futian with shining, expectant eyes. Yi Futian was moved and didn't have the heart to turn Duo Yu down. He smiled and nodded, said, "Of course. Then you're my teacher now, Mr. Yi," said Duo Yu. "The villagers often say that a teacher for a day is a father for a lifetime. With you as my teacher, I will finally have a family." Yi Futian was surprised. He outstretched his arms to hug Duo Yu and said, "Duo Yu, everyone in the village is your family. You have always been a member of the village and will always have families by your side." "Yes." Duo Yu gave a solemn nod and beamed radiantly despite the tears on his face. Standing next to them, old Ma was touched by the scene. Although little Ling also lost her parents, she had old Ma to care for her. On the other hand, Duo Yu was an orphan who was tossed around and neglected by everyone. He never dared to show his feelings and always had a silly grin on his face. No one had paid attention to him or cared about his well-being. Otherwise, his emotions wouldn't erupt so suddenly and dramatically, and he wouldn't see Yi Futian as his dearest family. Honestly speaking, Yi Futian didn't have much contact with Duo Yu. He only took him from the riverside to cultivate under the ancient tree. "Disciple Fang Xiyuan greets the master," a voice said. Yi Futian turned around and saw Fang Xiyuan also prostrating himself on the ground. He wanted to be Yi Futian's disciple as well. Yi Futian blinked rapidly and had an almost irresistible impulse to beat up this boy. "I suppose the master has acquiesced in taking me as your disciple. I promise to follow you around and cultivate studiously," Fang Xiyuan said while knocking his forehead on the ground continuously. Yi Futian stared at him in frustration and said, "Aren't you a clever one? Hee hee." Fang Xiyuan simpered. "Master, thank you for your compliment." Yi Futian was at a loss for words. "Uncle Yi, I want you to be my master too." Little Ling also ran over to them from afar. "And me," Tai Tu shouted. They both kneeled along with Fang Xiyuan and said to Yi Futian, "Disciple Little Ling and disciple Tai Tu greet the master." Little Ling and Tai Tu were still innocent children who probably didn't understand what they were doing. Even so, they imitated Fang Xiyuan and repeated his words in their tender voice. They simply wanted Yi Futian to be their teacher. After all, Uncle Yi treated them so well. Yi Futian felt like he was coerced by a couple of children. Now he could not extricate himself from this difficult situation and had no choice but to take them as his disciples. "The children have shown their wholehearted devotion. Just take them," said old Ma. Blind Tai was also waiting nearby. A lot of people were watching them from afar with mixed feelings. The four children each inherited a divine technique. What kind of a position in the village would Yi Futian rise to once he became their teacher? No one thought that an outsider would be able to enjoy such a high status. Before Yi Futian's arrival, only the master had this level of prestige. How did Yi Futian achieve that? In the meantime, everyone had to admit that all four children only started to show their talents for cultivation after Yi Futian arrived at the village. "I believe the other three's wholehearted devotion, but I can't take Fang Xiyuan," Yi Futian said. Fang Xiyuan was too slippery and crafty. "Master, you can't be prejudiced against me. Heaven knows how sincere I am." Fang Xiyuan swore solemnly, but Yi Futian didn't buy it at all. A group of people walked over to them, including cultivators from the Muyun family. Muyun Lan said, "The master is the only teacher in the village. Even if he didn't take you as his direct disciples after you started cultivation, you should be grateful and treat him as your master. Why are you all begging to become Yi Futian's disciples? Do you have any respect for the master?" The master told us a long time ago that even though he teaches us how to read, write, cultivate, and seek the great path, he doesn't want to officially take us as his disciples. Now that we have met another man who can teach us cultivation, of course, the master wouldn't mind. Fang Xiuan replied. Fang Xiuan, you're so pathetic. Even a person like him can be your teacher? Muyun Shu scoffed. Is he good enough? The kids sincerely want to acknowledge Yi Futian as their master. This doesn't seem to concern the Muyun family. Why don't you mind your own business? Old Ma looked up and said to them, By the way, there is another dispute that needs to be settled now. All 7 divine techniques have emerged. The inheritors are chosen by the spirits of our ancestors and can represent the will of Four Corner Village. Shouldn't we call for the villagers and make decisions on things that are still hanging in the air? The cultivators from the Muyun family were not pleased. Did Old Ma really want to cast out the Muyun family? They did agree that the inheritors of the 7 divine techniques would work together to pass judgment on the affairs of Four Corner Village. Old Ma is right. The master said that the inheritors of the 7 great divine techniques could represent the will of Four Corner Village. Now that the village has gone through tremendous changes, the rules should be reset as well. I echo Old Ma's proposal for summoning the villagers to hold a public discussion. Fang Gai, the head of the Fang family, also agreed with Old Ma. Agree, Blind Tai nodded. Their opinion carried great weight since their successors, Little Ling, Fang Xiyuan, and Tai Tu, were all inheritors of the divine techniques. All 3 of them proposed to hold a public discussion. It was apparent that Four Corner Village was about to have a new set of rules in place. In that case, let's hold a discussion, Muyun Lan responded offhandedly. Let's ask the master to be the moderator for this discussion and set it up outside of the school, Old Ma added. The crowd nodded in agreement. The master was obviously the best choice. Let's go to inform everyone in the village. Come on. Old Ma, Fang Gai, Blind Tai, and their successors walked in the direction of the private school. The villagers immediately followed behind them. The outsiders, on the other hand, didn't march with them. They watched the crowd from afar while hatching all types of plans in their heads. Since Four Corner Village decided to end its seclusion and establish contact with the outer realms, they would certainly make some changes. The outsiders couldn't predict what types of changes would occur. A large number of villagers gathered outside of the private school. Almost everyone in the village was there. Facing the outer wall of the school, Old Ma bowed slightly and said, Sorry to disturb you, master. Many people bowed to show their respect for the master. The villagers held the master in high esteem from the bottom of their hearts. The crowd waited for the master in silence. Some villagers set up 7 chairs for the 7 families. Yi Futian watched them quietly and couldn't help exclaiming to himself about how simple and unworldly the villagers were. They probably didn't realize that this discussion would determine the future of Four Corner Village. Please. Muyun Long didn't hesitate. He sat down in the middle, Muyun Lan and Muyun Shu standing behind him. Old Ma darted them a glance and sat in the next chair with Little Ling. After that, Blind Tai sat down with Tai Tu and Fang Gai with Fang Xiyuan. Duo you should sit as well. Fang Gai pointed at the empty chair next to him. Duo Yu turned around to look for Yi Futian. After Yi Futian gave him a nod, he walked hesitantly to the chair and sat down. Even so, he didn't seem to belong there. Although Duo Yu could cultivate now, he didn't have the right bearing or sufficient self-assurance yet. Unlike Muyun Shu and Fang Xiyuan, he conducted himself with little confidence. Even after sitting down, Duo Yu still looked nervous and anxious. His eyes darted uneasily to Yi Futian now and then. The other inheritors had family members around and had been taught by the master in the past. Duo Yu, on the other hand, had never met the master. Yi Futian was the only person who could boost his confidence. Don't worry, you have started your cultivation journey. You are a grown man from now on. Yi Futian transmitted his voice to Duo Yu. His words made Duo Yu feel more at ease. Duo Yu nodded solemnly and sat up. More and more people arrived. All the villagers flocked together and stood quietly in the field outside of the school. Muyun Long waved his hand and spoke to the crowd. Today is a great day for Four Corner Village. Thanks to our ancestors' blessing, the 7 great divine techniques have each found their inheritor. From now on, the youngsters in the village will all be able to cultivate. In the meantime, the master has allowed the villagers to establish contact with and travel back and forth to the outer realms. Our four-corner village will be forever changed. Therefore, we ask everyone to come here today and discuss the future of the village together. Muyun Long sat in the center and took the lead to speak as if he was still in charge of Four Corner Village. His domineering and condescending attitude didn't change either. The villagers whispered to each other quietly. Muyun Long waved his hand again and said, "Here is the first thing on the agenda. For many years, many cultivators from the outside have been here to look for cultivation opportunities. But Four Corner Village has always been protected by our ancestors. Now, the village has undergone a great transformation, and the injunction was lifted. It means that we may be facing dangers and risks in the future. For that reason, while preparing to step outside the bubble and visit the outer realms, we should also ensure the village's security. Therefore, I propose to ally with some groups in the outer realms to strengthen the forces of Four Corner Village. What do you think?" "I don't agree." Blind Tai rejected the proposal right away. He faced the crowd and said, "You want to build an alliance with the Nanhai family, right? Don't forget how the divine techniques of the village were stolen, how I lost my eyes, and what happened to the original inheritor of the Eye of Samsara. I'm sure the Muyun family knows what kind of evil intention the people in the outer realms are harboring. Has the Nanhai family already mastered the Golden Rock Heaven Slayer technique?" Blind Tai questioned Muyun Long. He was filled with distrust of people in the outer realms. "I agree," Old Ma chimed in. "Everyone knows that people in the outer realms have nasty motives. They want to steal the divine techniques from the village. Muyun Long, I'm sure you know that trusted aids are usually eliminated when they have outlived their usefulness. I'm on board with your suggestion as long as the Nanhai family opens itself to Four Corner Village as well. Unless they allow our villagers to freely enter all of their secret zones and study their core art of sorcery, it would not be an equal alliance. Muyun, everyone is aware that Muyun Lan is currently cultivating in the Nanhai family. Shouldn't you recuse yourself?" Fong Gai spoke up as well. Muyun Lan looked quite embarrassed. As he expected, Old Ma, Blind Tai, and Fong Gai teamed up against him. "Feel free to ignore my suggestion if you believe that Four Corner Village doesn't need an ally, or if you think that the villagers can be safe and sound in the outer realms after you have offended all the top forces in the Xianxia domain. Try not to forget that cultivators from the outer realms are now allowed to fight in the village since the decree is revoked. If you believe that I only proposed it for my personal interest, I hope you can figure out a way to solve the upcoming problems." Muyun Long responded coldly. The villagers whispered to each other. They all had different opinions in mind. The common folks were naturally concerned about their safety. It would be a terrible disaster for them if the outsiders started a war in the village. With the master here, who dares to stir up trouble in the village even without the decree? Blind Tai said coldly. The villagers shifted their eyes in the direction of the school at once. Blind Tai was right. Who would have the nerve to cause trouble when the master was here? The master was a godlike figure in the village. Everyone believed that the master was omnipotent. There was nothing he couldn't achieve. The master would be put under quite a lot of pressure if you have the entire Xianxia domain as your enemy. Wouldn't he? You are protected by the master in the village. But what about the people who travel around the outer realms? Muyun Long asked. Why would we offend the entire Xianxia domain? Yi Futian joined the conversation at this point. To establish contact with the outer realms, Four Corner Village will act in unity as a single group, just like any other force in the outer realms. Do all the forces in the upper 9 heavens of the Xianxia domain allow any random person to come and go freely? Which top force doesn't have cultivation opportunities? Moreover, even if other forces are not satisfied with the arrangement, we can still hand out limited passes like before. They can cultivate in the village as long as they have the villagers' consent. In that case, we would at least be friendly with each other. Why would they turn into enemies? Yi Futian said. Many villagers were persuaded by him. However, tragedies might befall someone simply because of the treasure he possessed and the jealousy it caused. For Corner Village was a unique place, and they might affront other groups in the outer realms regardless. Mr. He is right. If we have to be dependent upon others to protect ourselves, we might as well be cut off from the world. Why should we establish contact with the outer realms at all? How could Four Corner Village remain its nature if outsiders keep swarming in like this? Old Ma added, one more thing. Muyunlan was born and raised in the village, and he is now in cahoots with the Nanhai family. According to what Muyunlan just said, the Nanhai family would be our enemy rather than a friend as long as we don't agree to form an alliance with them and let them enter the village freely. Since Muyunlan is one of the 7 inheritors of the divine techniques, I would like to ask what he thinks. It's fine if you disagree with my proposal. But why did you attack the entire Muyun family? Old Ma, how can you say you don't have self-serving agenda? Muyunlan gave a snort of disgust. Then you can expel the outsiders yourselves. Old Ma shot Muyunlan a look and continued to speak. The 7 great divine techniques each has an inheritor now, but I think we still need a village chief to lead us forward. This person can put forward motions regarding the village, and the 7 inheritors will decide on the proposals together. What do you think? I agree. Blind Tai still supported him unconditionally. Me too, Fong Gai said. What about you, Duo Yu? Fong Gai asked. I agree too. Duo Yu nodded. He knew that Grandpa Ma was working together with Yi Futian. All he needed to do was to follow their lead. The villagers nodded in accord as well. It was a good suggestion in their minds. In that case, the village wouldn't be a group without a leader anymore. I think the master is the most suitable person to be the village chief. Master, what do you think? Old Ma turned around to face the outer wall of the school. I won't take the position, the master replied. The villagers were a little disappointed. The master still didn't like to get involved in things outside of the school. He would have been a perfect choice for the position of village chief. We have to look for someone else since the master isn't willing to take up the post, Old Ma said. I will recommend another person who has done many things for Four Corner Village without any ulterior motive. He would be a fitting village chief. A strange look came over many people's faces. Some of them already knew who Old Ma was referring to. They all looked in Yi Futian's direction. Old Ma also turned his head and said to Yi Futian with a smile, Mr. Yi is an extraordinary cultivator with remarkable talents and great fortune. For Corner Village started to change right after his arrival. Besides, he is currently leading the youngsters in the village to cultivate. I believe that Mr. Yi is a fine candidate for the job. Even Yi Futian was taken by surprise. Old Ma wanted to select him without consulting with him first. Most villagers were also astounded by Old Ma's recommendation. Yi Futian had done a lot of things for Four Corner Village, indeed. He was the one who helped little Ling gain the awakening and inherit the divine technique. After that, he brought together the young people in the village and directed them to cultivate under the ancient tree, which helped them start their cultivation journey. Fong Xiyuan and Duo Yu both gained awakenings subsequently. It could be argued that 3 divine techniques emerged owing to Yi Futian. Therefore, Yi Futian certainly made a considerable contribution to Four Corner Village. Having said that, Yi Futian was not a native of Four Corner Village. He was an outsider who possessed great fortune. Many people in the village believed that Yi Futian could be a good friend of Four Corner Village. The Muyun family's previous proposal for expelling Yi Futian wasn't amenable to reason. They seemed to be eager to kick him out after his service was no longer needed. Even so, the villagers weren't keen on the idea of making Yi Futian the village chief. Old Ma's suggestion started a commotion. Most people were not on board. Although Yi Futian had won some popularity and admiration in the village, it was not enough to make him the village chief. The village chief would have authority over the entire village. Obviously, Yi Futian was not esteemed enough. Perhaps more people would subscribe to the idea if Yi Futian was born and raised in the village. However, he was an outsider. Muyunlan was only looking after himself while Yi Futian was not from the village. Some people felt that it was a shame that their advantages couldn't be combined. There was no perfect choice. Old Ma, are you joking? Muyun Long spoke in a disdainful tone. Everyone in the village knows that Yi Futian used his good fortune to help little Ling gain the awakening. Are you repaying your personal debt to him in this way? Handing over the entire four-corner village on a silver platter? You have no selfish interests indeed. What an admirable person you are. Little Ling isn't the only one who received Yi Futian's help. A large number of villagers only started cultivating thanks to him. Of course, no one can compare to the head of the Muyun family, who made a desperate attempt to stop someone from gaining awakening and inheriting the divine technique. That is truly admirable. Old Ma sneered and snapped back. Appointing Mr. Yi as our village chief is my suggestion. Little Ling and I certainly support the motion. The Muyun family disapproves. What about the other 5 families? I agree with Old Ma. Blind Tai assented right away. He and Old Ma were certainly of one mind. Wait a moment. Muyun Long interrupted the voting process. I have to say that you hatched a good plan. 4 inheritors acknowledged Yi Futian as their master and sent him to the top directly. Together, you will be in charge of Four Corner Village in the future. What a clever plot. I think that a simple majority can decide ordinary and routine matters. But major issues, such as electing a village chief, should have the assent of at least 6 families or 80% of the villagers. The master said that they would make decisions after all 7 great divine techniques came out, since 7 was an odd number. But he didn't clarify if a simple majority would be enough to make a ruling. Even so, everyone assumed that to be the master's intention. Now Muyun Long deliberately interpreted it differently to make it difficult for Old Ma and the others to team up against him. The head of the Muyun family was quite domineering when he wanted to unilaterally expel people. Now he switched sides without hesitation to serve his agenda. How impressive! Old Ma mocked him relentlessly. We're not going to get anything done if we do what you said. Anyway, I still nominate Yi Futian to be the village chief. Other people should vote on it. Uncle Ma, Yi Futian suddenly spoke up at this moment. I'm very grateful for your appreciation, but I haven't been here long enough to win everyone's trust and respect yet. I'm not a fitting candidate for the position of village chief. You or Mr. Fong would be a much better choice. Yi Futian's words touched the villagers. Yi Futian certainly had adequate self-awareness and knew that becoming the village chief with only 4 families' support would put other villagers in an awkward position. Old Ma heard Yi Futian and didn't insist on it. He said, in that case, the issue of electing a village chief can be tabled for now. But there is another thing that I think should be settled now. He spoke in a formal and detached voice. His dignified bearing made him seem different from the feeble old man he was before. He scanned the crowd and eventually fixed his eyes on the Muyun family, then said, I don't need to bring up everything the Muyun family has done, but I have to say something about Muyun Shu. I didn't want to be too harsh on a young man. However, he harbors malicious intent and repeatedly attempted to harm or even kill his fellow villagers. For instance, he deliberately interrupted Tai Tu's awakening despite knowing how dangerous it could be. I can't imagine what kind of a man he will become, considering how vicious he already is at such a young age. Therefore, I propose to banish Muyun Shu from the village so the villagers can be safe from his abuse. You old imbecile, how dare you! Muyun Shu immediately stepped forward and cried out. This ignorant old man dared to propose to expel him from the village. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? The cultivators of the Muyun family, including Muyun Long, were staggered. Old Ma wanted to banish his son from the village. Do you know what you are saying? Muyun Long said sternly. Banishing a young man who inherited the divine technique from the village? I agree to banish Muyun Shu from the village. Blind Tai expressed his opinion. Muyun Shu crossed a line for sure. I'm also on board. Fong Gai echoed. 3 families approved so far. Me too, Duo Yu said in a low voice. He hung his head and didn't dare to look in the direction of the Muyun family. Although he hadn't met Muyun Shu many times, he wasn't a fan either. Muyun Shu always felt it beneath him to even shot a direct look at Duo Yu. How dare you! Muyun Long smashed his hand on the chair and cracked its arm. His eyes were filled with rage and malice. For families have agreed. I have another proposal. Muyun Long is a self-serving man who has never taken the welfare of the village into consideration. He sides with the Nanhai family more often than with us. I believe that Muyun Long shouldn't serve as one of the representatives. Therefore, I propose to unseat the Muyun family and select another family to replace them. The villagers were stunned by Old Ma's words. No one thought that he would propose to expel Muyun Shu and unseat Muyun Long so decisively. The Muyun family would lose their foothold in the village if Old Ma got his way. Old Ma had always kept a low profile. The villagers didn't expect such aggression from him. Apparently, he was taking action against the Muyun family to remove their influence in Four Corner Village and kick them out of the game completely. I agree. Tai Tu and Fong Gai acted as one. Duo Yu, think carefully before you speak. Muyun Long warned Duo Yu in a threatening tone. Despicable! Blind Tai scorned Muyun Long for attempting to coerce a teenager. I agree. Duo Yu looked down and replied weakly. Even though he wouldn't dare to offend the Muyun family in normal times, he understood that they were on the opposite side of Yi Futian. He certainly knew how to decide at this moment. Muyun Long stared at Duo Yu and spat out two words. Very good. For out of the 7 inheritors of the divine technique agreed to remove him from his position. Adding to their attack on Muyun Shu, they were virtually declaring war against the Muyun family, intending to kick them out completely. The Muyun family is one of the inheritors of the 7 great divine techniques. Banishing us is quite laughable. Before ousting the Muyun family from the village, are you prepared to lose the Golden Rock Heaven Slayer technique and let it circulate in the outer realms? Muyun Long's voice was as cold as ice. The divine technique will never be lost. The people may leave the village, but the divine technique will not, said Yi Futian. You have no right to speak here. As soon as Yi Futian's voice fell, he heard a chiding coming from Muyun Shu. There was hostility in the boy's eyes. He had always been a favorite in the village, spoiled and doted by many people. Everyone had made provisions for him until Yi Futian showed up in the village. Then, everything changed. Now, these rascals actually proposed to expel him from the village, to chase him, Muyun Shu, the number 1 amongst his generation of the Four Corner Village, out of the village. How unthinkable and preposterous. Kid, shut your mouth. Fong Gai barked at Muyun Shu. He never liked Muyun Shu and had suppressed his dislike for him all these years. Now that he could make his own choices, the Muyun family must be expelled from the village. Although the Muyun family may elevate the overall strength of Four Corner Village, their hearts were no longer for the village, so what would be the use of allowing them to stay? On the contrary, the stronger they became, the greater the threat they posed to the village. Someone who's been expelled from the village had no right to speak. Young Fong Xiyuan also stepped forward to scold Muyun Shu. Muyun Shu stared at Fong Xiyuan. The fierceness in his eyes was tinged with a faint murderous intent. Fong Xiyuan's eyes were full of contempt as he returned the stare without fear. In the village, Fong Xiyuan had always been one of the boys who were not afraid of Muyun Shu. Now that he had inherited the divine technique, he had no reason to fear much, especially when this punk dared to shout at his master. You want to die? Muyun Shu stepped forward. The aura upon his body roared madly. Think I'm afraid of you? Fong Xiyuan stepped forward as well. The two youths faced each other pointedly. They were of similar age, and both had inherited the divine technique, so neither feared the other. Muyun Long and Muyun Lan didn't stop them. Fong Gai and the others also just watched quietly. Tai Tu wanted to step in to help, but Blind Tai stopped him with a hand on his shoulder as if allowing the two youths to continue their conflict by themselves. Buzz! The intention of the Great Path circulated as Muyun Shu levitated into the air. A magnificent vision now formed behind him, and it was the picture of the domineering Golden Rock. He surveyed Fong Xiyuan, who was below, and yelled, Get up here! Fong Xiyuan soared into the air, with the light of the Great Path lingering around his body. Countless streamers of light flowing about, creating a small world in this space. In this small world, the phenomena of heaven and earth were abound with endless changes. There were mountains and rivers and changes in the universe. It was as if a world was hidden in this small space. Feng Xiyuan had inherited the divine technique miniature world, one of the 7 great divine techniques. Yi Futian suspected that Feng Gai had always known that they had the potential to inherit the divine technique of miniature world, hence the reason for Feng Xiyuan's name. Now, it seemed that Feng Xiyuan was justified to inherit the divine technique of miniature world. Buzz. The wind was raging as the wings formed by countless divine lights slashed down. Golden brilliance tore through the space as Muyunshu rushed towards Feng Xiyuan. His eyes were extremely cold, revealing his desire to end Feng Xiyuan's life right here. All the grown-ups were looking at them, and their hearts slightly trembled. Muyunshu was but a teenager, but the strength he exhibited was truly frightening. It painted a terrifying picture. Even the war between grown men could be no fiercer. Buzz. Divine light smashed down and pierced into the miniature world, but now countless rays of light were blooming inside of it. They shattered Muyunshu's attack so that it could not get close to Feng Xiyuan within the miniature world. The wind tore through the space as Muyunshu swooped down, and his wings spread wide to shield the sky. Like a truly sacred golden rock, it tried to bisect the space and split it in two. If Feng Xiyuan were to be hit by it, he would no doubt be cut in half. A bright vision erupted from the picture of the domineering golden rock. Tai Tu and the other youths watched anxiously, worried that Feng Xiyuan would get hurt. Boom! The miniature world exploded around Feng Xiyuan. Suddenly, mountains slammed down as rivers were rushing. A terrible sight appeared between heaven and earth. The radiant golden rock swooped down to break through those mountains and rivers, continuing its way through. Feng Xiyuan's eyes still showed some determination as an extremely sharp light flashed through them. A golden light burst out from the miniature world, like infinite golden divine wings. In the next moment, the crowd saw that several golden rocks had appeared. Buzz. One gigantic golden rock rose against the momentum as if trying to tear through the sky. It collided with Muyunshu, who was coming in for the kill. The void shook violently as 2 golden divine lights clashed. Muyunshu was knocked backward, and so was Feng Xiyuan. The 2 young men separated, but Muyunshu couldn't hide the great shock in his eyes. Golden Rock Heaven Slayer technique. Not just Muyunshu, but everyone around them was speechless, to say the least. Everyone in the village was stunned. Even Old Ma and Feng Gai stood up and stared at Feng Xiyuan in disbelief. What was going on? In addition to the miniature world, how could he also know of the Golden Rock Heaven Slayer technique? Although it was not in its orthodox form and far from flawless as the one released by Muyunshu, it was indeed the Golden Rock Heaven Slayer technique, just in a less completed form. However, the essence of the technique was clearly detectable. Even Muyun Long and Muyun Lan had their hearts pounding. Their eyes were glued to Feng Xiyuan as Muyun Long looked at Feng Gai coldly and said, "How did you steal it? Had it been leaked by Muyunshu?" Feng Gai looked bewildered because he didn't know how this could have happened either. He looked at Feng Xiyuan and shouted, "Feng Xiyuan, what's going on?" Feng Xiyuan turned and glanced at Yi Futian. When he saw Yi Futian nodded to give him permission, Feng Xiyuan said, "Didn't the master already said, even if the people leave the village, the divine techniques remain. The divine techniques belong to the village. No one can take it away, and no one is irreplaceable." Feng Xiyuan's words and his actions were heard and seen by everyone. In an instant, all eyes were on Yi Futian once again. Was it taught by him? Muyun Long's expression was gloomy and cold. Feng Xiyuan knew the Golden Rock Heaven Slayer technique, which meant that Yi Futian had already begun teaching him before he officially became Feng Xiyuan's teacher when everyone was still looking for opportunities. Why would Yi Futian do this? It seemed that this was pointed at them. Even as they went to Old Ma's house that day to chase Yi Futian away, and when Old Ma proposed to expel Muyun family, Yi Futian had already begun to lay the trap for them. No one was irreplaceable, so that even without the Muyun family in the village, the divine techniques would still be here. No wonder Feng Xiyuan treated Yi Futian differently, following him around, trying to apprentice under him. Feng Gai was a little shocked. He didn't expect to be kept in the dark or that his kid's lips were this tight. Nonetheless, he was ecstatic at this moment. It seemed that the Muyun family was destined to be out of the picture after all. He cast a sideways glance at Yi Futian, thinking that this man was more than meets the eye. He may look calm and nonchalant on the outside, but he had been plotting against the Muyun's family in secret. In fact, Yi Futian had no choice in the matter either. He had offended the Muyun family, and his identity had been exposed. Now that the ban had been lifted, he had to protect himself and avoid being expelled by Muyun long otherwise. Not even he could guarantee that there won't be some catastrophe in the near future. Muyun Shu regarded Yi Futian with gloomy eyes. How could he know of the Golden Rock Heaven Slayer technique? How did you do it? Muyun Long's eyes still focused on Yi Futian. The head of Muyun family had said before that I am a person of great fortune. Since I am a person of great fortune, I can see things that many can't. Although I cannot inherit the divine techniques, I can still learn something from them, said Yi Futian. So, do you mean that you have mastered all 7 great divine techniques? Muyun Long asked again. I can perceive them, Yi Futian replied. Muyun Long turned his head to look into the distance. So, you comprehended under the ancient tree because you could see more than the others. It seems that their awakening and cultivation were no coincidence after all. At this moment, Muyun Long knew that he had lost, truly and totally defeated. The ability exhibited previously by Fang Xiyuan suggested that Yi Futian could bring more to Four Corner Village than they had suspected before. In fact, he might already have brought more to them than they knew. The relationship between the Muyun family and Yi Futian was one that could never coexist. In addition, Yi Futian controlled 4 out of the 7 families, and they all supported Yi Futian. This meant that Muyun Long could no longer surpass Yi Futian in the opinions of the people in the village. He knew he was selfish, and Yi Futian had been working to promote Four Corner Village. If it weren't because Yi Futian was not a member of the village, he might indeed have already become the village chief. Muyun Long, the teacher, had witnessed everything. Now that a decision was made, why don't you leave on your own and save some dignity for yourself? Lao Ma said. The request for Muyun Long to withdraw from the 7 great families had been agreed by 4 of them, so even if the other 2 opposed, Muyun Long would still lose. Furthermore, Muyun Shu is arrogant beyond reason. He took action again today and said some crazy things. Please get him out of the village, he continued. Muyun Shu's eyes were extremely cold, but Muyun Long stood up and said, Let's go. Once he finished speaking, he began to walk toward the outside, not intending to stay here any longer. This time, they had lost so completely that he was left with nothing to say. Muyun Long turned to take one last look at Yi Futian and the others, then left as well. He didn't expect that his return after so many years away would end like this. It was a bit ironic. Yi Futian and his people watched the Muyun family's departure, wondering if they would give up so easily and let this be the end of it. Probably not. Muyun Long had great ambition, while Muyun Shu was extremely arrogant. Coupled with the relationship between Muyun Long and the Nanhai family, things would not end so easily. The cultivators from the Nanhai family were now inside the village, including their elder Nanhai Wuji. After Muyun Long and the others left, Old Ma looked at everyone and said, Muyun family's withdrawal means that we are 1 short of the 7 families. Now, we happen to have someone here who is an expert on divine techniques. I move to have him replace the Muyun family. What say you? Everyone instantly understood who Old Ma recommended. Undoubtedly, he meant Yi Futian, who had taught Fang Xiyuan the divine technique he also cultivated. All eyes fell on Yi Futian as people in the village talked amongst themselves. Many agreed that Yi Futian did do a lot for the village. It would be a little overboard to nominate him as the village chief, but as long as he was willing to become a member of Four Corner Village, it would be acceptable for him to replace the Muyun family. What are you hesitating? Without the master, the village would never make it to this point. Are you saying that the master was less worthy than those devious people from the Muyun family? Fang Xiyuan couldn't help but feel displeasure when he heard some dissenting whispers. Master Yi would indeed be the best candidate. Someone in the village spoke up for Yi Futian. Master Yi treated Duo Yu kindly, so that not only could he cultivate, but he also inherited the divine technique with Master Yi as his teacher. I support Master Yi. Someone else piped up. More villagers started to express their opinions. They were simple and innocent in nature, and now more were giving their approval when they heard these testimonials. Old Ma then said, "Everyone, please take a stand." "Agreed," Blind Tai uttered. "I agree too," Duo Yu added quickly. "I'm fine with it," Fong Gai said. Now, for families had already agreed, which was more than half of the votes needed. "I agree too." Shi Kuei of the Shi family nodded his approval as he looked towards Yifutian. Only the Gu family, which had always been closer to the Muyun family, had not yet expressed its position. Gu Huai, the head of the Gu family, now set his eyes on Yifutian and said, "I have no objection." "Perfect," Old Ma said with a smile. "Now that everyone has agreed, it's decided. Master Yi, please." Yifutian looked at Old Ma with a resigned smile. He had wanted to stay behind the scenes, but Old Ma seemed insistent in getting him involved. He had no choice but to walk up to the chair and faced everyone in Four Corner Village, saying, "Yifutian, thank you for your trust." The sight pleased many people, especially for Yifutian's disciples. The four youths smiled brilliantly. It seemed that they were able to keep the master in the village after all. Xia Qingyuan and the others were glad as well. They were the only outsiders who were allowed to participate in this discussion. Now Yifutian had completely integrated into the village and became one of its members. "Master Yi, the matter regarding the Muyun family has been resolved, but now cultivators from all sides are in the village. If we chase them out directly, we will probably offend the entire Xianxia domain. What do you advise?" Old Ma asked Yifutian. He was giving him a tough problem to solve right off the bat. This matter was indeed difficult to resolve. Any little carelessness would cause serious trouble. Let everyone know that the Four Corner Village is the same as before, opening up once every 4 years. The top forces in Xianxia domain may select a chosen few to enter the village to cultivate. Before this, only people of great luck may enter the village. Now, it can be changed so that only people with perfect great path may enter the village and limit their time inside the village. Yifutian slowly said, "In addition, from now on, Four Corner Village will operate like other forces inside Xianxia domain, as a principality in its own right. If any cultivator from any forces wishes to enter the village outside the 4-year period, they may notify the village of their intent to visit. They may visit once the village has approved their request. From now on, the village would be the same as the other top forces in the Xianxia domain. It would become a force based in the Four Corner continent, and as such it would not always be available to the outside world. A window every 4 years was a prudent choice and a good buffer. It was similar to what they had done in the past to avoid such changes from being opposed by other forces. That's doable. Old Ma nodded in agreement. The others also nodded. Yifutian's idea was a pretty good one, taking the needs of both sides into consideration, as well as the feelings of all the principalities in the Xianxia domain. If they were not satisfied with this decision, it would be unreasonable on their end. After all, those principalities themselves would not be so willing to give unlimited access to the outside world themselves. Since the Four Corner Village decided to contact the outside world, they would exist as an entire principality in itself and no longer as a simple village. Everyone in the village nodded in agreement as well and approved Yifutian's proposal. The other 6 presented no differing opinion, so the matter was considered unanimously approved. How long is the proper duration of cultivation for those principalities to stay inside Four Corner Village? Shi Kuei asked. Let's make it 7 days. From this time forward, and starting from today, all forces may stay in the village for 7 days. After this time, they may not re-enter for 4 years. Old Ma spoke, and everyone nodded in agreement. Since the decision has been made, let's inform them, Shi Kuei added, not knowing how people from other forces would react after hearing this and whether or not they would accept Four Corner Village's decision. If they chose not to accept it, the whole thing could be thornier than expected. Today's discussion has concluded. You may leave now, said Old Ma. Immediately, everyone in the village dispersed. The leaders would now communicate the decision to outsiders and leave ordinary villagers out of it. After the people in the village dispersed, Old Ma and the others paid their respect in the direction of the private study by bowing slightly. As they were leaving, the teacher still did not show any interest in the matter. However, the teacher must have seen everything that transpired and would undoubtedly appear when he felt the need to intervene. The group returned to the ancient tree. Now, people from all forces knew that this ancient tree was extraordinary, so most of them had gathered here to cultivate, trying to comprehend the tree. People from all forces stood up when they saw Old Ma and the others approaching. They had some ideas as to the kind of decision that Four Corner Village had made. A man walked out of the group, and it was Fong Gai. He looked at the crowd and said, "For Corner Village summoned the people in the village to discuss matters internally, and decisions have been made. You are all aware that the Four Corner Village today is different from how it was before. Great changes have taken place, and the ban has been lifted so that more and more people now entered the village. Today, Four Corner Village has decided to step out of this corner of our world and assume its place as a principality within the Xianxia domain. As such, it would be unsuitable for everyone to continue staying in the village to cultivate. Not long ago, the village made a joint decision. Fong Gai informed everybody of their decision, and the crowd was silent after he spoke. The Four Corner Village that decided to be part of the world would become a major principality in the Xianxia domain, and its potential was endless. No one responded, but everyone had their own thoughts about the matter. The Four Corner Village, isolated from the world and yet a part of it, meant completely different things to them. It may directly influence the power structure of the Xianxia domain. Furthermore, Donghuang the Great once sought to cultivate at Four Corner Village, which was part of its history. For many years, Four Corner Village has always been above the world. As a holy land in the Xianxia domain, even the great emperor himself has issued orders to prevent anyone causing trouble inside the village. For many years, people from all forces came to the village to seek enlightenment and had always treated the village with respect. Now, Four Corner Village wants to dismiss all these forces with just a few words, given us only a few days every 4 years to cultivate inside the village. Isn't that a bit too extreme? A voice was heard, and the speaker was none other than the cultivator from the Nanhai family. He had been the first to resist the decision. The day of the sacrifice happens once every 4 years. In reality, no one would gain anything from entering the village. Normally, it's only every 4 years during this time that y'all would come here looking for opportunities. The day of the sacrifice only lasts a few days, so there really isn't much change to speak of. In addition, since Four Corner Village has now decided to join the world, it will become a principality in its own right. Friends of the village who want to come to cultivate may simply let us know in advance, and we will definitely host you with hospitality. However, if all you wanted was the right to come and go as you please, let me ask you this. Would the Nanhai family allow that on their own land? Fong Gai asked rhetorically, then ignored the man as he didn't much care about his reaction. Nanhai Wuji smiled and said, "It seems that the village is determined to drive us out. In that case, let's cherish these last few days here." No one said anything more. However, Yi Futian had a feeling that these people were communicating through voice transmission with each other. No one questioned or objected openly further. This land belonged to Four Corner Village, and the village had the right to make its own decisions without anyone's input. Unless they meant to take over the village, all they could do was remain silent. But the displeasure in this silence could be felt distinctly. Watching these people continue to cultivate, Fong Gai frowned slightly. He felt a little uncomfortable, feeling a sense of suppression. This silence, on the contrary, was ominous. Would these forces withdraw after 7 days? What were they planning on doing? Right now, no one knew the answer. The Muyun family did not leave the village. Only Muyun Shu was expelled. They had ordered Muyun Shu to be sent to the Nanhai family. As for the others, they were still waiting. Perhaps they were waiting to see what would happen in Four Corner Village after 7 days? Watching everyone's reaction, Yi Futian realized that this matter would not end so easily. The next few days passed in relative peace at Four Corner Village. Everyone cultivated side by side, peacefully and quietly. Yi Futian was now a member of the Four Corner Village. He was allocated a residence of his own and often gave cultivation lessons to the young people under the ancient tree. Gradually, more and more youths embarked on the journey of cultivation. Currently, Yi Futian was sitting under the ancient tree, appeared to be at his leisure. In the distance, a woman stood there quietly, looking at Yi Futian. A voice was then transmitted to him. Do you really have no plan to find an ally? Yi Futian looked in the direction where the voice came from and saw an Ruosu there, radiant as ever. Yi Futian responded with voice transmission of his own. What does the goddess wish to say? He had researched the top principalities in Xianxia domain. And Ruosu came from the infamily of the upper ninth heavens, which belonged to the middle third heaven. It was a major principality in its own right. It was said that once the infamily was an ancient dynastic power. In the past, an Ruosu would be considered a princess from an ancient royal family. Of course, even as a familial principality, it remained an ancient royal family. Its existence was backed by a profound history, and Ruosu sat far away without looking at Yi Futian. It was as if she didn't want people to know that they were in communication. If you don't start gathering allies, I'm afraid Four Corner Village will be singled out, and Ruosu replied. Many things were not able to be sorted simply by reason. Although this land belonged to the Four Corner Village, many forces had come to this land of great fortune and knew that it was a divine relic. Ask them to give it up now and leave as if nothing had happened would be easier said than done. Teacher is in the village, said Yi Futian. Although the teacher didn't interfere with affairs regarding the outside world, if someone was to do something to the village, the teacher couldn't ignore it. The teacher is indeed very strong. As far as we know in the Xianxia domain, the teacher's strength may be in the top 5 in the entire domain. However, this time it isn't just one principality that Four Corner Village is facing. In reality, these people also wanted to see just how powerful the teacher is. If he turned out to be stronger than expected, everything would be resolved. But if that is not the case, what do you think will happen? Do you have an idea of the teacher's strength? And Ruosu asked. It seems that the goddess knows some things that we don't. Yi Futian did not respond directly. From what an Ruosu had said, he could deduce and reach conclusions on his own. Various forces might be allying preparation to deal with Four Corner Village. However, clearly, these forces had not yet fully reached an agreement, or an Ruosu wouldn't be here talking to him. After all, they weren't all of the same force, and their minds and hearts weren't entirely aligned. It was not completely implausible that some of these principalities might use the pretense of allying as an attempt to undermine some of them. But at what price? Would they allow those in the alliance to come and go freely in the future? And Ruosu did not respond, but it was true that she did know quite a few things. In the past few days, various forces appeared to be comprehending and cultivating quietly. But that was not all they did. There were still people coming from the outside world even now. Four Corner Village's attempt to purge these forces from Xianxia domain might not go quite so easily. Thank you, goddess, for the reminder. I will think it over, Yi Futian added when he saw no response from an Ruosu, and an Ruosu did not try to persuade him further. She merely said, When you are ready, let me know. I will, Yi Futian replied, and Ruosu then got up and left. Yi Futian left soon after as well. He found old Ma and asked him, As we expected, these forces may not give up easily this time, and we may yet face their anger. If we can't find a way to resolve the situation, they might take this opportunity to take over the village for themselves. Old Ma narrowed his eyes and said, Even before Four Corner Village had any contact with the outside world, many in the village met an unfortunate fate. Blind Tai was just a more obvious example among them. In fact, there were some cultivators from the village that never returned once they left. Those people have wanted to return to Four Corner Village for a long time. If they find an opportunity, they will destroy this village without hesitation. Old Ma did not doubt the ruthlessness of these people. Such were the rules of the cultivation world. So, do we need to recruit a couple of forces? Yi Futian asked tentatively. Obviously, Old Ma knew more about the village than he did. His impression of Old Ma had long since changed. Old Ma probably knew a thing or two about the true strength of the village. No, I want to see what these greedy people are going to do, Old Ma said coldly. Wait for me here. I'm going to find someone. Sure. Yifutian nodded. It didn't take old Ma long to come back with a cultivator who possessed a somewhat chilling aura. It was Gu Huai of the Gu family. Clan leader of the Gu family. Yifutian got up and paid his respects. Gu Huai nodded slightly. Previously, he and Yifutian had some unpleasant exchanges. When Muyunlong wanted to expel Yifutian, Gu Huai had agreed. It was clear that Gu Huai supported Muyunlong at that time. However, the Muyun family was now out of the picture, for Corner Village had rejected them. The divine technique that the clan leader cultivated is the ancient divine immortal form? Yifutian said. It seems that this village could keep no secrets from Master Ye's prying eyes. Gu Huai stared at Yifutian as he spoke. There was great aggression in his eyes, which made those around him a little unsettled. People in the village know that I was bestowed with good fortune. Over the years, my luck is indeed much better than most, so I can see many things inside the village that others can't. Yifutian smiled and continued. Of course, although I could perceive these divine techniques, they belong to Four Corner Village, and only the true descendants of the village may inherit them completely. Gu Huai nodded in acknowledgement. It was almost impossible for the others to learn of it completely. After all, this was the inheritance of Four Corner Village. Gu Huai, I know that Muyunlong had a good relationship with you before, and you have always wanted to experience the outside world. Now that the teacher has given his permission, the village will be a force in Xianxia domain in the future. However, various forces now seem to intend on making Four Corner Village a target, and you must have seen the position taken by the Muyun's family. I hope you will make your own decisions, Old Ma said. Gu Huai looked toward him and heard Old Ma continued. No matter what, you are a member of the village. The Muyun family has forgotten about this, but I believe you won't. Gu Huai's expression was somewhat serious. At this time, Yifutian said, there were some misunderstandings with the elder before, but now that I am a member of the village, I will endeavor to do my best to assist the young people of Four Corner Village. The potential of Four Corner Village will inevitably shake up the entire Xianxia domain. Looking at Yifutian and Old Ma, Gu Huai seemed a little displeased. He turned around and walked outside. Old Ma and Yifutian looked a little surprised. At this time, Gu Huai stopped and said, Old Ma, you underestimated me. As he finished speaking, he went away. But Old Ma smiled instead and said, in a few days, we will come to you and make amends. He knew that this matter had been settled. He was worried that the conflict would become a thorn between Gu Huai and Yifutian. Considering that Gu Huai was close to Muyunlong before, he deliberately approached Gu Huai. However, it seemed that he was overly concerned. Just as he had said himself, no matter what, Gu Huai was still a member of the Four Corner Village. In a blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. On this day, Fongai, Old Ma, and the others came to the ancient tree and saw that the cultivators from all forces gathered here. They were facing different directions. They focused on their cultivation as if nothing was happening. Everyone, 7 days are up. Our village is small. We won't keep everyone any longer, Fongai said as he stepped forward. As if they hadn't heard it, they remained quietly cultivating. Only in one direction, someone spoke up. Is this the way of hospitality in Four Corner Village? There are no forces that would wait on their guests as you seem to expect here. If there is, Four Corner Village surely has done far more, Fongai replied. However, no one paid any attention to them. The sight disturbed Fongai, Old Ma, and the others greatly. Clearly, they were acting this way deliberately. Everyone. Fongai's voice cooled a few degrees. He continued, the time has come. Please give back Four Corner Village its tranquility. All the forces in Xianxia domain have gathered in our village. This is supposed to be a grand occasion to be celebrated, and the village should have treated our guests with hospitality. What is the meaning of this? Fongai, Muyunlong asked. Muyunlong. Fongai looked at him indifferently. It seemed that Muyunlong was prepared to side with outsiders, after all. For many years, this place has always been a holy land of the Xianxia domain. On this land, there is Four Corner Village, in which the villagers were hospitable and friendly. In return, we also respected Four Corner Village and dared not blaspheme the village in the least. But now, Four Corner Village is ready to take this place for its own, expelling all others for self-interest, purging all dissidents, and depriving the head of the Muyun family of control over the village. It is devious indeed. A voice was heard, and it was a cultivator from the Nanhai family. In his words, he separated this space from Four Corner Village. It was as if this place was just a place of cultivation in the Xianxia domain and Four Corner Village was just a part of the Holy Land, completely separating the two. Hearing such words, the people in Four Corner Village were greatly angered as their eyes directed coldly at the speaker. That's right, if you are cultivating in the same space, then let's not reject each other. It's much better if you can coexist in peace. Someone else continued. But if Four Corner Village insists on having its way, then we will have no choice but to seek justice for the Muyun family. This was already a direct threat. The Nanhai family used the Muyun family as an excuse to put Four Corners Village in a difficult situation. They actually wanted to seek justice for the Muyun family. This reason was somewhat laughable. It was completely illogical. However, under such circumstances, they were looking for an excuse to give Four Corners Village a warning. If they wanted to banish the Muyun family, it would lead to war. The members of the other forces listened as they sat quietly. They did not say anything. However, this silence seemed to represent their stance on the matter in and of itself. Nanhai family, you are forcefully segregating a portion of Four Corners Village away. You also want to interfere with the matters of the village, Old Ma said. If that is the case, I believe that the name of Nanhai family can be removed from the guest list of the next open day that we have every 4 years. In the future, the Nanhai family will be forbidden from stepping foot into the village. What are your opinions on this? Only natural, Blind Tai said coldly. No problem, said Fong Gai as he nodded his head. The others also revealed their stance on the matter one after another. This scene caused the cultivators of the Nanhai family to reveal ugly expressions. Their family would be forbidden from stepping foot into Four Corners Village? Also, Muyun Long, are you conspiring with the Nanhai family to stand against the village? Old Ma said as he looked at Muyun Long, the village is in the wrong in this matter. As a member of Four Corners Village, am I not even qualified to voice out my opinion? Replied Muyun Long in a cold, indifferent tone. Understood, Old Ma replied, nodding his head. If that is the case, I suggest that Muyun Long has betrayed the village. From this day forth, the entire Muyun family will be banished from the village. What are your opinions on this? Agreed. Blind Tai and the others revealed their stance on the matter. Very quickly, they all agreed. They would not just strip Muyun Long of his authority in the village but would also banish the entire family. The Muyun family was no longer a part of Four Corners Village. I never imagined that, having grown up in the village, I would one day be banished, Muyun Long mumbled. He seemed to be self-deprecating and mocking himself. After he left Four Corners Village, he was renowned far and wide and entered the Nanhai family. He was currently a prominent figure in the Xianxia domain. However, upon returning to the village, he was not received gloriously but was instead rather from the village. It was a mockery. If that was the case, he did not need to show any respect to the village. Nanhai family and Muyun family, please leave, ordered Old Ma. Nanhai Wuji took a step forward. He only took one step, and the space around him suddenly felt suffocating. A vast divine might enveloped this entire small world. The ordinary folk in the village felt that it was difficult to breathe. They revealed pained looks, and their hearts started to beat intensely. They felt as though the entire world was about to collapse. Are all of you sure of your decision? Nanhai Wuji asked in a loud voice. His voice shook the heavens and the earth, causing the space to tremble. He stood there like a deity with unparalleled authority. The members of Four Corners Village had very cold expressions. Nanhai Wuji was a giant-level figure. Such a figure had powerful destructive capabilities. He could easily destroy a part of this vast space. If a battle of such a scale were to erupt in this space, the village might not be able to cope with it. The villagers would not be able to withstand such a threat. Nanhai Wuji's body gradually floated into the air. He peered into the distance and said, "I have long heard of Master's name. I came to Four Corners Village but have yet to catch a glimpse of Master. I wish to meet Master to ask whether the way Four Corners Village treats its guests is rather inappropriate." As he said this, he took a step forward. He wanted to head over to the private school. In Four Corners Village, the strongest person was the legendary Master. However, no one knew how strong Master was. Nanhai Wuji wanted to find out for himself. However, just as he stepped out, an extremely dazzling divine halo exploded in the sky. The brilliant divine halo shot directly towards Nanhai Wuji, causing him to stop in his tracks. He took a step back and saw a golden divine door appear, separating the space. Then a silhouette slowly rose into the air and floated there, blocking in front of Nanhai Wuji. When they saw the person, everyone's gazes were frozen there as they revealed looks of amazement. Many people in the village, including the cultivators of the Muyun family, were also looking at the silhouette in surprise. "How is this possible?" Muyun Long said in a low voice. The silhouette floating in midair was actually Old Ma. He was someone who never stood out and whom many people believed was an ordinary person who could not cultivate. He had never revealed the aura of a cultivator. He was just an ordinary person. However, his one attack was powerful beyond comparison and blocked Nanhai Wuji's path. He was also a giant-level figure. "Old Ma!" exclaimed Yifutian as he looked up at the silhouette. He had already speculated that there was more to Old Ma than met the eye. However, he was still astonished when he witnessed Old Ma's ability. He was actually so powerful. No wonder Old Ma seemed exceptionally confident recently. He probably was not planning on hiding this fact. Spatial divine halos radiated from Old Ma's figure, seemingly forming its own domain as he stared at Nanhai Wuji. "You are still unqualified to meet Master," Old Ma said as he looked at Nanhai Wuji. At that moment, Old Ma raised his head and looked into the distance. A few beams of frightening aura came from afar and descended upon Four Corners Village. The next moment, he saw a few illusory figures appear above them. When these figures appeared, the space seemed to be frozen. Countless divine lights rained down and enveloped everyone. Even the powerful Renhuangs felt that they were insignificant. Yifutian also looked over in that direction. 3 figures had arrived. These 3 figures appeared ethereal, seemingly somewhat illusory, like they weren't corporeal. It was as though they were spirits who had left their bodies. They also seemed as though they were formed from the will of the Great Path and had come from beyond this world, descending upon Four Corners Village. Old Ma looked up at them. Beams of divine light shone, attempting to block off the 3 figures. However, the 3 figures immediately passed through the divine light and continued to advance. "We heard that Four Corners Village was about to join the world, so we came over specifically to pay Master a visit," a voice said. The voice filled the space and caused the entire village to tremble. The next moment, the 3 silhouettes became 3 beams of divine light descended upon the private school. At the same time, a 4th aura appeared. A dazzling divine halo shot up into the heavens, causing brilliant divine light to appear in the sky above. Everyone knew that this was Master. Who could the 3 figures be? The crowd was astonished. Old Ma had displayed his powerful ability. Yet, he had actually been unable to block off the 3 of them. It was apparent how frighteningly powerful the 3 figures were. At this moment, even Nanhai Wuji did not move. He naturally knew who those 3 figures were. They were 3 existences who could cause the Xianxia domain to tremble by just stomping their feet. Today, they had come together. It was apparent how highly they viewed Four Corners Village as well as Master. The importance of the village was far greater than anyone could imagine. Four Corners Village joining the world had immediately spurred them to pay a visit. Yifutian glanced at the crowd. He saw that the members of the top forces of the Xianxia domain all revealed respectful expressions. He roughly guessed what level of existence the 3 figures who arrived were at. They were probably among the few standing at the peak of the Xianxia domain, who came to Four Corners Village wanting to see Master's ability. As he turned around, Yifutian looked towards the private school. for beams of divine light immediately pierced the heavens. Although a battle did not ensue, an unparalleled might enveloped the space. Divine phenomena even appeared in the village at the same time. A golden-winged giant pung bird spread its wings and soared in the sky. A divine hammer suppressed the heavens and the earth. An immortal old god stood in the sky. These divine phenomena were originally difficult to see. However, right now they had manifested. This scene caused the people in the village to be filled with awe. What level of existence was Master exactly? Over here, no one continued to battle. Everyone had stopped doing so. They understood that the most crucial battle was over where Master was. If Four Corners Village wanted to join the world and become a superpower, they had to pass this stage first. In that direction, the light grew brighter and brighter. Not long after, a blinding divine light radiated outwards. The next moment, among the divine light that burst forth, the crowd could faintly make out the three silhouettes disappearing in a flash. The suppressive aura disappeared without a trace in an instant. Retreat from Four Corners Village. Congratulations to Four Corners Village for joining the world. From this day forth, the Xianxia domain has another holy land. Ethereal voices cried out, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble slightly. Even the chief elder of the Nanhai family, Nanhai Wuji, could not remain calm. Were the three figures acknowledging the position of Four Corners Village in the Xianxia domain?